Reuter. Roydhead. Alternative form of Roydhead. Roydheads. Plural of Roydhead. Rides. Plural of Roy. Roytran is. Plural of Roy Trainee. Roy Trainee. A bodybuilder who uses anabolic steroids. Roy. A surname from Catalan. What? Pronunciation spelling of right. Rugs. Plural of Roy. Ru. To render turbid by stirring up the dregs or sediment of. ROILA. Abbreviation of Robot Interaction Language, a spoken artificial language designed to allow talking to robots efficiently. Royland. A surname. Royal. Simple past and past participle of royal. Roilda. Agitated with stirred up dregs or sediment, turbid. Owe. Comparative form of royally, more royally. Always. Superlative form of royally, most royally. Royally. Present participle and gerund of royal. Roylings. Plural of roiling. Royals. Third person singular simple present indicative of royal. Rossum. Marked by roiling or agitation, turbid. Royally. Muddy, cloudy, having lots of sediment. Roy. To growl, to roar. Royand. Simple past and past participle of roying. Roiding. Present participle and gerund of roying. Roidish. Obsolete form of roinish. Royans. Third person singular simple present indicative of roying. Roy. Radio over IP. ROIP extends VoIP to radio repeaters and base stations. Roy. A surname. Roy. Plural of ROI. Roy's fainéants. Plural of Roy fainéant. Royce. A female given name from Irish, anglicized form of Royson, an Irish diminutive of Rose. Rice. To roister. Roisted. Simple past and past participle of Royce. Roister. To engage in noisy, drunken, or riotous behavior. Roistered oyster. A swaggering buffoon, a foolish braggart. Roistered oysters. Plural of roistered oyster. Roister. Simple past and past participle of roister. Roister. One who roisters. A reveler. Roisterers. Plural of roisterer. Roistering. Present participle and gerund of roister. Roistering in a noisy, drunken, or riotous manner. Roisterings. Plural of roistering. Roistoe. In a roistering manner. Roisterous. Loud and disorderly, carousing. Roisterously. In a roisterous way. Roisters. Third person singular simple present indicative of roister. Roisting. Present participle and gerund of royce. Royce. Third person singular simple present indicative of royce. Roydalis. A petty king, a kinglet. Roydalets. Plural of roydalet. Rajak. A traditional Malaysian and Indonesian salad of mixed raw fruits and vegetables served with a sauce. Rajaks. Plural of rajak. Rajanasakal. A transliteration of a Thai surname. Rajano. A surname from Spanish. Rajanos. Plural of Rajano. Rojas. a surname from Spanish. Rojasas, plural of Rojas. Madyara, a de facto autonomous region in northern and northeastern Syria populated mainly by Kurds. Majavan, of or relating to Rajava. Rajavans, plural of Rajavan. Rojak, a surname from Polish. Rojaks, plural of Rojek. Majero, a surname from Spanish. Rajeros, plural of Rajero. Roji, the garden through which one passes to the Cheshitsu for the Japanese tea ceremony. Rojo, a surname from Spanish. Rojos, plural of Rojo. Ra, initialism of Republic of Korea. Ra, alternative form of ROK. Raha, acronym of Republic of Korea Air Force. Oh, fog, mists, light rain, smoke, vapor, damp. Roke, synonym of knockache. Ropey, a place name. Rokebees, plural of Rokeby. Roplay, a short cloak worn mostly by ladies in the 18th century. Roptays, plural of Roklay. Roper, a surname from German. Rovers, plural of Roker. Roks, plural of Roke. Rakishkis, a city in Panevėžys County, Lithuania. Rhocadamycin, a macrolide antibiotic synthesized from Streptomyces kitacetonsis bacteria. Rokitansky, a surname. Rokitansky nodule, a mass or lump in an ovarian teratomatous cyst. Rokitansky nodules, plural of Rokitansky nodule. Rokitansky sinus, an outpouching of gallbladder mucosa into the gallbladder muscle layer and subserosal tissue, sometimes associated with cholecystitis. Rokitansky sinuses, plural of Rokitansky sinus. Bakaku, a traditional six-sided Japanese fighting kite. Rakakas, plural of Rakaku. Maketru, a form of Norse neo-paganism or asatru that focuses on veneration of the Jotun and chaotic deities such as Loki. Viltho, a type of protest in which transport is disrupted. Rokos basilis, a hypothetical, otherwise benevolent artificial intelligence of the future that would have an incentive to torture anyone who, having imagined or even heard about said AI, had not helped bring about its existence, the thought experiment which posits its existence. Rokos, plural of Roko. Makasovsky, a surname from Russian. Rakosovsky, a surname from Polish. Rux, initialism of Republic of Korea ship, a warship of South Korea. Rux, plural of rock. Rakunai, a monoclinic mineral containing iron, hydrogen, oxygen, and chlorine. Rokirokibai, a yakai in the form of a person who can stretch their neck to great lengths. Ropkayo, a copper-based solution traditionally used in Japan to induce patination in decorative non-ferrous metals. Ropi, misty, foggy, cloudy. Rollabola, a balance board, usually in the context of circus or entertainment. Rollabolas, plural of rollabola. Rala, a roll of fiber used as a precursor to yarn. Ralags, plural of ralai. Rolamite. A simple machine consisting of a stressed metal band and counter-rotating rollers within an enclosure, used in low-friction bearings, etc. Rolamites. Plural of Rolamite. Rolla. A surname from Spanish. Roland. A male given name from the Germanic languages. Roland Garros. The French Open, one of the 4 events in the Grand Slam. Rolanta. A female given name from the Germanic languages. Rolandian. Or relating to the mythological Roland, or the Song of Roland, the medieval epic poem in which he appears. Rolandic. Characteristic of Italian anatomist Luigi Rolando. Rolandic fissure, the central sulcus. Rolandic fissures. Plural of Rolandic fissure. Rolando fracture. An intra-articular fracture of the finger involving the base of the thumb, typically T or Y-shaped. Rolands for Olivers. Plural of a Roland for an Oliver. Rollens. Plural of Rollin. Rala. Acronym of Relational Online Analytical Processing. Roldan. A surname. Roldans. Plural of Roldan. Rel. The expected behavior of an individual in a society. Rel. Dated spelling of role. Role activity diagram. A diagram illustrating the roles of people, teams, etc. in an organization and how they interact with each other and in response to external events. Role activity diagrams. Plural of role activity diagram. Role conflict. A conflict among the roles corresponding to 2 or more statuses. Role conflicts. Plural of role conflict. Role model. A person who serves as an example or whose behavior is emulated by others. Role model. Alternative form of role model. Role models. Plural of role model. Role models. Plural of role model. Role player. Alternative form of role player. Role players. Plural of role player. Role-playing game. Alternative form of role-playing game. Role-playing games. Plural of role-playing game. Role reversal. A situation in which 2 people adopt roles that are the reverse of the roles they normally assume in relation to one another. Role reversals. Plural of role reversal. Role-based. Based on a special given role to access a content, used usually in cloud computing, databases, or other complex systems. Role model. Alternative spelling of role model. Role models. Plural of role model. Role-oriented. Of or pertaining to a form of computer programming which aims at expressing objects in terms that are analogous to a human conceptual understanding of the world. Role-oriented language. A programming language that uses a paradigm aiming at expressing things in terms analogous to human conceptual understanding of the world by using roles. Role-oriented languages. Plural of role-oriented language. Roleplay. Alternative form of roleplay. Roleplay. Simple past and past participle of roleplay. Roleplayer. Alternative form of roleplayer. Roleplayer. Rare spelling of roleplayer. Roleplayers. Plural of roleplayer. Roleplayers. Plural of roleplayer. Role-playing. Action in which a person takes on a role as that of an actor and acts out being that character. Role-playing game. Alternative form of role-playing game. Role-playing game. alternative form of role-playing game. Role-playing games. Plural of role-playing game. Role-playing games. Plural of role-playing game. Role-playing video game. A genre of video game that uses gameplay elements found in a paper and pencil role-playing game, such as character classes and leveling up. Role-playing video games. Plural of role-playing video game. Role-playings. Plural of role-playing. Role-plays. Third person singular simple present indicative of role-play. Role. Having a role. Rollless. Without a role. Rolllessness. Absence of a role. Rolla. A surname. Rollins. Plural of Rollin. Oh well. Alternative form of Rollio. Oh well. Plural of Rollio. Roleplay. To act out a scenario or fantasy with another person or other people. Roleplay. Alternative form of roleplay. Roleplay. Simple past and past participle of roleplay. Roleplay. Simple past and past participle of roleplay. Roleplayer. A person who plays role-playing games. Roleplayers. Plural of roleplayer. Role-playing. Present participle and gerund of roleplay. Role-playing. Present participle and gerund of roleplay. Role-playing game. A type of game where one or more players assume the roles of characters, usually one each, to interact with a fictional world either defined by themselves or through the moderation of a neutral judge, usually referred to as the game master. Role-playing games. Plural of role-playing game. Roleplays. Third-person singular simple present indicative of roleplay. Roleplays. Third-person singular simple present indicative of roleplay. Rose. A surname. Rose. Plural of role. Rosa. A town in Wake County, North Carolina, United States, and a suburb of Raleigh. Rolette County. One of 53 counties in North Dakota, United States. County seat. Rolla. Rolex. A luxury wristwatch produced by the brand Rolex SA. Rolex. Wearing a Rolex wristwatch. Rolexes. Plural of Rolex. Really. A surname. Roly-poly. Archaic form of roly-poly. Roly-polies. Plural of roly-poly. Rolies. Plural of roly. Mal. A surname originating as a patronymic. Malv. A surname. Ralphs. Simple past and past participle of Rolf. Ralver. A practitioner of Rolfing. Ralvers. Plural of Rolfer. Ralfe. A form of deep tissue massage. Rolfings. Plural of Rolfing. Ralfs. A surname from German. Ralfses. Plural of Rolfs. Ralicyclidine. A dissociative anesthetic drug with hallucinogenic and sedative effects. Raleigh. A surname. Roe. A surname. Rowings. Plural of rolling. Rollins. Plural of Rollin. Rolliferam. An anti-inflammatory racem drug being researched as a possible alternative to current antidepressants. Rollison. A surname. Rollisons. Plural of Rollison. Rollitracycline. A particular tetracycline antibiotic. a diminutive of the male given name Roland. Roll about, to laugh very heartily. Roll around, to move about on the ground while rotating and turning one's body. Roll around town, to spend time in public. Roll away, to move or spray away suddenly, as from being kicked, earthquakes, explosions, impacts, etc. Roll back, to return to a prior state. Roll back the years, to produce a sense of nostalgia. Roll bar, a strong U-shaped bar fastened to the frame of a vehicle, such as an off-road vehicle or a race car, to protect the driver and passengers from being crushed in the event that the vehicle rolls over. Roll bars, plural of roll bar. Roll cage, a frame built in or around the driver and passenger compartment of a vehicle to protect its occupants from being injured in an accident, particularly if the vehicle rolls over. Roll cages, plural of roll cage. Roll call, the reading aloud of a list of names and subsequent responses in order to determine who is present or absent. Roll called, simple past and past participle of roll call. Roll calling, present participle of roll call. Roll calls, plural of roll call. Roll cloud, a low, horizontal, tube-shaped and relatively rare type of Arcus cloud, differing from shelf clouds by being completely detached from other cloud features. Roll clouds, plural of roll cloud. Roll coal, to emit sooty exhaust fumes from a modified diesel engine fad among anti-environmentalist American truck drivers. Roll container, a cage on wheels used to hold and transport goods, especially in a warehouse. Roll containers, plural of roll container. Roll cumuli, plural of roll cumulus. Roll cumulus, a form of stratocumulus with parallel lines of dense cloud. Roll deep, to travel in a group. Roll down, synonym of wind down. Roll drop, synonym of oleodrop. Roll drops, plural of roll drop. Roll from one's tongue. Alternative form of roll off the tongue. Roll from the tongue. Alternative form of roll off the tongue. Roll hoop, a roll bar behind the headrest of a seat in a vehicle. Roll hoops, plural of roll hoop. Roll in, to arrive casually at a place. Roll in dough, synonym of roll in wealth. Roll in one's grave, alternative form of turn in one's grave. Roll in the aisle, alternative form of roll in the aisles. Roll in the aisles, to laugh uproariously. Roll in the hay, a session of sexual intercourse. Roll in wealth, to be very rich. Roulette, Latin polished on both sides ready for use. Roll mat, a soft lightweight rollable pad for sleeping on, used mainly by campers and hikers. Roll mats, plural of roll mat. Roll mill, alternative form of roller mill. Roll mills, plural of roll mill. Roll number, a unique identification number that is assigned to a student during admission or after registration. Roll numbers, plural of roll number. Roll of arms, synonym of armorial collection of coats of arms. Roll of snow, a stolen piece of Irish linen. Roll of the dice. A risky or uncertain attempt to do something, especially in an unfavorable situation. Roll off. To spontaneously roll suddenly and rapidly to one side or the other upon entering a stall due to one wing stalling slightly before the other does, combined with the reduced effectiveness of ailerons for roll control at high angles of attack. Roll off one's tongue. Alternative form of roll off the tongue. Roll off the tongue. To proceed into oral expression in a manner which is fluent, appealing, or glib. Roll on. To pass. To go on. To elapse. Roll one's eyes. To deliberately turn one's eyes upwards, usually to indicate disapproval, indifference, or frustration. Roll one's own. To create something of which an analog is commercially available. Roll one's R's. To make an alveolar trill sound for the letter R. Roulette. To deploy or release a new film or software, etc. To launch a product or service, especially in a gradual fashion across multiple regions. Roll out the red carpet. To extend the utmost hospitality, to treat someone as an honored guest, to welcome or host, especially in a showy or extravagant manner. Roll over. To make a rolling motion or turn. Roll over in one's grave. Alternative form of turn in one's grave. Roll rate. The rate at which an aircraft can change its roll attitude, typically expressed in degrees per second. Roll rates. Plural of roll rate. Roll step. To march while playing an instrument by rolling the weight from back to front of the feet, done to stabilize the upper body. Roll stepped. Simple past and past participle of roll step. Roll stepping. Present participle and gerund of roll step. Roll steps. Plural of roll step. Roll tape. To begin recording or playing back audio or video material. Roll the dice. To take a chance, particularly a risky attempt. Roll the pitch. Preparing audiences for an unpopular change. Roll the tape. Alternative form of roll tape. Roll the trucks. To alert and deploy ARF emergency vehicles to the scene of an aircraft accident, incident, or emergency landing on or near an airport. Roll Tide. An all-purpose term of enthusiasm in support of the University of Alabama football team. Roll up. To make something into a particular shape, especially cylindrical or fold-like. Roll upon. To sneak up to someone or something with the intention of causing harm. Roll up one's sleeves. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See roll up one's sleeves. Roll up the sidewalks. To close all commercial businesses for the day. Roll-ups. Plural of roll up. Roll with. To handle and accept something, especially an inconvenience or setback. Roll with it. To deal with or accept unexpected changes or setbacks and cope with them. Roll with the punches. Alternative form of ride with the punches. Rove. Simple past and past participle of roll. Roll call. Alternative form of roll call. Roll called. Simple past and past participle of roll call. Roll calling. Present participle of roll call. Roll calls. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll call. Rollneck. Alternative form of rollneck. Rollnecks. Plural of rollneck. Roll-eye. A applied by means of a ball that can be rotated to pick up liquid from the inner reservoir. Roll-on roll-off, of a form of marine vessel which allows wheeled vehicles to be driven on and off. Roll-ons, plural of roll-on. Roll-out, alternative spelling of roll-out. Roll-outs, plural of roll-out. Roll-over, alternative spelling of rollover. Rollovers, plural of rollover. Role-playing, an approach to role-playing games that focuses excessively on numerical scores such as those obtained by rolling dice at the expense of character and realism. Roll-to-roll, involving the use of a continuous roll of substrate material that is fed through various processing steps, such as printing, coding, or etching. Roll-top, having a top that rolls away when not needed. Roll-top desk, a desk having a flexible top made of parallel slats that rolls away when not needed. Roll-top desks, plural of roll-top desk. Roll-tops, plural of roll-top. Roll-up, alternative form of roll-up. Roll-ups, plural of roll-up. Roll your own, a type of cigarette made by the smoker by rolling loose tobacco in a rectangle of paper. Roll your owns, plural of roll your own. Rolla, a surname from Italian. Rollability, the quality of being rollable. Rollable, capable of rolling or being rolled. Rollabore, a wheeled suitcase that is carry-on luggage. Rollaboards, plural of rollaboard. Rollabout, fitted with wheels allowing it to be transported from place to place. Roland, a surname. Rolandite, a orthorhombic mineral containing astatine, hydrogen, oxygen, and copper. Rollins, plural of Roland. Rollas, plural of rolla. Rollescent, a surname. Rollatini, an Italian-style dish made with thin slices of meat or eggplant dusted in wheat flour or lightly breaded and covered with ricotta, then rolled up and baked. Rollator, a walking frame equipped with wheels, especially one designed for the disabled or elderly. Rollators, plural of rollator. Rollaway, having wheels to allow for storage. Rovech, a return to a prior state by undoing some operation, especially of policy or price changes. Robicable, able to be rolled back. Rollbacked, simple past and past participle of rollback. Rollbacker, someone or something which rolls back or returns things to prior states. Rollbackers, plural of rollbacker. Rollbacking, present participle and gerund of rollback. Rollbacks, plural of rollback. Rollback, a cylindrical bag that can be rolled up to save space. Rollbags, plural of rollbag. Rollbar, alternative form of roll bar and anti-roll bar. Rollbars, plural of roll bar. Rollbar, a bogie used to carry a railway carriage on a line of different gauge to the one it was built for, usually a narrow gauge. Rollbox, plural of rollbox. Roll cage, alternative form of roll cage. Roll cages, plural of roll cage. Roll call, alternative spelling of roll call. Roll call, simple past and past participle of roll call. Roll call, present participle of roll call. Roll calls, plural of roll call. Roll down, capable of being rolled down. Roll downs. Plural of roll down. Roll. A surname. Rolle's theorem. The theorem that any real-valued differentiable function that attains equal values at two distinct points must have a point somewhere between them where the first derivative, the slope of the tangent line to the graph of the function, is 0. In mathematical terms, if f colon letter 211d right arrow letter 211d is differentiable on a b and fa equals fb, then c at b colon fc equals 0. Whoa! Simple past and past participle of roll. Rolled about. Simple past and past participle of roll about. Rolled around. Simple past and past participle of roll around. Rolled around town. Simple past and past participle of roll around town. Rolled away. Simple past and past participle of roll away. Rolled back. Simple past and past participle of roll back. Rolled back the years. Simple past and past participle of roll back the years. Rolled coal. Simple past and past participle of roll coal. Rolled deep. Simple past and past participle of roll deep. Rolled down. Simple past and past participle of roll down. Rolled fillet. Chopped veal rolled in a piece of bacon. Rolled fillets. Plural of rolled fillet. Rolled ice cream. A sweet and frozen dessert resembling ice cream or gelato, formed into a rolled shape by stirring in air during cooling. Rolled in. Simple past and past participle of roll in. Rolled in dough. Simple past and past participle of roll in dough. Rolled in one's grave. Simple past and past participle of roll in one's grave. Oh, in the aisles. Simple past and past participle of roll in the aisles. Rolled in wealth. Simple past and past participle of roll in wealth. Rolled into one, combining a number of different qualities, things, or rolls into a single entity. Rolled oats. Oat groats that have been rolled into flat flakes under heavy rollers. Rolled off. Simple past and past participle of roll off. Rolled off the tongue. Simple past and past participle of roll off the tongue. Rolled on. Simple past and past participle of roll on. Rolled one's eyes. Simple past and past participle of roll one's eyes. Rolled one's own. Simple past and past participle of roll one's own. Rolled out. Simple past and past participle of roll out. Rolled out the red carpet. Simple past and past participle of roll out the red carpet. Rolled over. Simple past and past participle of roll over. Rolled over in one's grave. Simple past and past participle of roll over in one's grave. Rolled tape. Simple past and past participle of roll tape. Rolled the dice. Simple past and past participle of roll the dice. Rolled the tape. Simple past and past participle of roll the tape. Rolled the trucks. Simple past and past participle of roll the trucks. Rolled up. Simple past and past participle of roll up. Rolled upon. Simple past and past participle of roll up on. Rolled up one's sleeves. Simple past and past participle of roll up one's sleeves. Rolled up the sidewalks. Simple past and past participle of roll up the sidewalks. Rolled with. Simple past and past participle of roll with. Rolled with it. Present participle of roll with it. Rolled with the punches. Simple past and past participle of roll with the punches. Oh, well, a log rolling tournament. Oh, yes. Plural of rollio. Roller, a Rolls-Royce car. Roller bearing, a bearing in which the load is carried by round, for example, cylindrical or spherical elements rollers. Roller bearings, plural of roller bearing. Roller bed, a lorry deck fitted with rollers to facilitate loading and unloading, often of pallets and aircraft cargo containers. Roller beds, plural of roller bed. Roller blade, alternative form of rollerblade. Roller blades, plural of roller blade. Roller blind, a blind for a window, usually of stiffened fabric or vinyl, mounted on a pole and operated with a chain or spring mechanism. Roller blinds, plural of roller blind. Roller bolt, the bar in a carriage to which the traces are attached, a whiffletree. Roller bolts, plural of roller bolt. Roller boot, a roller skate. Roller boots, plural of roller boot. Roller bottle, a cylindrical bottle used for growing biological cultures that is placed on a mechanical roller. Roller bottles, plural of roller bottle. Roller chain, a type of chain drive used to transmit mechanical power in many kinds of machinery, such as conveyors and bicycles, consisting of a series of short cylindrical rollers held together by side links and driven by a sprocket. Roller chains, plural of roller chain. Roller coaster, alternative form of roller coaster. Roller coasters, plural of roller coaster. Roller cone bit, a type of drill bit used to perforate rock to create a wellbore to oil and gas reservoirs. Roller cone bits, plural of roller cone bit. Roller derbies, plural of roller derby. Roller derby, alternative form of roller derby, particularly in its pre-2001 incarnation. Roller derby, a sport based on teams of roller skaters who race around a track, jamming and blocking each other. Roller disco, a disco where the dancers wear roller skates. Roller discos, plural of roller disco. Roller docker, a food preparation utensil resembling a small rolling pin with spikes, used to pierce dough to prevent over-rising or blistering. Roller dockers, plural of roller docker. Roller football, the sport of either association football or American touch football played on roller skates. Roller gin, a cotton gin in which rolls are used for separating the seeds from the fiber. Roller gins, plural of roller gin. Roller hockey, a form of hockey played on roller skates and a roller rink. Roller machine, a type of manufacturing equipment containing two or more rollers through which raw metal is fed. Roller machines, plural of roller machine. Roller mill, a simple mill, often powered by animals, which grinds a material grain, olives, chalk, etc. between a stationary horizontal stone disc and two vertical stone cylinders in order to produce flour, olive oil, etc. Roller mills, plural of roller mill. Roller organ, a barrel organ. Roller organs, plural of roller organ. Roller rink, a surface that is specially delimited, designed, and maintained for roller skating. Roller rinks, plural of roller rink. Roller shade, synonym of roller blind. Roller shades, plural of roller shade. Roller shoe, a shoe with wheels fixed to the sole which can be extended for skating or retracted for walking. Roller shoes, plural of roller shoe. Roller shutter, a shutter for a window or door consisting of a series of horizontal sections that are hinged together and attached to a roller at the top. Roller shutters, plural of roller shutter. Roller skate, a boot having small wheels or casters attached to its sole, used for roller skating. Roller skates, plural of roller skate. Roller skating, skating on roller skates. Roller sled hockey, synonym of roller sledge hockey. Roller sledge hockey, a parasport, an adapted form of roller hockey and a floor version of ice sledge hockey where disabled athletes ride atop roller sleds and propel themselves with a pair of roller sledge hockey sticks that function as canes/walking sticks and hockey sticks. Various variants of roller sledge hockey use different configurations of wheels. Roller sport, any sport requiring roller skates including quad and inline skates. Roller sports, plural of roller sport. Roller table, a work table whose tabletop is composed of multiple rollers either cylindrical or spherical, easing the movement of large or heavy work pieces, especially in a factory or workshop. The rollers often ride on roller bearings or are such bearings. Conveyor systems sometimes incorporate such tables as components. Roller tables, plural of roller table. Roller towel, a continuous loop of toweling attached to a roller. Roller towels, plural of roller towel. Rollerblade, alternative form of rollerblade. Rollerblades, plural of rollerblade. Roller coaster, alternative spelling of roller coaster. Roller coasterish, resembling a roller coaster, characterized by abrupt highs and lows. Roller coasters, plural of roller coaster. Roller cone bit, alternative spelling of roller cone bit. Roller cone bits, plural of roller cone bit. Roller disco, alternative spelling of roller disco. Roller skate, alternative spelling of roller skate. Roller skates, plural of roller skate. Rollerball, a kind of ballpoint pen with a spherical nib that uses water-based liquid or gelled ink. Rollerballs, plural of rollerball. Rollerblade, a roller skate with all wheels aligned in a single row along the sole, resembling an ice skate. Rollerbladed, simple past and past participle of rollerblade. Rollerblader, one who rollerblades. Rollerbladers, plural of rollerblader. Rollerblades, plural of rollerblade. Rollerblading, the pastime or sport of skating on rollerblades. Rollerboard, misspelling of rollerboard. Rollerboards, plural of rollerboard. Roller bottle, alternative form of roller bottle. Roller bottles, plural of roller bottle. Roller coaster, an amusement ride consisting of a train on a track that rises, falls, twists, and turns. Roller coaster ride, synonym of roller coaster, a situation characterized by significant fluctuations in direction, emotion, or intensity. Roller coaster rides, plural of roller coaster ride. Roller coastering, moving rapidly and unpredictably. Roller coasterish, characteristic of a roller coaster, having many ups and downs or violent changes. Roller coasters, plural of roller coaster. Roller coasting, alternative form of roller coastering. Roller cone bit, alternative spelling of roller cone bit. Roller cone bits, plural of roller cone bit. Rollerdrome, synonym of roller rink building for roller skating. Rollerdromes, plural of rollerdrome. Rollerdrum, a rolling drum used to culture cells. Rollerdrums, plural of rollerdrum. Roller, having rollers. Rollerdra, a woman who plays roller derby. Roller girls, plural of roller girl. Roller, present participle and gerund of roller. Rollerless, without a roller. Roller maker, a manufacturer of rollers. Roller makers, plural of roller maker. Roller making, the manufacture of rollers. Rollerman, a person employed in a roller mill to insert the hot metal into the rolls. Rollomania, a 1970s phenomenon of extreme or hysterical adulation for the Scottish boy band Bay City Rollers. Rollerman, plural of rollerman. Roller, an aerodynamic control surface device used to control against unwanted rolling rotation about the axis of movement. The moving wingtip is self-gyro-stabilized with a rolling-bladed wheel catching the airstream, providing the gyroscopic moment. Rollerins, plural of rollerin. Rollers, plural of roller. Roller skate, alternative spelling of roller skate. Roller skated, simple past and past participle of roller skate. Roller skater, one who takes part in roller skating. Roller skaters, plural of roller skater. Roller skates, plural of roller skate. Roller skating, alternative spelling of roller skating. Roller ski, a form of ski fitted with rollers, small wheels at each end. Skiing, a form of cross-country skiing using roller skis. Roller skis, plural of roller ski. Rowerse, a surname. Rowersons, plural of rollerson. Rollis, second person singular simple present indicative of role. Rolleston, a place name. Rolleston-on-Dove, a village and civil parish in East Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England. OS Gridref SK 2327. Rollestons, plural of Rolleston. Roeth, a surname from French. Rolla, third person singular simple present indicative of role. Roeth, a surname. Rolly, a surname. Rollies, plural of rolly. Roll form, to form sheet metal into a desired cross section through continuous bending of a long strip of the metal as it passes through a set of rollers. Roll forward, simple past and past participle of roll form. Roll forming, present participle and gerund of roll form. Roll forms, third person singular simple present indicative of roll form. Roach, a kind of sausage made in a bag of tripe, sliced and fried, famous among the Dutch of New Amsterdam. Rolliches, plural of rollich. Roe, to behave in a playful or carefree manner, to frolic or romp. Roicht, simple past and past participle of rollick. Roiker. One who Rolex. Roikers, plural of Roliker. Roiker, present participle and gerund of Rolik. Rolicanely, in a rollicking manner. Rollickingness, the quality of be rollicking. Rollickings, plural of rollicking. Roics, third person singular simple present indicative of rollick. Rollicksome, rollicking, lively, boisterous. Rollicksomeness, the quality of being rollicksome. Roicky, roiker. Really, a Rolex wristwatch. Rois, plural of roli. Role. A surname. Roland film. A 30nm liquid film of helium in the helium-Roman-2 state, which exhibits a creeping effect in response to surfaces extending past the film's level wave propagation and can thus escape from open containers. Roland films, plural of Roland film. Roller, pronunciation spelling of rolling. Present participle of roll. Roe, a surname. Rolling about, present participle and gerund of roll about. Rolling around, present participle and gerund of roll around. Rolling around town, present participle and gerund of roll around town. Rolling average, a moving average. Rolling away, present participle and gerund of roll away. Rolling back, present participle and gerund of roll back. Rolling back the years, present participle of roll back the years. Rolling backup, a form of backup when newer data periodically overwrites older data. Rolling backups, plural of rolling backup. Rolling blackout, an intentional disruption of electric service to different areas in a region to conserve power. Rolling blackouts, plural of rolling blackout. Rolling block, a form of firearm action where the sealing of the breech is done with a specially shaped breech block able to rotate on a pin. Rolling blocks, plural of rolling block. Rolling boil, the boiling of a liquid rapidly with plenty of bubbling, which unlike simmering roils the liquid and thus may break up or alter the shape of ingredients. Rolling boils, plural of rolling boil. Rolling brown out, a deliberate reduction in voltage. Rolling brown outs, plural of rolling brown out. Rolling chair, a wheelchair. Rolling chairs, plural of rolling chair. Rolling coal, present participle and gerund of roll coal. Rolling contact, any contact between rotating bodies such that the relative velocity of the two contacting surfaces is zero at the point of contact. Rolling contacts, plural of rolling contact. Rolling deep, present participle and gerund of roll deep. Rolling demo, a demonstration version that can be watched but is not interactive. Rolling demos, plural of rolling demo. Rolling down, present participle and gerund of roll down. Rolling Fork, a city, the county seat of Sharkey County, Mississippi, United States. Rolling Hills, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Rolling Hills Estates, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Rolling hitch, a type of bend not used to provide lengthwise grip of one rope to another. There are two types. Type 1 is also known as the Magnus hitch, and Type 2 leads to the midshipman's hitch. Rolling hitches, plural of rolling hitch. Rolling in, present participle and gerund of roll in. Rolling in clover, alternative form of in clover. Rolling in dough, synonym of rolling in it rich. Rolling in it, having an abundance of money, rich, very prosperous. Rolling in one's grave, present participle and gerund of roll in one's grave. Rolling in the aisle, present participle and gerund of roll in the aisle. Rolling in the aisles, present participle and gerund of roll in the aisles. Rolling in wealth, present participle and gerund of roll in wealth. Rolling introduction, a rollout staggered in time and space. Rolling introductions, plural of rolling introduction. Rolling mill, a machine for rolling metal into sheets. Rolling mills, plural of rolling mill. Rolling news, a 24-hour, continuously updated news service on radio or television. Rolling off, present participle and gerund of roll off. Rolling off the tongue, present participle and gerund of roll off the tongue. Rolling on, present participle and gerund of roll on. Rolling one's eyes, present participle and gerund of roll one's eyes. Rolling one's own, present participle and gerund of roll one's own. Rolling out, present participle and gerund of roll out. Rolling out the red carpet, present participle and gerund of roll out the red carpet. Rolling over, present participle and gerund of roll over. Rolling over in one's grave, present participle and gerund of roll over in one's grave. Rolling paper, a small sheet of paper used for rolling tobacco, cigarettes, joints, marijuana, cigarettes, and the like. Rolling papers, plural of rolling paper. Rolling pin, a food preparation utensil consisting of a cylinder with a handle at each end, used to flatten dough. Rolling pins, plural of rolling pin. Rolling press, a press consisting of two cylinders for rolling or calendaring cloth. Rolling presses, plural of rolling press. Rolling program, a program of work, etc., which is planned to be carried out and spread over a period of time, i.e. not all at once. Rolling programs, plural of rolling program. Rolling resistance, the force that resists the rolling of a wheel or other circular object. Rolling resistances, plural of rolling resistance. Rolling scissors, a form of the scissors defensive maneuver in dogfighting involving pulling up, rolling one's aircraft towards that of the attacker, and pulling the nose of one's aircraft toward the attacker to force an overshoot, resulting in the two aircraft barrel rolling around each other as each attempts to gain the advantage. Rolling skin disease, feline hyperesthesia syndrome. Rolling spider, a kind of spider support for a camera tripod, preventing it from sliding with lockable wheels, allowing it to be moved around easily when needed. Rolling spiders, plural of rolling spider. Rolling start, the period immediately before the start of a motor race when the cars are ordered on the track and led on a certain number of laps, parade or caution laps at a predetermined safe speed by the safety car. Rolling starts, plural of rolling start. Rolling stock, all vehicles that move on a railway, powered or unpowered. Rolling stocks, plural of rolling stock. Rolling Stone. Any of the members of the Rolling Stones. Rolling Stone. A person who moves around a lot and never settles down, a vagrant. Rolling Stones. Plural of Rolling Stone. Rolling Stones. Plural of Rolling Stone. Rolling stop. An automobile driving maneuver in which a driver slows down but does not completely stop at a stop sign. Rolling stops. Plural of rolling stop. Rolling takeoff. A takeoff where the aircraft taxis into takeoff position and immediately starts to accelerate for takeoff without stopping on the runway. Rolling takeoffs. Plural of rolling takeoff. Rolling tape. Present participle and gerund of roll tape. Rolling the dice. Present participle and gerund of roll the dice. Rolling the tape. Present participle and gerund of roll the tape. Rolling the trucks. Present participle and gerund of roll the trucks. Rolling the windows. Windmill-like flailing of one's arms in a circular motion to maintain balance while in the air after a jump. Rolling up. Present participle and gerund of roll up. Rolling up on. Present participle and gerund of roll up on. Rolling up one's sleeves. Present participle and gerund of roll up one's sleeves. Rolling up the sidewalks. Present participle and gerund of roll up the sidewalks. Rolling with. Present participle and gerund of roll with. Rolling with it. Present participle of roll with it. Rolling with the punches. Present participle and gerund of roll with the punches. Rolling pin. Alternative spelling of rolling pin. Rolling pins. Plural of rolling pin. Rowinger. A surname. Rowily. With a rolling motion. Rowings. Plural of rolling. Rolling stock. Alternative form of rolling stock. Rolling Wood. A census-designated place in Contra Costa County, California, United States. Rowans. An English surname transferred from the given name of Anglo-Norman origin from a diminutive of the given name Rollo. Rollinson. A surname. Rollison. A surname. Rolther. A horse riding technique, particularly in dressage where the neck is bended forward, banned by multiple riding organizations because it is classified as ruining the health of equines by various means. Roman. A surname. Romans. Plural of Roman. Rolla. Alternative form of roll mat. Rollats. Plural of roll mat. Rolla. A fillet of herring, rolled and flavored with sliced onion and spices, then pickled in brine. Roll-ups. Plural of Roma. Rolek. A turtleneck sweater. Rolect. Synonym of turtlenecked, having or wearing a turtleneck. Rolex. Plural of rollneck. Rollo. A male given name from the Germanic languages. Roek. Alternative form of Rolock. Roekt. Simple past and past participle of Rolek. Roeke. Present participle and gerund of Rolek. Roekings. Plural of Roleking. Rolex. Third person singular simple present indicative of Rolek. Roll-off. Able to be rolled off and later rolled back onto the bed of a flatbed truck, flatbed lorry in a motorized way, using a winch and cable. Roll-offs. Plural of roll-off. Rollographies. Plural of rollography. Rollography. A selective list of piano roll titles that share a similar characteristic such as the same genre, the same composer, the same artist, etc. Rollers, plural of rollo. Rollout, an act of rolling out, gradual deployment. Rollouts, plural of rollout. Rollover, the process of incrementing, especially back to an initial value. Rollover cable, a particular type of cable used to connect consoles to computers. Rollover cables, plural of rollover cable. Rollovers, plural of rollover. Rowite, a civil parish in West Oxfordshire District, Oxfordshire, England. Rower, a mushroom with a round, folded over cap edge as those of the genus Paxillus. Rose, Rolls-Royce automobile. Rolls about. Third person singular simple present indicative of rollabout. Rolls around. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll around. Rolls around town. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll around town. Rolls away. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll away. Rolls back. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll back. Rolls back the years. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll back the years. Rolls coal. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll coal. Rolls deep. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll deep. Rolls down. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll down. Roll in. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll in. Rolls in dough. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll in dough. Rolls in one's grave. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll in one's grave. Ove in the aisles. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll in the aisles. Rolls in the hay. Plural of roll in the hay. Rolls in wealth. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll in wealth. Rolls of arms. Plural of roll of arms. Rolls of snow. Plural of roll of snow. Rolls of the dice. Plural of roll of the dice. Rolls off. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll off. Rolls off the tongue. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll off the tongue. Rolls on. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll on. Rolls one's eyes. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll one's eyes. Rolls one's own. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll one's own. Rolls at. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll out. Rolls out the red carpet. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll out the red carpet. Roll it over. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll over. Rolls over in one's grave. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll over in one's grave. Rolls Royce. Alternative form of Rolls Royce. Rolls Royces. Plural of Rolls Royce. Rolls tape. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll tape. Rolls the dice. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll the dice. Rolls the tape. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll the tape. Rolls the trucks. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll the trucks. Rolls at. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll up. Rolls upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll up on. Rolls up one's sleeves. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll up one's sleeves. Rolls up the sidewalks. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll up the sidewalks. Molewe. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll with. Rolls with it. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll with it. Rolls with the punches. Third person singular simple present indicative of roll with the punches. Rolls-Royce. Any of several British companies that make motor cars, aero engines, etc. Rolls-Royces. Plural of Rolls-Royce. Roll sign. A roll of flexible material with route numbers or destinations found on buses or trams. Roll signs. Plural of roll sign. Rolltainer. A cart with two or more walls typically made of steel bars or tubes to contain the goods loaded onto it. Rolltainers. Plural of rolltainer. Rolltop. Alternative spelling of rolltop. Rolltop desk. Alternative spelling of rolltop desk. Rolltop desks. Plural of rolltop desk. Rolltops. Plural of rolltop. Roll under. A raised target above the pinball table that is activated when the ball rolls underneath it. Roll unders. Plural of roll under. Rolla. A kind of food made by wrapping ingredients in another food, for example fajitas. Roll-ups. Plural of rolla. Rolle. A series of cylindrical metal rolls placed between two rails and spaced apart, used to convey materials along a production line. Rollways. Plural of rollway. Rolle. A diminutive of the male given name Roland. Roly-polies. Plural of roly-poly. Roly-poly. Alternative spelling of roly-poly. Roly-polis. Plural of roly-poly. Roly-poly. Archaic spelling of roly-poly kind of pudding. Roly-poly. Obsolete spelling of roly-poly game in which balls are rolled or bowled into holes. Rollison. A surname. Rollison. Plural of rollison. Rolodex. A type of rotating file index used for storing addresses, especially in a work context. Rolodex. Simple past and past participle of Rolodex. Rolodexes. Plural of Rolodex. Rolodexing. Present participle and gerund of Rolodex. Rala. A surname from German. Ralas. Plural of Raaf. Raleigh. A surname. Valar. The Tswana of northwest South Africa. Rolanies. Plural of Rolani. Rollins. Plural of Rollan. Rollany. A colony of nucleic acid produced by rolling circle application. Rollaway. Short for Rollaway monkey. Rollaway monkey. Cercopithecus rollaway, an Old World monkey endemic to tropical West Africa. Rollaway monkeys. Plural of Rollaway monkey. Rolloways. Plural of Rollaway. Mal. A surname. Ralves. Plural of Ralv. Ralston. A surname. Ralstons. plural of Ralston. Welt, a surname. Ralvenden, a village and civil parish in Ashford Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 8431. Rowley, a diminutive of the male given name Roland. Rowlipales, plural of Rowlipali. Rowlipali, a toy that writes itself when pushed over. Rowlipales, plural of Rowlipali. Rowlipaliness, the state of being roly-poly. Ralsracetam, a nootropic drug of the racetam family. Ro, abbreviation of Romania. Ro, the ethnic designation used by the Romani people from Eastern Europe. Romhan, alternative form of Romham. Romham, plural of Romcom. Romham, alternative form of Romcom. Romhami, alternative form of Romcomi. Romhams, plural of Romcom. Romvile, alternative spelling of Rumville. Romzemcom, a romantic comedy movie featuring zombies. Romzemcoms, plural of Romzomcom. Abbreviation of Romans. Rola, a nomadic people with origins in India, the Romani. Romologida est, causa venida est. The discussion is at an end. Aromeable, able to execute from read-only memory. Rabavu, a fan of ancient Rome and its culture and lore. Rana, a surname from Czech. Romax, plural of Romac. Romaction, action romance. Robadur, a soft cheese of Belgian origin. Maria, a war pertaining to the Eastern Roman Empire, that is, to the Byzantine Empire. Armans, plural of Ramian. Mamaj, obsolete spelling of rummage. Mamaj, simple past and past participle of rummage. Ramages, plural of rummage. Rummaging, present participle and gerund of rummage. Romagna, a historic region in northern Italy that formed part of modern Emilia-Romagna. Romagmais, of or relating to Romagna in Italy. Romagnol, a Gallo-Italic language spoken in central Italy closely related to Emilian. Romagnol, a person from Romagna in Italy. Romagnels, plural of Romagnol. Romagnoli, a surname from Italian. Romagnoles, plural of Romagnoli. Romagnolo, the Romagnol language. Ramaic, the modern Greek language, deriving from terminology designating speakers of Greek from the former Byzantine Empire. Ramaica, a Greek leaping dance. Romain, a male given name from French. Romain, a surname from French. Romaine lettuce, alternative letter case form of romaine lettuce. Romaine lettuces, plural of romaine lettuce. Romaines, plural of romaine. Ramadya, a representation of Korean in Latin script. Ramadi, alternative letter case form of Ramaji. Ramadi, alternative spelling of Ramaji. Ramajikai, a society founded in the 19th century to promote the Romanization of the Japanese language. Ramajis, plural of Ramaji. Romo, a long cord attached to the end of a set of closed reins that are connected to the bridle of a horse and used to assist in moving cattle. Romale, any member of the Romalady lubber grasshoppers. Romalades, plural of Romale. Romalita, a female given name. Romo, alternative form of Romal Indian handkerchief. Romals, plural of Romal. Romals, plural of Romal. Roma, of or from Rome. Romanak Clough, a piece of fiction, especially a novel describing real-life people or events. Roman Athese, a thesis novel, a novel that is didactic rather than entertaining, often taking the form of social commentary. Roman Antiwars, a piece of fiction, especially a novel, in which the principal or main narrative or frame story is interrupted by secondary narratives. Roman alphabet, synonym of Latin alphabet. Roman alphabets, plural of Roman alphabet. Roman alum, a cubical potassium alum formerly obtained in large quantities from Italian alunite and highly valued by dyers on account of its freedom from iron. Roman balance, an old form of balance closely resembling the steelyard. Roman balances, plural of Roman balance. Roman bath, any of the buildings in a Roman baths complex. Roman baths, a complex of public buildings in the time of ancient Rome, in which bathing took place as a social activity. Roman brick, a type of brick originating in ancient Rome and spread by the Romans to the lands they conquered. Roman bricks, plural of Roman brick. Roman Britain, the period of British history during which the island of Britain was occupied by Roman forces, i.e. from AD 43 to AD 410. Roman chamomile, Chamaemelum nobile, one of the two species of plants most commonly known as chamomile. Roman chamomiles, plural of Roman chamomile. Roman candle, alternative form of Roman candle. Roman candle, a traditional type of firework that ejects one or more stars or exploding shells. Roman candle, simple past and past participle of Roman candle. Roman candle, simple past and past participle of Roman candle. Roman candles, third person singular simple present indicative of Roman candle. Roman candles, plural of Roman candle, a type of firework. Roman candling, present participle and gerund of Roman candle. Roman candling, present participle and gerund of Roman candle. Roman canon, the canon of the Mass, the oldest anaphora of the Roman rite of the Mass. Roman Catholic, of or pertaining to the Catholic Church and Catholicism. Roman Catholic Church, synonym of Catholic Church. Roman Catholicism, the beliefs or religion of the Roman Catholic Church. Roman Catholics, plural of Roman Catholic. Roman cement, a natural cement made by burning septaria and mixing in sand. Roman cements, plural of Roman cement. Roman chair, an item of exercise equipment that supports the body during exercise of the lower back and sometimes the gluteal muscles, hamstring, and abdominals. Roman chairs, plural of Roman chair. Roman chamomile, Alternative form of Roman chamomile. Roman chamomiles, plural of Roman chamomile. Roman charities, plural of Roman charity. Roman charity, a story where someone is sentenced to die by starvation, but their daughter saves them by secretly breastfeeding them. Roman collar, a clerical collar. Roman collars, plural of Roman collar. Roman cursive, the form of script used in ancient Rome until about the 3rd century AD for Latin handwriting. Roman dodecahedra, plural of Roman dodecahedron. Roman dodecahedron, a small hollow dodecahedral object of bronze or stone with holes in the faces, mostly found at Gallo-Roman sites. Their use and significance is uncertain. Roman Empire, an ancient empire based out of Rome which succeeded the Roman Republic, existed between 27 BCE and 476 CE in the west and until 1453 CE in the east. C. Byzantine Empire, encompassing vast territories in Europe, Asia, and Africa, stretching from Britain and Germany to Spain, North Africa, and the Persian Gulf. Roman empires, plural of Roman Empire. Roman fever, malaria. Roman font, alternative letter case form of Roman font. Roman fonts, plural of Roman font. Roman gallon, synonym of congeus. Roman gallons, plural of Roman gallon. Roman hands and Russian fingers, a tendency towards unwanted sexual touching. Roman holiday, a form of public entertainment characterized by violence, degradation, and suffering. Roman holidays, plural of Roman holiday. Roman kingdom, the earliest period of Roman history during which the city and its territory were ruled by kings. Roman law, the legal system of ancient Rome. Roman mile, an ancient Roman unit of itinerant distance of 1,000 paces. Mil passes, hence also mile from Latin mil, 1,000, indirectly standardized to 5,000 Roman feet by Agrippa in 29 BC. In modern times, Agrippa's imperial Roman mile is empirically estimated to have been around 1,481 meters, 1,620 yards, 4,860 English feet, 0.92 English miles, compared with the modern mile, which is 5,280 feet. Roman miles, plural of Roman mile. Roman month, a quantity of tax paid by electorates or other constituent states to the Holy Roman Empire, abbreviated as RM. Roman months, plural of Roman month. Roman nose, an aquiline nose. Roman noses, plural of Roman nose. Roman numeral, a numeral represented using a Roman system involving the letters I, V, X, L, C, D, and M. Roman numeral, having a Roman numeral or numerals. Roman numerals, plural of Roman numeral. Roman punch, punch the drink frozen and served icy. Roman question, the political dispute between the Italian government and the Roman Catholic Church, which lasted from 1861 to 1929, concerning control of Rome. Roman question, alternative letter case form of Roman question. Roman Republic, the period of ancient Rome where its government operated as a republic approx. 509 BC, 27 BC. Roman ring. A configuration of wormholes where for each individual wormhole the time difference across its mouths is such that it may not allow a closed time-like curve. Roman rings. Plural of Roman ring. Roman Rite. The Latin rite used by the Roman Catholic Church. Roman River. A minor river in Essex, England, which joins the Essex colony opposite Wivenhoe. Roman road. Any of many roads built in Europe, including Britain, by the ancient Romans, many of which survive in various forms. Roman roads. Plural of Roman road. Roman salute. A gesture in which the arm is held out straight with palm down and fingers touching, sometimes associated with modern fascist movements. Roman salutes. Plural of Roman salute. Roman script. Synonym of Latin alphabet. Roman scripts. Plural of Roman script. Roman shade. A kind of window shade that shows a smooth surface while covering the window, unlike most blinds, but closes up into a stack. Roman shades. Plural of Roman shade. Roman shower. A shower stall that is not enclosed by a door or shower curtain. Roman showers. Plural of Roman shower. Roman snail. A land snail of species Helix pomatia, the most commonly eaten species in European cuisine. Roman snails. Plural of Roman snail. Roman square capitals. The form of writing used in ancient Rome for inscriptions. Roman vitriol. Copper Roman 2 sulfate, bluestone. Roman wormwood. A smaller relative of wormwood, Artemisia pontica. This periodal swelling associated with the acute stage of Chagas disease. Roman axio. Synonym of Romanesco dialect spoken in Rome. Romanasi. A village and commune of Salaj County, Romania. Romance. The group of languages and cultures which are derived from Vulgar Latin. Romance fraud. Synonym of romance scam. Romance frauds. Plural of romance fraud. Romance language. Any language descended from Latin. Romance languages. Plural of Romance language. Romance Neo-Latino. A zonal auxiliary language created in 2006, proposed as a pan-Romance language. Romance scam. A confidence trick involving feigning romantic intentions towards a victim in order to commit fraud. Romance scams. Plural of romance scam. Romance tourism. Travel to another region or jurisdiction to seek a romantic relationship. Romance tourists. One who travels for the purpose of romance tourism. Romance tourists. Plural of romance tourist. Romance zone. The situation of being in a romantic relationship with someone. Romanceable. Capable of, or suited to, being romanced. Romance. Simple past and past participle of romance. Romanceful. Full of romance. Romancelandia. The sphere or community of romance writers, readers, and novels. Romanceless. Devoid of romance, loveless, unromantic. Romancelet. A little romance story dealing with love. Romancellets. Plural of Romancellet. Romance-like. Resembling or characteristic of romance or the romance genre. Romancer. One who romances another, one who attempts to win another's affections via romance. Romancers, plural of romancer. Plural of romance. Romancy, romantic, full of romance. Romansch, alternative form of romance. Romancical, dealing with romance. Romancing, present participle and gerund of romance. Romancing the bone, euphemistic form of masturbation. Romancings, plural of romancing. Romances, a romancer or romanticist. Romancests, plural of romancist. Romancy, alternative spelling of romancy. Romandia, a surname. Romandy, the French-speaking part of Switzerland. Romanschite, a mixed oxide mineral of manganese and barium, which is an ore of manganese. Romanschite, alternative spelling of romanschite. Romanschites, plural of romanschite. Romanschites, plural of romanschite. Romaner, a surname. Romanex, plural of Romanek. Romanelli, a surname. Romanelles, plural of Romanelli. Romanello, a surname. Romanelos, plural of Romanello. Romans, Romani, the language of the gypsies. Romanska, a galir. Romanskas, plural of Romanska. Romansko, Romansko broccoli, a light green edible flower bud of certain forms of Brassica oleracea var. Botrytis, which is thus related to broccoli and cauliflower. Its form is a natural approximation of a fractal. Romanskos, plural of Romansko. Romanesque, somewhat resembling the Roman, applied sometimes to the debased style of the later Roman Empire, but especially to the more developed art and architecture prevailing from the 8th century to the 12th. Romansti, several locations in Romania. Romanet, a Roman numeral in lower case, such as Roman II, as frequently introduces list items, or a list item introduced by such. Romanats, plural of Romanat. Romani, a member of the Roma, a nomadic people with origins in India. Romani studies, a field of study concerned with the culture, history, and language of the Romani people. Romania, a country in Southeast Europe. Capital and largest city, Bucharest. Romania, rare spelling of Romania. Romanian, of or relating to Romania, the Romanian people, or the Romanian language. Romanian Carpathian Shepherd, synonym of Carpathian Shepherd dog. Romanian Carpathian Shepherds, plural of Romanian Carpathian Shepherd. Romanian deadlift, a form of deadlift in which the body is bent at the hips and the knees are not bent. Romanian deadlifts, plural of Romanian deadlift. Romanian Moldavia, synonym of Moldova. Romanian Orthodox Church, one of the autocephalous Eastern Orthodox Christian churches. Romanian Sign Language, a sign language used by deaf people in Romania. Romanianization, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of Romanianization. Romanianization, the series of policies aimed toward ethnic assimilation implemented by the Romanian authorities during the 20th century. Romanianize, to make Romanian. Romanianize, simple past and past participle of Romanianize. Romanianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Romanianize. Romanianizing, present participle and gerund of Romanianize. Romanianness, the quality or state of being Romanian. Romanians, plural of Romanian. Romanic, of or relating to Rome or its people, especially ancient Rome. Romanicial, a member of a Romani people found in the United Kingdom. Romanicials, plural of Romanicial. Romanesses, a person who studies or teaches Romance languages and or literature. Romanicists, plural of Romanicists. Romanico, an artificial language composed of regularized source words common to the major Romance languages, created in 1991. It is closely related to Esperanto and Ido. Romaneso, an anonymous international auxiliary language created in 1991 which uses only Romance language vocabulary. Romanet, a zonal auxiliary language created by Zoltán Magyar in 1956 based mainly on the Romance languages. Omaniello, a surname from Italian. Omaniellos, plural of Romaniello. Romanes, plural of Romani. Omaniet, alternative form of Romaniot. Omanias, a member of a Jewish population living in Greece, historically distinct from the Sephardim, who settled in Greece later. Omanios, plural of Romaniot. Omaneas, plural of Romaneat. Romanis, plural of Romani. Romanization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of romanization. Romanizations, plural of romanization. Romanize, alternative form of romanize. Romanize, simple past and past participle of romanize. Romanizer, alternative form of romanizer. Romanizers, plural of romanizer. Romanizers. Third person singular simple present indicative of romanize. Romanesh, pertaining to Roman Catholicism. Romanizing, present participle and gerund of romanize. Romanism. The tenets of the Church of Rome, the Roman Catholic religion. Romanists, a Roman Catholic. Romaneste, relating to Romanistics. Romanistics, the study of Roman law. Romanists, plural of Romanists. Romanidae, the culture, civilization, spirit, ideals, or customs of ancient Rome, the fact of being Roman. Romanization, the act or process of putting text into the Latin Roman alphabet by means such as transliteration and transcription. Romanizations, plural of romanization. Romanize, alternative letter case form of romanize. Romanized, alternative letter case form of romanized. Romanizer, one who romanizes. Romanizers, plural of romanizer. Romanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of romanize. Romanizing, present participle and gerund of romanize. Romanji, misconstruction of Romaji. Romanly, in a Roman manner, like a person from ancient Rome. Romanes, the quality or state of being Roman. Romano, a hard, sharp cheese served grated as a garnish. Romano, pertaining to Rome or Romans. Romano-Byzantine, of or relating to an early medieval style of architecture in which Byzantine and Western elements are combined. Romano-Germanic, of or relating to the ancient Germanic peoples who were subject to the Roman Empire. Romanoward syndrome, the most common form of congenital long QT syndrome. Romanov, a surname from Russian. Romanological, of or relating to Romanology. Romanologist, one who studies Romanology. Romanologists, plural of Romanologists. Romanology, the study of Romania and its people. Romanomania, public enthusiasm among Romanians for their supposed Roman origins. Romanophile, one who has a love of ancient Rome. Romanophiles, plural of Romanophile. Romanophilia, a love of ancient Rome. Romanophilic, having a love of ancient Rome. Romanophilism, a love of ancient Rome. Romanopho, one who fears, hates, or is prejudiced against Rome or the Romans, especially ancient Rome or the Roman Empire, or sometimes the Roman Catholic Church and Pope in Rome. Romanophobes, plural of Romanopho. Romanophobia, fear or hatred of the Roma people. Romanophobic, showing Romanophobia. Romanophone, a person who speaks a Romance language. Romanophones, plural of Romanophone. Roman or Levi, a tetragonal yellow to dark brown colored copper and potassium hydroxychloride. Romanos, plural of Romano. Romanov, alternative form of Romanov. Romanov's theorem, a theorem stating that, given a fixed base b, the set of numbers that are the sum of a prime and a positive integer power of b has a positive lower asymptotic density. Romanova, a surname. Romanovas, plural of Romanova. Romanovian, of or relating to the House of Romanov, the reigning imperial house of Russia from 1613 to 1917. Romanowski, a surname. Romanowskis, plural of Romanowski. Romans, the sixth book of the New Testament of the Bible, the epistle of St. Paul to the Christians in Rome. Romans Aleph, plural of Roman Aleph. Romans Athes, plural of Roman Athes. Revenge, synonym of Rita Romance. Revenge, alternative form of Romansh. Romanshorn, a municipality in Thurgau Canton, Switzerland. Romansky, a surname. Romanskis, plural of Romansky. Romant, obsolete form of Romant. Romantices, plural of Romantici. Romanticy, romantic fantasy, a subgenre of fantasy literature. Romanted, simple past and past participle of romant. Romantic, of or pertaining to romance. Romantic comedies, plural of romantic comedy. Romantic comedy, a genre of fiction, especially film that presents love stories in a humorous and lighthearted way. Romantic friendship, an intensely emotional love relationship between two people in which sexuality is unimportant and typically absent, but there is greater physical affection or emotional communication than is typical for friendship. Romantic friendships, plural of romantic friendship. Romantic guitar, An archaic kind of early guitar from the classical and romantic eras with 6 single strings and a long, fretted neck. Romantic guitars, plural of romantic guitar. Romantic orientation, the tendencies of a person's romantic attraction considered as a whole, often as opposed to sexual attractions. Romantic orientations, plural of romantic orientation. Romantic partner, a person with whom someone is having a social relationship mutually recognized as being for engaging in courtship behavior and developing romantic love. Romantic period, the musical period of time following the classical period falling between about 1820 and the start of the 20th century. Romantica, erotic romance. Romantical, of or pertaining to a romantic tendency or character. Romantically, in a romantic way. Romanticalness, quality of romantical. Romanticization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of romanticization. Romanticizations, plural of romanticization. Romanticize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of romanticize. Romanticize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of romanticized. Romanticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of romanticize. Romanticizing, present participle and gerund of romanticize. Romanticizings, plural of romanticizing. Romanticism, an artistic, literary, musical, and intellectual movement that originated in Europe towards the end of the 18th century, peaking from 1800 to 1850, characterized by its emphasis on emotion and individualism as well as glorification of all the past and nature, preferring the medieval rather than the classical. Romanticisms, plural of romanticism. Romantices, an advocate or follower of romanticism. Romanticistic, of or relating to romanticism. Romanticists, plural of romanticists. Romanticity, the state or condition when romantic feelings are felt or conveyed. Romanticizable, capable of being romanticized. Romanticization, the act or process of romanticizing. Romanticizations, plural of romanticization. Romanticize, to interpret, view, or portray something in a romantic, unrealistic, idealized manner. Romanticize, simple past and past participle of romanticize. Romanticizer, one who romanticizes. Romanticizers, plural of romanticizer. Romanticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of romanticize. Romanticizing, present participle and gerund of romanticize. Romanticizings, plural of romanticizing. Romantic, obsolete form of romantic. Romantics, plural of romantic. Romantically, archaic form of romantically. Romanticness, the state or quality of being romantic. Romantics, plural of romantic. Romanting, present participle and gerund of romant. Romantism, alternative form of romanticism. Romantopia, a fantasy world which serves as an ideal setting for romance as typically imagined by women. Romantopias, plural of romantopia. Roman topic, of or relating to romantopia. Romance, plural of romant. Romanucci, a surname from Italian. Romanuccius, plural of Romanucci. Romani, alternative form of Romani, a member of the Roma people. Romani Rai, a gentleman who cultivates the acquaintance of gypsies. Romani Rise, plural of Romani Rai. Romanza, a kind of sentimental ballad. Romanzas, plural of romanza. Plural of Romani Rai. Romanza, a kind of sentimental ballad. Romanzas, plural of romanza. Romanzabai, a brownish variety of Grosiller. Romophobia, fear, dislike, or hate of Roma people. Rabarit, a barangay of Aurora, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Ramarkai, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal black mineral containing oxygen and tin. Rames, a surname. Rameses, plural of Romas. Ramasiuski, a surname from Polish. Ramasiuskis, plural of Ramasiuski. Rama, alternative form of Romal Indian handkerchief. Ramals, plural of Rama. Romance, obsolete form of romance. Romanzos, plural of romance. Romant, a romantic story told in verse, a romance. Romance, plural of Romont. Romair, an unincorporated community in Liberty County, Texas, United States. Rabbi, a surname from German. Rambais, plural of Ramba. Rambe, a surname. Ramer, a surname. Ramerdir, a surname. Ramerdirs, plural of Ramerger. Ramerjes, similar to the music of Sigmund Ramerg. Ramergism, a swaying or toppling motion in a patient while standing erect with feet together and eyes closed. Ramers, plural of Ramer. Romblemanen, of or pertaining to Romblon. Romblemanens, plural of Romblemanen. Romblai, Romblon province, a province of Mimaropa, Luzon, Philippines, capital Romblon. Romblon bubo, a species of bubocal, Ninox spilinatus, endemic to north-central Philippine islands of Cebu and Tablas in Romblon province. Romblon buboks, plural of Romblon bubo. Romvo, a Bantu language of Tanzania, spoken by the Chaga people. Rombo syndrome, a rare genetic disorder characterized by atrophoderma vermiculatum of the face, multiple milia, telangiectasias, acral erythema, peripheral vasodilation with cyanosis, and a propensity to develop basal cell carcinomas. Rhomboencephalic, misspelling of rhomboencephalic. Rhombolai, old, condemned canvas, rope, etc. unfit for use except in chafing gear. Rhombem, clipping of romantic comedy. Rondami, resembling or characteristic of a romantic comedy. Romcoms, plural of rom-com. Rho, a major city, the capital of Italy and the Italian region of Lazio, located on the Tiber River, the ancient capital of the Roman Empire. Rome beauties, plural of Rome beauty. Rome beauty, a glossy red variety of cooking apple originating near Rome Township, Lawrence County, Ohio, in the early 19th century. Rome Palau, large, specially modified armored bulldozers used in South Vietnam by the United States military during the Vietnam War. Rome plows, plural of Rome plow. Rome rule, alternative form of Rome rule. Rome rule, the control of an autonomous or independent Ireland by the Pope and the Catholic Church, as claimed by Protestant Unionists. Rome vile, alternative spelling of Rumeville. Rome was not built in a day. Alternative form of Rome wasn't built in a day. Rome wasn't built in a day. It takes a long time to create something complicated or impressive. Rome wasn't burned in a day. It takes a long time to destroy something complicated or impressive. Rome Benny, Rumsfee. Rumscott, alternative form of Rumscott. Rumscotts, plural of Rumscott. Romdees, plural of Romdey. Romdey, synonym of romantic comedy. Raumice, a yellow hexactedral-calcium antimonic mineral with the chemical formula Fe-MnSB-TiOOOHF. Raumites, plural of Romite. Rodin, a drinking cup. Romkins, plural of Romkin. Romodale, a breed of domestic sheep native to the United States, produced by crossing Romney Rams and Rambouillet ewes. Romudales, plural of Romudale. Raw malt, the direct liquid phase reduction of ferrous and non-ferrous ores and industrial waste products. Oh, a male given name from the Romance languages. Romeo and Juliet, alternative form of Romeo and Juliet. Romeo and Juliet-esque, alternative form of Romeo and Juliet-esque. Romeo and Juliet, a pair of lovers, particularly if they are young, visibly enamored, and come from families or groups that are on opposing sides of a dispute. Romeo and Juliet couple, a couple who have married without their parents' consent. Romeo and Juliet couples, plural of Romeo and Juliet couple. Romeo and Juliet law, a law that reduces the penalty for voluntary sexual intercourse that would otherwise be statutory rape, typically where the age gap between the participants is no more than a few years. Romeo and Juliet laws, plural of Romeo and Juliet law. Romeo and Juliet-esque, resembling or characteristic of the play Romeo and Juliet by William Shakespeare or its eponymous protagonists. Romeo and Juliet-esque, alternative form of Romeo and Juliet-esque. Romeo pimp, a pimp who lures women into prostitution under the pretext of forming romantic relationships with them. Romeo and Juliet-esque, alternative form of Romeo and Juliet-esque. Romeo and Juliet-esque, alternative form of Romeo and Juliet-esque. Romosque, reminiscent of Shakespeare's Romeo, an ardent male lover. Romeo's, plural of Romeo. Rower, a surname. Romer's gap, an apparent gap in the tetrapod fossil record in the lower Mississippian. Romero, a city in Chile. Omit any extinct putative reptile in the family Romeidae. Ometids, plural of Romeria. Rorilla, any of several plants found in Latin America, often with foliage resembling rosemary leaves. Rorillos, plural of Romerillo. Rumerite, a yellow-brown triclinic mineral containing iron, hydrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. Romerito, seepweed, sea blight. Romero, a surname from Spanish. Romerogram, a cladogram that doubles as a spindle diagram. Romerograms, plural of romerogram. Romeros, plural of Romero. Rowers, plural of Romer. Rowertop, alternative form of Römertopf. Römertopf, an unglazed clay pot for cooking food in. Römertops, plural of Römertopf. Römertops, plural of Römertopf. Romes, the city of Rome in Italy and the city of Constantinople, the new Rome taken together. The empire is ruled by these cities. Romsburg, a surname. Romsburgs, plural of Romsburg. Romsko, a thick red sauce based on nuts and tomatoes and used with seafood. Originating in Catalonian cuisine. Romska and Omsfree. Romskats, plural of Romskat. Rombo, alternative spelling of Rumville. Romard, tending, directed, or headed toward Rome or toward the Roman Catholic Church. Romards, tending or directed toward Rome or toward the Roman Catholic Church. Roex, a system of bidding in bridge. Romi, a surname from German. Romica, the most conservative dialect of Greek, spoken in Turkey. Romies, plural of Romi. Romthelmo, initialism of rolling on the motherfucking floor laughing my ass off. Romthumthau, initialism of roll on the motherfucking floor laughing my motherfucking ass off. Romford, a large town in the borough of Havering, Greater London, historically a market town in Essex OS Grid Ref TQ 5188. Romfords, plural of Romford. Romac, a modified version of a video game created by editing its ROM data. Romact, simple past and past participle of Romhack. Romhacking, present participle and gerund of Romhack. Romax, third person singular simple present indicative of Romhack. Romi, a female given name from Hebrew. Rame, a phonetic alphabet based on the Roman alphabet, a precursor of the International Phonetic Alphabet. Rade, a surname from German. Romex, plural of Romic. Romide-Sin, a anti-cancer agent seen for the Bacterium Chromobacterium virulensium. Romafidine, a veterinary sedative N2-bromo-6-fluorophene, IL-4,5-dihydro-1-H-imidazole 2-amine. Rami, a surname from German. Ramids, plural of Rame. Ramiley, a residential area of Stockport Borough, Greater Manchester, England, originally in Cheshire. Ramana, a female given name. Ramain, a surname. Ramines, plural of Ramai. Rominger, a surname. Romingers, plural of Rominger. Romione, the ship of characters Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger of the Harry Potter series. Romaplastin, synonym of Romaplastum. Romaplastum, a fusion protein analog of thrombopoietin. Ramish, belonging or relating to Rome. Ramishly, in a Romish manner. Romishness, the quality of being Romish. Romus, a Roman Catholic. Romists, plural of Romus. Ramita, a surname. Ramitos, plural of Ramito. Romthe, alternative form of Romkin. Rompkins. Plural of Romkin. Romlai. A constructed language created as a hypothetical descendant of Latin. Romlings. Plural of Romling. Romanes. Plural of Romani. Romani. Obsolete form of Romani. Bravo. A surname. Rommels. Plural of Rommel. Murmeasure. A propensity to claim to have forgotten or act like one has forgotten one's past deeds and political positions. Rami. A surname. Rami Hut. A prefabricated semi-cylindrical steel structure used by the military for storage or as a workshop. Rami huts. Plural of Rami hut. Ramaya. Any of the genus Ramnaya of flowering plant of the poppy family, perennial subshrubs with woody stems and large white flowers with yellow centers. Ramayas. Plural of Ramaya. Ramicare. Healthcare plans instituted by the state of Massachusetts under the governorship of Mitt Romney, which provided for complete coverage of all citizens of the Commonwealth and included an individual mandate to purchase health insurance for those able to pay. Ramacare. Alternative form of Ramicare. Rames. Plural of Rami. Rameshal. Alternative form of Romanishal. Ramishals. Plural of Ramishal. Ramy. A city and rayon of Sumy Oblast, Ukraine. Novo. Romantic modernism, a musical and clubbing movement in the UK in the 1990s, influenced by New Romanticism. Romola. A female given name from Italian. Romoland. A census-designated place in Riverside County, California, United States. Romologist. One who studies romology. Romologists. Plural of romologists. Romology. The study of the Roma people. Ramet. A commune in Vosges department, Grand Est, France. Ramazazumab. An antibody used to treat osteoporosis. Ra. To play about roughly, energetically, or boisterously. Rompome. To win easily, especially in a race. Romp in the hay. A session of sexual intercourse. Ruth. Simple past and past participle of rom. Romped home. Simple past and past participle of romp home. Robber. Someone who romps or frolics. Romper room. A room where victims are tortured and murdered, associated with the Ulster Defense Association. Romper rooms. Plural of romper room. Romper suit. A one-piece garment for an infant or small child. A onesie. Romper suits. Plural of romper suit. Robbered. Simple past and past participle of romper. Robbering. Present participle and gerund of romper. Romperings. Plural of rompering. Rombers. Plural of romper. Rombery. Romping, boisterous play. Robbing. Present participle and gerund of romp. Romping good. Thoroughly successful or satisfying. Romping home. Present participle and gerund of romp home. Rompingly. In a romping manner. Rompings. Plural of romping. Rompish. Given to boisterous play, inclined to romp. Rompishly. In a rompish manner. Rompishness. The quality of being Gampish. Ramfler, an electronic musical instrument that generates sounds by replaying samples stored in ROM, unable to synthesize sounds or to record new samples. Ramflers, plural of Ramfler. Rondo, a traditional, eggnog-like Mexican drink made with eggs, milk, sugar, and vanilla flavoring. Romtopes, plural of Rompope. Rumtopo, a Central American drink similar to eggnog and made with rum, traditionally served during the Christmas season. Ramus, plural of romp. Romp's home, third person singular simple present indicative of romp home. Rompo, broken as an ordinary, cut off, or broken at the top as a chevron, a bend, etc. Rombe, tending to romp, playfully adventurous. Rombitha, a surname. Plural of ROM. Roms, plural of Rom. Romsdal, a district of Mor og Romsdal, Norway. Romet, a group of related ROM images required to emulate a particular game. Romats, plural of Romseth. Romsey, a market town and civil parish with a town council in Test Valley District, Hampshire. England OS Grid Ref SU 3521. Romsey Extra, a former civil parish which surrounded the town of Romsey, Test Valley District, Hampshire, England. It was abolished on 1 April 2023, with most of it merged with Romsey Parish. Romsley, a hamlet and civil parish served by Alveley and Romsley Parish Council in southeast Shropshire, England OS Grid Ref SO 7883. Romualdo, a surname. Romualdos, plural of Romualdo. Romulan, a member of a fictional alien race described as being cunning and opportunistic. Romulans, plural of Romulan. Romulan, of or relating to Romulus. Romulus, the legendary founder of Rome and the twin brother of Remus. Romuluses, plural of Romulus. Rometa, a forced laborer, especially those made to work in the Dutch East Indies under Japanese occupation during the Second World War. Rometa, alternative form of Ramusha, forced laborer. Romuva, a neo-pagan religion from Lithuania that practices reconstructions of the ancient Baltic polytheistic religion. Rome, a female given name. Oran, obsolete spelling of Ramian. Ormans, plural of Ramian. Abbreviation of research octane number. A diminutive of the male given name Ronald. Rendezvous, I dialect spelling of rendezvous. ROTA, acronym of return on net assets. ROTA, a female given name. Rana, a male given name from the Germanic languages. Run, a male given name from Irish. Renation, a country based on an existing one or invented that is hosted on the massively multiplayer online game platform Roblox, in which users roleplay as citizens or government officials. Renations, plural of renation. Running, a surname. Ronins, plural of Ronning. Runwa, a follower of Scientology with a strict or robotic adherence to its teachings. Ronbots, plural of Ronbot. Rod, a surname from Italian. Rodcador, any of several species of Californian cyanoid food fishes, especially Roncador, Stearnsea, spotfin croaker, and others in the Cyanidae family. Roncadori, a surname from Italian. Roncadorus, plural of Roncadori. Roncadors, plural of Roncador. Roncaglian, of or relating to the diet of Roncaglia. Roncalese, an extinct dialect of Basque once spoken in the Roncal Valley. Roncas, plural of Ronca. Roncesvalles, a village in Navarre, Spain, in the Pyrenees, traditionally the site of the death of Roland in the Chanson de Roland. Ronciati, a surname from Italian. Roncigram, the convergent beam diffraction pattern of a known object with features comparable to the diffracting wavelength. Roncigrams, plural of roncigram. Roncho, alternative form of ronquil. Ronchels, plural of roncho. Ronche, a commune near Lille, Nord department, House de France, France. Ronchopathy, alternative form of ronchopathy. Vangosgrivia, a municipality in the metropolitan city of Genoa, Liguria, Italy. Rod, a bank of a river or a canal. Rond anchor, alternative form of rond anchor. Rond anchors, plural of rond anchor. Rond de jambe, the movement of a leg in a semicircular motion, either on the ground par terre or in the air en l'air. Rond d'anchor, a type of anchor with a single fluke used to fasten a boat to a river or canal bank. Rond anchors, plural of rond d'anchor. Rondecure, a French bureaucrat or functionary, an office worker. Ronda, a female given name. Rondake, a circular shield carried by foot soldiers. Rondakes, plural of rondake. Rondalla, an ensemble of stringed instruments played with the plectrum or pick, originating in medieval Spain. Rondallas, plural of rondalla. Rondas, plural of ronda. Rondevel, a traditional circular design of house typically with a conical roof, commonly thatched, still used in rural regions, but also popular as a theme in the ambience of resorts, either as chalets or as cheap utility buildings. Rondevels, plural of rondevel. Rondau, alternative form of rendezvous. Rondals, plural of rondal. Rund, a kind of script in which the heavy strokes are nearly upright, giving the characters when taken together a round look. Rondo, a surname. Rondos, plural of rondo. Rondo, a surname. Rondos, plural of rondo. Rondebosch, a southern suburb of Cape Town, Western Cape Province, South Africa. Rondo, a metric form of verse using two rhymes, usually 14 8 to 10 syllable lines in 3 stanzas, with the first lines of the first stanza returning as refrain of the next 2. Rondelay, roundelay. Rondelays, plural of rondelay. Rondelet, a metric verse form, modeled after the rondo, in 2 rhymes over 7 lines, the first and 4 syllables being repeated as third and refrain final 1, each other line having 8 syllables. Rondelaceae. Any of the genus Rondelaceae of tropical rubiaceous shrubs. Rondelaceaes, plural of Rondelaceae. Rondelet. Any whalefish in the family Rondeletidae. Rondelet is plural of Rondeletidae. Rondellets, plural of rondellet. Rennell, a small circular object. Rennells, plural of rendell. Rondels, plural of rondel. Rondinelle, a surname from Italian. Rondinelles, plural of rondinelli. Rendino, synonym of rendolto. Rendinos, plural of rendino. Rondo, a rondo. Rondels, plural of rondo. Rondo, a musical composition commonly of a lively, cheerful character in which the first strain recurs after each of the other strains. Rondocubism, a form of cubism in post-World War I Czechoslovakia that employed more rounded forms. Rindulti, plural of rindulto. Rindulto, a simple rondo. Rindultos, plural of rindulto. Renonia, a state of the North Region, Brazil. Capital, Porto Velho. Rond Orphi, an isometric diploidal mineral containing aluminum, calcium, chlorine, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, oxygen, silicon, sodium, and titanium. Rondos, plural of rondo. Rondout, an unincorporated community in Libertyville Township, Lake County, Illinois, United States, named after Rondout, NY. Ronds, plural of rond. Ronds de jam, plural of ronde de jam. Ronds de cure, plural of ronde de cure. Ronger, a graceful curvature or round object, a ring, a sphere. Rongers, plural of ronger. A surname. Rhone pipe, a downpipe, a drainpipe. Rhone pipes, plural of Rhone pipe. Rona, any of several types of xylophone used in traditional Cambodian music. Ronat Dak, a Cambodian metallophone. Ronat Ak, a xylophone used in the Khmer classical music of Cambodia. Ronat Thung, a low-pitched xylophone used in the Khmer classical music of Cambodia. Ronats, plural of Ronat. Oyo, a copying machine using stencils. Ronote, simple past and past participle of ronio. Odio, present participle and gerund of ronio. Oviaos, plural of rodeo. Wones, plural of roan. Ronet, a female given name. Roni, a surname. Ronis, plural of Roni. Da, a county of Yulin, Guangxi, Zhuang Autonomous Region, China. Ravida, a southeastern Bantu language spoken just south of Maputo in Mozambique. Rocher, a district of Chongqing, China. Wangchang, a county-level city of Weihai, Shandong, China. Roderick, alternative form of Rongerik. Runjalab, an atoll in the Marshall Islands. Jalapes, of or from Ronjalap Atoll in the Marshall Islands. Rongerik, an unpopulated coral atoll of 17 islands in the Pacific Ocean, located in the Rallick chain of the Marshall Islands. Rongeur, an instrument with a sharp-edged, scoop-shaped tip for gouging out bone. Rongeurs, plural of rongeur. Rumjang, a Javanese dancing girl. Rumjangs, plural of rongjang. Rongrongo, an early glyphic writing system of Easter Island, written in reverse Boustrophedon and as yet undeciphered. Rongos, a barangay of Libmanan, Camarines Sur, Philippines. Oda, a female given name. Ronidazole, an antiprotozoal agent used in veterinary medicine for the treatment of histomoniasis and swine dysentery. Ovirpalm, Palmyra palm of the genus Borraceous. Omeirpalms, plural of Romeir palm. Ronifibrate, a fibrate that is a combined ester of clofibric acid and niacin with 1,3-propanediol. Ronin, a male given name originating as a coinage. Rodin, alternative spelling of Ronin. Ronins, plural of Ronin. Ronins, plural of Ronin. Ronian, alternative form of Ronian. Ronians, plural of Ronian. Ranavirus, any virus of the family Rhanaviridae that typically infect crustaceans. Rhinoviruses, plural of rhinovirus. Rania, a female given name, variant of Ronia. Rai, a surname. Rago, a traditional loose-fitting knee-length garment worn by chiefs, blacksmiths, warriors, and secret society officials in certain tribes of Sierra Leone, particularly the Limba, Koranko, and Yalanka, and said to protect against both natural and supernatural weapons when worn in battle. Roncos, plural of Ronco. Weiss, plural of Ronc. Rado, in the International System of Units and other metric systems of units, multiplying the unit to which it is attached by 10^2 is short-scale octillion or long-scale quadrilliard. Symbol, R. Rudabet, 1 octillion 10^2 bits. See symbol, RB. Ronabets, plural of Ronabet. Ronabai, 1 octillion 10^2 bytes. See symbol, RB. Ronabytes, plural of ronabyte. Ronogram, and see unit of mass equal to 10^2 grams. Symbol, RG. Ronogram, alternative spelling of ronogram. Ronograms, plural of ronogram. Ronograms, plural of ronogram. Ronoliter, 1 octillion 10^2 liters. Ronoliter, 1 octillion 10^2 liters. Ronometer, U.S. spelling of ronometer. Ronometers, plural of ronometer. Rotometer, and see unit of length equal to 10^2 meters. Symbol, RM. Ronometers, plural of ronometer. Ronoparsec, an astronomical unit of distance equal to 10^2 parsecs. Ronoparsecs, plural of ronoparsec. Ronescond, and see unit of time equal to 10^2 seconds. Symbol, RS. Ronesconds, plural of Ronescond. A surname. Ronnie Burgess, a monoclinic prismatic reddish-brown mineral containing magnesium, manganese, oxygen, potassium, and vanadium. Ronnie, a diminutive of the male given name Ronald. Ron Icon, the ship of characters Rennie and Santiago and Lincoln Loud from the animated television series The Loud House. Rotting, a surname. Rottings, plural of Ronning. Runny, a diminutive of the male given name Ronald. Rockwell, a perciform marine fish of the family Bathmasteridae, related to the eelpouts and prowfish. Renquillo, a surname from Spanish. Renquillos, plural of renquillo. Rhymequills, plural of rhymequill. Rudder, initialism of Robert's Rules of Order newly revised, the book establishing rules of parliamentary procedure and forming part of the bylaws of organizations in the United States. Plural of RON. Ronsardian, of or relating to the French poet Pierre de Ronsard 1524-1585. Ronstorfer, synonym of Zionite member of various Protestant Christian religious sects. Ronstorvers, plural of Ronstorfer. Ronstorfian, synonym of Ronstorfer. Ronstorfians, plural of Ronstorfian. Ramziel, designates something that does exactly what one would expect or understand from its outward appearance or description. Ronson, M4 Sherman tank due to the proclivity of Shermans to burst into flames from a single hit. Ronsons, plural of Ronson. Ronstadt, a surname, but obsolete form of runt. Rottle, a type of palm tree, Borsius flabellifer. Rontelizumab, a humanized monoclonal antibody being investigated for the treatment of systemic lupus erythematosus. Rontals, plural of Rontal. Röntgen, a surname from German, notably of Wilhelm Röntgen. Röntgenray, alternative form of Röntgenray. Röntgenrays, plural of Röntgenray. Röntgenite, a mixed carbonate and fluoride of calcium and a lanthanide, typically cerium or lanthanum. Monzonites, plural of Rontgenite. Röntgenium, rare spelling of Röntgenium. Röntgenize, to render air or other gas conducting by the passage of X-rays. Röntgenize, simple past and past participle of röntgenize. Röntgenizing, present participle and gerund of röntgenize. Röntgenogram, alternative form of röntgenogram. Röntgenograms, plural of röntgenogram. Röntgenology, dated form of röntgenology. Röntgens, plural of Röntgen. Rutsa, India International System of Units and other metric systems of units, multiplying the unit to which it is attached by 10 to short scale octillionth or long scale quadrilyre. Symbol R. Runtogram, and C unit of mass equal to 10 2 grams. Symbol Rg. Runtogram, alternative spelling of rontogram. Rontograms, plural of rontogram. Rontograms, plural of rontogram. Once, plural of ront. Ronia, a female given name, variant of Ronia. Ronia, a mangy or scabby creature. Ronians, plural of Ranyan. Once, abbreviation of rest of New Zealand beyond Auckland. Oh, peace, quietness. Rubar, a metal bar or framework of metal bars on the front of the vehicle to protect it during collisions with kangaroos or cattle. Rhubars, plural of rhubarb. Rhuburger, a burger made with kangaroo meat. Rhuburgers, plural of rhuburger. Routouille, a native people of French Guiana. Rood, a surname. Rood beam, a beam across the chancel of a church for supporting the rood. Rood beams, plural of rood beam. Roodent, a suburb of Oldbury, Metropolitan Borough of Sandwell, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0088. Rood geese, plural of rood goose. Rood goose, the barnacle goose. Rood screen, a carved screen that separated the chancel and nave in a medieval church. It originally carried a large crucifix, an altar screen. Rood screens, plural of rood screen. Rood lot, a gallery over the rood screen. Rood lots, plural of rood loft. Rood screen, alternative form of rood screen. Rood screens, plural of rood screen, alternative form of rood screens. Rood steeple, a spire built over the entrance to the chancel. Rood steeples, plural of rood steeple. Rood tree, the cross on which Jesus was crucified. Rood trees, plural of rood tree. Rudibach, a South African antelope, the pala. Rudibox, plural of Rudibach. Rudiport, a town in the Gauteng province of South Africa. Roodlot, alternative spelling of roodloft. Roodlot, plural of roodloft. Ridmas, Feast of the Cross. Roads, plural of rood. Roof, a Chinese constellation located near Aquarius and Pegasus, one of the 28 lunar mansions and part of the larger black turtle. Roof assemblies, plural of roof assembly. Roof assembly, an assembly of interacting roof components including the roof deck, vapor retarder if needed, insulation, and roof covering. Roof comb, the structure that tops a pyramid in monumental Mesoamerican architecture, typically consisting of two walls leaning on each other, covered with plaster and decorated with depictions of gods or rulers. Roof combs, plural of roof comb. Roof kerr, a raised frame used to mount mechanical units such as air conditioning or exhaust fans, skylights, etc. on a roof. Roof curbs, plural of roof kerr. Roof deck, the flat layer of construction materials to which the weather impervious layers are attached to form a roof. It is known as the roof deck, and they may be either level for a flat rooftop or sloped. Roof decks, plural of roof deck. Roof garden, a garden on the roof of a building. Roof gardens, plural of roof garden. Roof knocking, the practice of dropping a non-explosive or low-yield device on a target around 10 to 15 minutes before a bombing in order to caution any civilians present to flee, so as to minimize civilian casualties. Roof light, a window or set of windows set into a roof of a building in order to admit light. Roof lights, plural of roof light. Roof of the mouth, the upper internal surface of the mouth that separates the oral and nasal cavities, found in humans and some other mammals. Roof of the world, the various high mountainous regions in Asia consisting of Pamir, the Himalayas, Tibet, and Mount Everest. Roof over one's head. Somewhere to live, shelter. Roof prism. A reflective optical prism containing a section where two faces meet at a 90 degrees angle, resembling the roof of a building. Reflection from the two 90 degrees faces returns an image that is flipped laterally across the axis where the faces meet. Roof prisms. Plural of roof prism. Roof rabbit. Cat mate. Roof rabbits. Plural of roof rabbit. Roof rack. A rack attached to the top of a car or other vehicle, used to hold luggage or similar items. Roof racks. Plural of roof rack. Roof rake. A long-handled tool for pulling snow off a roof. Roof rakes. Plural of roof rake. Roof rat. The black rat. Roof rats. Plural of roof rats. Roof riding. Riding illegally on the roof of a train or car, bus, etc. for the thrills. Roof square. 100 square feet. Roof squares. Plural of roof square. Roof tax. A tax based on house prices proposed as an alternative to the poll tax in the 1990s. Roof taxes. Plural of roof tax. Roof tile. A ridge tile. A tile for the ridge of a roof. Roof tiles. Plural of roof tile. Roof tree. The ridgepole of a peaked roof, especially that of a house. Roof trees. Plural of roof tree. Roof brain chatter. Incoherent, idle thoughts at the top of the brain. Roof plate. A wall plate that receives the lower ends of the rafters of a roof. Roof plates. Plural of roof plate. Roofed. Roofing, material used to make a roof or the roof itself. Roofages. Plural of roofage. Roof ball. A game in which players attempt to keep a ball in play by alternately bouncing it off a sloping roof. Roof beam. Any of the beams that form a roof. Roof beams. Plural of roof beam. Roof bolt. A safety bolt installed in the roof of an underground mine. Roof bolted. Simple past and past participle of roof bolt. Roof bolter. A machine for installing roof bolts. Roof bolters. Plural of roof bolter. Roof bolting. Present participle and gerund of roof bolt. Roof bolts. Plural of roof bolt. Roof box. A specially contrived opening above a doorway, usually aligned to mark an astronomical event. Roof boxes. Plural of roof box. Roof. Obsolete spelling of roof. Roof. Having a roof, or a particular kind of roof. Roofed turtle. Any of the obsolete genus Kachuga of Asian turtles now placed in Badagar and Panchura. Roofed turtles. Plural of roofed turtle. Roofer. A craftsman who lays or repairs roofs. Roofers. Plural of roofer. Roofful. A quantity that sits on a roof. Rooffuls. Plural of roofful. Roof garden. Alternative form of roof garden. Roof gardens. Plural of roof garden. Roofie. Rohypnol. Roofie. Affected by or under the influence of roofies. Roofie. Present participle and gerund of roofie. Roofies. Plural of roofie. Roofie. Material used on the outside of a roof, such as shingles. Roofing bone. Any of the bones covering the brain, eyes, and nostrils in bony fishes and all land living vertebrates. Roofing bones, plural of roofing bone. Roofing nail, any of various designs of nails used to fasten roofing materials to a substrate with large heads intended to minimize the risk of leaks. Roofing nails, plural of roofing nail. Roofing tin, turn tin-based alloy. Roofings, plural of roofing. Roofless, without a roof, open to the sky. Rooflessness, the state of being roofless. Rooflet, a small roof or covering. Rooflets, plural of rooflet. Rooflight, alternative form of roof light. Rooflights, plural of rooflight. Rooflike, resembling or characteristic of a roof. Roofline, the profile of a roof or a series of roofs. Rooflines, plural of roofline. Roof plate, alternative form of roof plate. Roof plates, plural of roof plate. Roofs, plural of roof. Roofs over one's head, plural of roof over one's head. Roofscape, a landscape above ground formed by roofs of buildings. Roofscapes, plural of roofscape. Roof space, the space inside a roof between the roof and the ceiling. Roof spaces, plural of roof space. Roof spa, debris from the roof and walls of a cave or similar shelter. Roof spalls, plural of roof spall. Roof tile, alternative form of roof tile. Roof tiles, plural of roof tile. Rooftop, synonym of roof, a Chinese constellation. Rooftop of the world, synonym of roof of the world. Roof tower, a person who takes selfies or videos with expansive and vertiginous urban views and cityscapes, usually, but not always, from locations restricted to the public. Rooftoppers, plural of rooftopper. Rooftopping, a form of urban exploration by accessing a rooftop to acquire skyline photography, often done illegally with the risk of personal injury. Rooftops, plural of rooftop. Roof-tree, the primary beam of a roof, the ridgepole, hence the roof itself. Roof trees, plural of roof tree. Roofward, toward the roof. Roofwise, in the manner of a roof. Roofy, having roofs. Roofy. Present participle and gerund of roofie. Ruafza, a brand name for a concentrated syrup, commonly diluted with water or milk to create a squash, which is widely popular in South Asia, manufactured by the pharmaceutical companies Handard Laboratories India, Handard Laboratories Waqf Pakistan, and Handard Laboratories Waqf Bangladesh. Ruibach, the impala. Ruibox, plural of ruibach. Rooibos, a shrub Aspalathus linearis from which a tisane herbal tea is made. Rooibos tea, a beverage made from the rooibos plant. Rooibos teas, plural of rooibos tea. Rooibosh, alternative form of rooibos. Ruios, a settlement in Overberg District Municipality, Western Cape, South Africa. Ruigris, a perennial grass Themata triandra that has large red-brown spikelets. Ruicath. Caracal. Ruicats, plural of ruicat. Ruinek, alternative form of ruinek. Ruinex, plural of ruinek. Ruinek, an Englishman or a South African that speaks English as opposed to Afrikaans. Ruinek, plural of ruinek. Ruinex, plural of ruinek. A European bird, Corvus frugilgus of the crow family. Rook and rabbit rifle, synonym of rook rifle. Rook and rabbit rifles, plural of rook and rabbit rifle. Rook lift, a tactic in which a rook is moved off the back rank to a position past its pawns. Rook lifts, plural of rook lift. Rook polynomial, a generating polynomial of the number of ways to place non-attacking rooks on a generalized form of chessboard. Rook polynomials, plural of rook polynomial. Rook rifle, an English single-shot dropping block or break-action small-caliber rifle for shooting rooks and rabbits. Rook rifles, plural of rook rifle. Rook's pawn, a pawn on the rook's file, i.e. the A file or H file. Rook's pawns, plural of rook's pawn. Ruvard, a surname. Ruvard, plural of rookard. A surname. Rooked, simple past and past participle of rook. Rover, a surname. Rotary, having a rookery. Rookeries, plural of rookery. Rooters, plural of rooker. Rovery, a colony of breeding birds or other animals. Plural of rook. Rookie, an inexperienced recruit, especially in the police or armed forces. Rookie card, a sports car that is the first to feature an athlete after that athlete has participated in the highest level of competition within his or her sport. Rookie cards, plural of rookie card. Rookie numbers, low numbers or a small amount of something, especially seen as signaling one's inexperience or naivete. Rookie, simple past and past participle of rookie. Rookie-like, characteristic of a rookie, amateurish, naive. Ove, comparative form of rookie, more rookie. Rookies, plural of rookie. Oviet, superlative form of rookie, most rookie. Rookie, present participle and gerund of rook. Rookins, plural of rooking. Roovish, resembling or characteristic of a rook bird. Rookus, without rooks, the birds. Rooklet, a little rook type of bird. Rooklets, plural of rooklet. Rook-like, resembling or characteristic of a rook. A surname. Rooks County, one of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Stockton. Bruckstuhl, a surname from German. Bruckstuhls, plural of Ruckstuhl. Ruckus, alternative form of ruckus. Recusis, plural of ruckus. Roplies, moving exclusively in cardinal directions as a rook moves in chess. Rookie, full of rooks. Rookyard, a surname. Rookyards, plural of rookyard. Erdier, present participle and gerund of roki. Durago, to ruffle. Ru, simple past and past participle of rule. Rui, peaceful, still. Rue, present participle and gerund of rule. Ruus, third person singular simple present indicative of rule. Hue, alternative form of buel commotion, rowdiness, uproar, hubbub. Ue, alternative form of buel commotion, rowdiness, uproar, hubbub. Ru, a separate part of a building, enclosed by walls, a floor, and a ceiling. Room and board, a place of lodging with daily meals board, usually provided in return for rent or other considerations. Room and pillar, a variant of breast stoping in which the mine material is extracted across a horizontal plane, creating horizontal arrays of rooms and pillars. Room hour, a room rented by the hour, usually used for sexual liaisons. Room divider, a screen or piece of furniture placed in a way that it divides a room into separate areas. Room dividers, plural of room divider. Room for a pony, minimum trappings of the minor landed gentry. Room for Tao, eventuality. Room for maneuver, synonym of wiggle room. Roomin, of a mother and her new baby, to stay together in the same room. Roommeet, person as present in a passive way or to make up the numbers, bystander s. Room of doom, a cave behind a waterfall that is filled with the crashing water, a potential hazard for canoes or kayaks. Room parties, plural of room party. Room party, a small fan gathering, typically held in a hotel room. Room service, the provision of food, drink, and other refreshments to a guest room. Room set, alternative form of room set. Room sets, plural of room set. Room spray, perfume marketed for spraying in a room. Room temp, clipping of room temperature. Room temperature, a normal temperature of a room in which people live, typically 20 to 23 degrees C, 68 to 73 degrees F, neither heated nor cooled. Room temperature challenge, a notional challenge where the goal is to die. Room temperature challenges, plural of room temperature challenge. Room temperature IQ, alternative form of room temperature IQ. Room temperature IQS, plural of room temperature IQ. Room temperature IQ, alternative form of room temperature IQ. Room temperature IQs, plural of room temperature IQ. Room temperatures, plural of room temperature. Room to maneuver, alternative form of room for maneuver. Room tone, the ambient sounds in a room or on a set. Room tones, plural of room tone. Room scale, a virtual reality system designed to allow users to walk around freely in a designated area with their real-life motion reflected in the simulated environment. Room set, alternative form of room set. Room sets, plural of room set. Room temperature IQ, alternative form of room temperature IQ. Room temperature IQS, plural of room temperature IQ. Room temperature IQ, a below average IQ. Room temperature IQs, plural of room temperature IQ. Rumid. Space, place, room. Rumal. Alternative form of Rummel Indian handkerchief. Rumals. Plural of rumal. Roommate. Misspelling of roommate. Ruma. Alternative form of Rummel Indian handkerchief. Rumals. Plural of rumal. Roomba. A robotic vacuum cleaner made and sold by iRobot. Roombas. Plural of Roomba. A surname. Room. Simple past and past participle of room. Roomed in. Simple past and past participle of room in. Roomer. A person who rents a room. Roomers. Plural of roomer. Roomers. Plural of room. Roomette. A small private compartment for one person in a railroad sleeping car. Roomettes. Plural of roomette. Roomful. The amount that a room can hold, especially the number of people that can fit into a room. Roomfuls. Plural of roomful. Roomie. A roommate. Comparative form of roomie, more roomy. Roomies. Plural of roomie. Roomiest. Superlative form of roomy, most roomy. Roomily. In a roomy manner, spaciously. Roominess. The quality of a roomy. Rooting. Present participle and gerund of room. Rooming house. A house which rents out furnished apartments. Rooming houses. Plural of rooming house. Rooting in. Present participle and gerund of room in. Rooting in. The practice of placing the newborn in a crib near the mother's bed instead of in a nursery during the hospital stay. Roomkeeper. A person employed by a hotel or similar establishment to clean, maintain, and restock the rooms. Roomkeepers. Plural of roomkeeper. Roomless. Without a room. Roomlessness. Absence of room or rooms. Roomlet. A little room or room-like space. Roomlets. Plural of roomlet. Room-like. Resembling a room. Roomway. Ruby, spacious. Roommate. A person with whom one shares a room, as in a dormitory, barracks, rooming house, or apartment. Roommatehood. The state of being a roommate. Roommately. Of or befitting a roommate. Roommateness. The state of individuals being or acting like roommates. Roommates. Plural of roommate. Roommateship. The state or relationship of being roommates. Rooms. Plural of room. Room is by the hour. Plural of room by the hour. Rooms for doubt. Plural of room for doubt. Rooms in. Third person singular simple present indicative of room in. Rooms of doom. Plural of room of doom. Room scale. Alternative form of room scale. Room set. A model or part of a showroom, etc. furnished to look like a room in a house. Roomettes. Plural of room set. Room is full. Plural of roomful. Room is on. Characterized or marked by room or roominess, spacious. Room, sufficient space for a person or thing to occupy, place. Roomthy, roomy, spacious. Rumor, toward a room. Room-wise, in terms of rooms. Roomy, spacious, expansive, comfortable. A shred or remnant usually of cloth. Rude, ruined, utterly spoiled or destroyed. Rudy, a surname from Irish. Ruinist, reminiscent or characteristic of Mickey Rooney, born Joseph Yule, Jr. in 1920, American film actor and entertainer. Boo, to cry, shout. Ruva, a female given name from Sanskrit. Boot, simple past and past participle of rube. Ruvta, suffering from any affection of the throat or chest which renders the voice hoarse. Ruby, obsolete form of rupee. Rupees, plural of rupee. Rube, present participle and gerund of rube. Rube, horrors, hasti. Rubes, plural of rube. Ruby, horse. Rorbai, a defamatory forgery or falsehood published for purposes of political intrigue. Rorbais, plural of rorba. Rorba, alternative form of rorba. Rorbacks, plural of rorbach. Rorda, a surname. Rordas, plural of rorda. A surname. Rusa oil, ras oil. Ris, a surname. Ris, simple past and past participle of Rus. Roosendaal, a city and municipality in North Brabant, Netherlands. Ruzes, plural of Rus. Roosevelt, a number of places in the United States. Roosevelt County, one of 56 counties in Montana, United States. County seat, Wolf Point. Roosevelt elk, Cervus canadensis roosevelti, the largest of the 4 surviving subspecies of elk in North America. Rooseveltian, relating to the Roosevelt family, an American political family including Theodore Roosevelt 1858-1919, 26th President of the United States, and Franklin D. Roosevelt 1882-1945, 32nd President of the United States. Rooseveltiana, objects, materials, or documents relating to the Roosevelt family. Rooseveltism, Rooseveltian politics. Rooseveltite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, bismuth, and oxygen. Russian, pronunciation spelling of Russian, representing dialectal English. Russians, plural of Russian. Ruye, pronunciation spelling of Russian. Rusians, plural of Rusian. Ruse, present participle and gerund of Rus. Ruski, alternative form of Ruski, Ireland. Ruski, a village in County Roscommon, Ireland, on the River Shannon. Roosmelon's dwarf marmoset, a New World monkey Calothrix humilis or Calibella humilis, about 5-6 inches tall at adulthood. Roosmelon's dwarf marmosets, plural of Roosmelon's dwarf marmoset. Rus, the place where a bird sleeps, usually its nest or a branch. Rushak, the male of the domestic a cock. Roostcocks, plural of roostcock. Roosted, simple past and past participle of roost. Rooster, the 10th of the 12-year cycle of animals which appear in the Chinese zodiac related to the Chinese calendar. Rooster booster, synonym of chicken cannon. Rooster boosters, plural of rooster booster. Rooster sauce, sriracha sauce. Rooster sauces, plural of rooster sauce. Rooster tail, alternative form of rooster tail. Rooster tails, plural of rooster tail. Roosterfish, a game fish of species Nematistias pectoralis, sole species of family Nematistidae, found in the warmer waters of the East Pacific from Baja California to Peru, distinguished by its rooster comb, 7 very long spines of the dorsal fin. Roosterfish, plural of roosterfish. Roosterhood, the state or period of being a rooster. Rooster, resembling or characteristic of a rooster. Roosterus, without a rooster. Roosterli, resembling or characteristic of a rooster. Roosterly, resembling or characteristic of a rooster. Roosterness, the quality of being a rooster or having characteristics typical of a rooster. Cockiness. Roosters, plural of rooster. Rooster tap, a violent fountain or spray, especially one caused by a moving vehicle or boat. Rooster tail, simple past and past participle of rooster tail. Rooster tailing, present participle and gerund of rooster tail. Rooster tails, plural of rooster tail. Roosting, present participle and gerund of roost. Roostings, plural of roosting. Roostmate, a bird that shares a roost with another. Roostmates, plural of roostmate. Earths, plural of roost. But, an English surname from Middle English from a byname from Middle English wrote glad. Root about, to forage by poking the snout here and there. Root account, synonym of root the first user account with complete access to the operating system and its configuration. Root accounts, plural of root account. Root and branch, total, thorough, sweeping, complete, radical, drastic. Root around, alternative form of root about. Root bark, the bark from the roots of a woody plant. Root barks, plural of root bark. Root beer, a beverage, most often a carbonated soft drink made from a combination of vanilla, cherry tree bark, licorice root, sarsaparilla root, sassafras root bark, nutmeg, anise, and molasses, among other things. Root beer float, a dessert consisting of root beer poured over vanilla ice cream so that the ice cream floats. Root beer floats, plural of root beer float. Root beers, plural of root beer. Root canal, the hollow part of the root of a tooth containing the nerve and blood vessels. Root canals, plural of root canal. Root cap, a cap of cells covering the growing extremity of a root. Root caps, plural of root cap. Root cause, an initiating cause of a chain of events which leads to an outcome or effect of interest. Root cause, simple past and past participle of root cause. Root causes, plural of root cause. Root causing, present participle of root cause. Root cellar, a structure built underground or partially underground and used to store vegetables, fruits, and nuts or other foods. Root cellar, simple past and past participle of root cellar. Root cellaring, present participle and gerund of root cellar. Root cellars, plural of root cellar. Root disease, any of several plant diseases affecting the root system. Root diseases, plural of root disease. Root doctor, a person who uses roots and other herbal remedies for healing. Root doctors, plural of root doctor. Root effect, a physiological phenomenon in fish hemoglobin whereby an increased proton or carbon dioxide concentration, lower pH, lowers hemoglobin's avidity and carrying capacity for oxygen. Root effects, plural of root effect. Root extraction, the process or result of computing the nth root of a real or complex number. Root extractions, plural of root extraction. Root field, splitting field. Root fields, plural of root field. Root flies, plural of root fly. Root fly, Delia radicum, the cabbage fly, a pest on crops. Root for, to support a favored person, team, or result. Root hair, the rhizoid of a vascular plant, a tubular outgrowth of a trichoblast, a hair-forming cell on the epidermis of a plant root. Root hairs, plural of root hair. Rootkit, alternative spelling of rootkit. Rootkits, plural of rootkit. Root means square, the square root of the arithmetic mean of the squares of a set of numbers or values. Root means square velocity. The root means square of the velocities of all the molecules in a volume of gas, directly proportional to its temperature in the case of an ideal gas. Root means squares. Plural of root means square. Root morpheme, a monomorphemic stem, irreducible into more meaningful elements. Root morphemes, plural of root morpheme. Root nodule, a lump found on the roots of some plants, primarily legumes, that forms a symbiosis with nitrogen-fixing bacteria known as rhizobia, allowing the plant to obtain nitrogen directly from the atmosphere, which most plants cannot do. Root nodules, plural of root nodule. Root noun, in Indo-European languages and Proto-Indo-European, an archaic type of noun formed by adding inflectional endings directly to the root, with no intermediate suffixes. Root nouns, plural of root noun. Root of all evil. Something that is perceived to be a root cause of all the world's evil. Root of scarcity, synonym of mangelwurzel. Root of unity, an element of a given field, especially a complex number x such that for some positive integer n, xn equals 1. Root house, to remove or abolish completely. Root parsley, a type of parsley with a large edible root, Petrosolinum crispum radicosum group, or Petrosolinum crispum ssp tuberosum. Root parsleys, plural of root parsley. Root plant, a plant or kind of plant that is used for its roots or tubers, sometimes distinguished from a tuber plant. Root position, a position of a chord when the root is the lowest note. Root positions, plural of root position. Root pressure, the result of osmosis exerted by the roots of vascular plants that moves water into the leaves and causes guttation. Root pressures, plural of root pressure. Root rot. Any of several plant fungal diseases caused by having overwet roots. Root rots. Plural of root rot. Root system. The structure comprising the roots of a plant. Root systems. Plural of root system. Root tea. A type of herbal tea made from any of various roots, sometimes with other ingredients such as leaves and flowers, traditionally mainly a folk medicine on various continents and today more often a beverage, traditionally lightly fermented, but non-alcoholically so. Root teas, plural of root tea. Root up, to dig or pull up by the roots. Root user, synonym of root the first user account with complete access to the operating system and its configuration. Root users, plural of root user. Root vegetable, a vegetable whose the edible part is the root, such as the carrot, potato, or onion. Root vegetables, plural of root vegetable. Root vole, a vole of species Microtus oeconomus. Root voles, plural of root vole. Root word, a prefix in an English word derived from Greek or Latin. Root words, plural of root word. Root and branch, alternative form of root and branch. Root and brancher, a member of the English independents who advocated local congregational control of religious and church matters without any wider ecclesiastical or political hierarchy. Root and branchers, plural of root and brancher. Root bound, alternative form of root bound. Root cause, alternative form of root cause. Root fallen, of a plant that has become too large and heavy to support itself and has fallen over, so uprooting itself. Root not nematode, any nematode of the genus Melodagine, which parasitize the roots of various plants. Root noun, alternative spelling of root noun. Root nouns, plural of root noun. Root rocker, a musician who plays roots rock. Root rockers, plural of root rocker. Rootable, that can be rooted. Root ball, the mass of roots and associated soil that comes up with a plant lifted from the soil or from a container. Root balls, plural of root ball. Root bark, alternative spelling of root bark. Root barks, plural of root bark. Root beer, alternative spelling of root beer. Root beers, plural of root beer. Root bound, having outgrown its pot so that the roots are cramped and tangled. Root cap, alternative form of root cap. Root caps, plural of root cap. Root, alternative form of root squirm, move around. Root, simple past and past participle of root. Rootches, third person singular simple present indicative of root. Rootsche, present participle and gerund of root. Rooted, having roots or a certain type of roots. Rooted about, simple past and past participle of root about. Rooted around, simple past and past participle of root around. Rooted for, simple past and past participle of root for. Rooted out, simple past and past participle of root out. Rooted to the floor, synonym of rooted to the spot. Rooted to the ground, synonym of rooted to the spot. Rooted to the spot, not moving or flinching due to surprise. Rooted tree, a tree in which one vertex has been designated as the root. root. Rooted trees, plural of rooted tree. Rooted up, simple past and past participle of root up. Rootedly, in a rooted manner, ingrainedly. Rootedness, the state, a quality of being rooted. Rooter, one who, or that which roots, one that tears up by the roots. Rooteries, plural of rootery. Rooters, plural of rooter. Rotary, a stumpery. Earths, a peerage in the United Kingdom. Rootus, second person singular simple present indicative of root. Ruta, third person singular simple present indicative of root. Rootass, firmly rooted. Rootassness, the quality of evus fast. Root finder, an algorithm for finding roots of an equation. Root finders, plural of root finder. Root finding, the process of finding the root of an equation. Root, a surname. Rootire, alternative form of root hair. Rootize, plural of rootire. Roothold, attachment by means of roots. Rootholds, plural of root. Roothold. Roothole, a hole in the ground formed by the growth of plant roots. Rootholes, plural of roothole. Rooted, comparative form of rooty, more rooty. Rooted, superlative form of rooty, most rooty. Roote, pronunciation spelling of rooting. Written tute, loudly exciting or impressive, boisterous, riotous. Rootin, tootin, alternative form of rootin tootin. Written tute, alternative form of rootin tootin. Routinist tootinus, alternative form of routinist tootinist. Routinus, the quality of being rooty. Routinus tootinus, superlative form of rootin tootin, most rootin tootin. Rooty, a system of roots, a secure attachment in something, a firm grounding. Rooting about, present participle and gerund of root about. Rooting around, present participle and gerund of root around. Rooting for, present participle and gerund of root for. Rooting hormone, an hormone administered to encourage root growth and increase the success rate of taking root. Rooting interests, a desire for or interest in the success of a particular person or group, often a sports team. Rooting interests, plural of rooting interests. Rooting out, present participle and gerund of root out. Rooting reflex, a reflex in infants in which the head is turned towards any stimulus used to find the nipple. Rooting tooting, alternative spelling of rootin tootin. Rooting up, present participle and gerund of root up. Rooting tooting, alternative spelling of rootin tootin. Rootings, plural of rooting. Rootte, a set of software tools used by a third party to gain unauthorized access to a computer system and control the system while concealing itself from the user. Rootkits, plural of rootkit. Rootide, simple past and past participle of rootkit. Rookiting, present participle and gerund of rootkit. Revo, to dig into the ground with the snout. Rudolf, Simple past and past participle of rootle. Rootles. Third person singular simple present indicative of rootle. Rootless. Of a plant or another thing, having no roots. Rootless cosmopolitan. A Jew, particularly in the context of the anti-Semitic campaign in the Soviet Union from 1948 to 1953. Rootless cosmopolitans. Plural of rootless cosmopolitan. Ruthlessly. In a rootless manner. Rootlessness. The captive rootless. Rootlessnesses. Plural of rootlessness. Rootlet. One of the smallest roots, hair roots. Rootlets. Plural of rootlet. Root-like. Resembling a root or roots of a plant or some aspect of them. Rootling. Present participle and gerund of rootle. Rootings. Plural of rootling. Rootogram. A frequency graph in which one axis is scaled by the square root of the frequencies, so as to emphasize the smaller values. Rootograms. Plural of rootogram. Rootot. Alternative spelling of root rot. Rootrots. Plural of rootrot. What? Plural of root. Roots about. Third person singular simple present indicative of root about. Roots around. Third person singular simple present indicative of root around. Roots for. Third person singular simple present indicative of root for. Roots music. Any style of folk music or any style of modern popular music influenced by traditional styles. Roots musics. Plural of roots music. Roots of all evil. Plural of root of all evil. Roots of scarcity. Plural of root of scarcity. Roots of unity. Plural of root of unity. Roots out. Third person singular simple present indicative of root out. Roots reggae. A genre of reggae with a rootsy, folk-influenced style and a lyrical focus on social, political, and spiritual, especially Rastafarian themes. Roots rock. Alternative spelling of roots rock. Roots up. Third person singular simple present indicative of root up. Roots reggae. Alternative spelling of roots reggae. Roots rock. A genre of popular rock music influenced by Americana and roots music. Rooty. Comparative form of rootsy, more rootsy. Rootiet. Superlative form of rootsy, most rootsy. Rootsiness. The quality of rootsy. Rootstock. Synonym of rhizome. Rootstocks. Plural of rootstock. Rootstock. A healthy and vigorous rooted plant that is used in grafting, most commonly as a sound base to support a scion that bears desirable fruit in orchard culture. Rootstocks. Plural of rootstock. Rootstown. A township in Portage County, Ohio, United States. Rootsy. Unadorned, suggestive of earlier times. Rootward. Toward the root of a plant. Rivwise. In terms of the root of a tooth. Roofer. How do? Rootworker. A practitioner of rootwork or hoodoo. Rootworkers. Plural of rootworker. Rootworm. A worm that tunnels through the roots of young plants. Rootworms. Plural of rootworm. Rooty. Full of roots. Rootzone. The region of soil in which the roots of plants can take up water. Root zones. plural of root zone. Root. Uncommon form of roofed. Roof, plural of roof. Ruyubach, alternative form of Ruibach. Ruyubachs, plural of Ruibach. A render output unit or raster operations pipeline. ROPA, acronym of reception of oocytes from partner. Oblovieja, a Hispanic dish made from shredded beef cooked in a tomato sauce. Ropable, alternative form of ropable. Ropala, alternative form of ropalic. Ropalomrid, any fly of the family Ropalomridae. Ropalomrids, plural of Ropalomrid. Ropani, a unit of area equal to 5,476 square feet or roughly 0.126 acres. Rapanese, plural of Rapani. Rapanis, plural of Rapani. Rathar, Rapnagar place in India. Rapvax, a Roro vessel built for freight vehicle transport along with passenger accommodation. Rapaxes, plural of rapax. Thick strings, yarn, monofilaments, metal wires, or strands of other cordage that are twisted together to form a stronger line. Rope and choke, the measurement of a person's body fat by means of a measuring tape around parts of the body to determine whether they meet physical fitness standards for service. Rope and chokes, plural of rope and choke. Rope bridge, a suspension bridge constructed chiefly of rope. Rope bridges, plural of rope bridge. Rope bunnies, plural of rope bunny. Rope bunny, a person who enjoys being tied up with rope. Rope burr, a burning sensation in the hands after sliding down a rope too rapidly. Rope burns, plural of rope burn. Rope clamp, a pair of clamping jaws for securing the end of a cord. Rope clamps, plural of rope clamp. Rope dancer, a tightrope walker and acrobat. Rope dancers, plural of rope dancer. Rope dart, a weapon that originated in ancient China, consisting of a long rope with a metal dart at the end, used to attack long-range targets repeatedly. Rope darts, plural of rope dart. Rope drilling, a technique for boring holes by means of tools attached to a rope and alternately lifted and lowered. Rope grass, Ampelodesmos mortanicus, a tall grass of the Mediterranean region. Rope in, to cause someone to become involved in something they are reluctant to do, to draw into something. Rope into, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see rope into. Rope kiss, a temporary imprint or mark left on the skin by a rope. Rope kisses, plural of rope kiss. Rope ladder, a flexible ladder constructed of rope, often with wooden rungs suspended from the top. Rope ladders, plural of rope ladder. Rope line, a rope used as a barrier to separate spectators from the spectacle they are observing. Rope lines, plural of rope line. Rope machine, a machine for making ropes out of yarn. Rope machines, plural of rope machine. Rope of sand, something incohesive, flimsy, disconnected, or unreliable. Rope off, to separate by ropes, to cordon off. Rope out, of a tornado funnel to narrow and lengthen and perhaps curl into complex, rope-like shapes, usually during dissipation. Rope porter, a pulley to save the ropes of steam plows from friction. Rope porters, plural of rope porter. Rope pulling, the game of tug-of-war where people pull on opposite ends of a rope, trying to draw each other over a line on the ground. Rope throw, a pump in which a rapidly running endless rope raises water by the momentum communicated to the water by its adhesion to the rope. Rope poems, plural of rope poem. Rope railway, funicular railway. Rope railways, plural of rope railway. Rope runner, a railway brakesman. Rope runners, plural of rope runner. Rope stitch, a kind of work in which the stitches are laid diagonally side by side. Rope stitches, plural of rope stitch. Rope tornado, a tornado that is much longer than it is wide and often sinuous, often opposed to a wedge tornado. Rope tornadoes, plural of rope tornado. Rope trick, the Indian rope trick. Rope tricks, plural of rope trick. Rope twists, a kind of braid in which strands of natural and synthetic hair are wrapped together. Rope twists, plural of rope twists. Rope to tie up using a rope. Rope wall, a type of wall obstacle in an obstacle course with a flat straight vertical wall and a rope that is used to assist in climbing up the wall, and another rope to assist ascending the reverse side of the wall. Rope walls, plural of rope wall. Rope winch, a set of 3 whirlers for simultaneously twisting the 3 yarns of a rope. Rope winches, plural of rope winch. Rope worm, an intestinal worm purported to cause various conditions but especially autism, typically identified with strands of intestinal mucus flushed during an enema. Rope yarn, the yarn or thread composing the strands of a rope. Rope yarn Sunday, a period, traditionally a Wednesday afternoon, set aside for the repair of uniforms, hammocks, etc. instead of normal duties. Rope yarns, plural of rope yarn. Rope's end, a piece of rope, especially one used as a lash in inflicting punishment. Rope's end, to be with the end of a rope. Rope's ended, simple past and past participle of rope's end. Rope's ending, present participle and gerund of rope's end. Rope's ends, third person singular simple present indicative of rope's end. Rope-a-dope, a technique in which the boxer assumes a defensive stance against the ropes and absorbs an opponent's blows, hoping to exploit eventual tiredness or a mistake. Rope-a-doped, simple past and past participle of rope-a-dope. Rope-a-dopes, plural of rope-a-dope. Rope-a-doping, present participle and gerund of rope-a-dope. Rope house, a building used for evaporation in salt manufacture. Rope houses, plural of rope house. Rope rack, deserving of being hanged. Rope walk, alternative spelling of rope walk. Rope walks, plural of rope walk. Ropeway, alternative spelling of ropeway. Ropeways, plural of ropeway. Ropeworthy, deserving of being hanged. Ropeable, able to be roped and so restrained. Rope band, a small piece of spun yarn or marline used to fasten the head of the sail to the spar. Rope bands, plural of rope band. Rope bark, synonym of leatherwood Durca species. Rope bridge, alternative spelling of rope bridge. Rope bridges, plural of rope bridge. Roped, simple past and past participle of rope. Roped in, simple past and past participle of rope in. Roped into, simple past and past participle of rope into. Roped off, simple past and past participle of rope off. Roped out, simple past and past participle of rope out. Roped up, simple past and past participle of rope up. Rope dancer, alternative form of rope dancer. Rope dancers, plural of rope dancer. Rope dancing, tightrope walking. Ropefish, Herpetoichthys calabaricus. Ropefish, plural of ropefish. Ropeview, that which provokes suicidal ideation. Rope interferon alpha 2b, a medication used to treat polycythemia vera. Ropehead, a dreadlocked individual. Rope-headed, dreadlocked. Ropeheads, plural of ropehead. Rope litter, alternative form of rope ladder. Rope litters, plural of rope litter. Ropeless, without rope. Rope-like, resembling rope. Rope-lie, a line of rope with the purpose of moving people or goods from one location to another. Rope lines, plural of rope line. Rope lot, a building for storing and repairing of nets, ropes, and ships' rigging. Rope lofts, plural of rope loft. Rope maker, a maker of ropes. Rope makers, plural of rope maker. Rope making, the manufacture of rope. Ropeman, someone who uses a rope. Rope base, someone to whom one is connected by a rope. Rope mates, plural of rope mate. Rope max, alternative form of rope max. Rope max, to commit suicide. Rope maxed, simple past and past participle of rope max. Rope maxes, third person singular simple present indicative of rope max. Rope maxing, suicide. Ropen, plural of ropeman. Rober, a surname. Roper Gulf, Roper Gulf region, a local government area in the northeast of the Northern Territory, Australia. Ower River Creole, an alternative name for Creole spoken by Australian Aborigines in Arnhem Land. Roperin, synonym of roper person hired to bring potential customers to a gambling establishment. Roberies, plural of ropery. Ropre, alternative form of ropry. Robers, plural of rober. Ropers in, plural of roperin. Ropery, any form of language used, typically slang or slander, that can get one in trouble. Ropes, a surname. Ropes course, an outdoor team-building activity for teenagers or adults involving climbing and often ziplining and requiring trust and reliance on others to complete each task. Ropes courses, plural of ropes course. Ropes in, third person singular simple present indicative of rope in. Ropes into, Third person singular simple present indicative of rope into. Ropes of sand. Plural of rope of sand. Ropes off. Third person singular simple present indicative of rope off. Ropes out. Third person singular simple present indicative of rope out. Ropes up. Third person singular simple present indicative of rope up. Ropesman. Someone who uses a rope. Ropesmen. Plural of ropesmen. Ropetre. Alternative form of rope trick. Ropetrix. Plural of ropetrick. Rope walk. A place where rope is made, a rope factory. Rope walker. An acrobat who performs a tightrope dance, a rope dancer. Rope walkers. Plural of rope walker. Rope walking. Tightrope walking. Rope walks. Plural of rope walk. Ropeway. A system of cables slung from towers from which carriers are suspended to transport materials. Ropeways. Plural of ropeway. Roper. The making, repairing, knotting, splicing, and storing of rope and the manufacture of devices from rope, mostly by use of the marlin spike. Rope worker. One who carries out rope work. Rope workers. Plural of rope worker. Rope works. Plural of rope work. Ropey. Alternative spelling of ropey. Rope. Alternative form of rope yarn. Rope yarn Sunday. Alternative form of rope yarn Sunday. Rope ends. Plural of rope yarn. Ove. Comparative form of ropey, more or ropey. Opiest. Superlative form of ropey, most ropey. Ropily. In a ropey manner. Ropiness. The quality of being ropey. Rope. Present participle and gerund of rope. Roping boot. A kind of tall leather boot traditionally worn by rodeo participants. Roping boots. Plural of roping boot. Roping in. Present participle and gerund of rope in. Roping into. Present participle and gerund of rope into. Roping off. Present participle and gerund of rope off. Roping out. Present participle and gerund of rope out. Roping up. Present participle and gerund of rope up. Ropings. Plural of roping. Rapinero. A particular dopamine agonist used in the treatment of Parkinson's disease. Rapish. Somewhat ropey. Rapishness. The state or quality of being apish. Rapivacane. A local anesthetic drug belonging to the amino-amide group. Ralphley. A village and civil parish in East Hampshire District, Hampshire, England, and OS Grid Ref SU 6431. A surname. Gopolo. A surname from Italian. Ropolos. Plural of Ropolo. Ropurin. A rophulin in the flagella of sperm. Ras. Plural of Ra. Plural of ROP. Ropi. Resembling rope in appearance or texture, used especially of muscles that are thick or hard to the touch. Rope. A form of croquet using short-handled mallets and played on a hard surface. Roquefort. A blue cheese made from sheep unpasteurized milk, produced in the south of France. Roquefort-sur-Soulçon. A city and town in the department of Aveyron, Occitania, France. Roquefortin. Alternative form of Roquefortine. Roquefortine. Any of a group of toxic alkaloids found in various fungi, particularly Penicillium species. Roquefortines. Plural of Roquefortine. Roquefortins. Plural of Roquefortin. Roqueforts. Plural of Roquefort. Roquelaire. Obsolete spelling of Roquelaura. Roquelaires. Plural of Roquelaire. Roquelaura. A lined and trimmed cloak that reaches to the knees, often with bright-colored lining and trimmed with fur. Roquelauras. Plural of Roquelaura. Roquemore. A surname. Roquemores. Plural of Roquemore. Roquesite. A tetragonal scalenohedral gray mineral containing copper, indium, and sulfur. Roque. In croquet, the act of hitting another live ball with the striker's ball, from which croquet is then taken. Roquer. Simple past and past participle of roque. Roquang. Present participle and gerund of roque. Roques. Plural of roque. Waguette. A herb of the mustard family Eruca sativa, with pungently flavored leaves often eaten in salads. Raquettes. Plural of raquette. Raqua. A gene mutation of which leads to the symptoms of lupus. Roquanimax. A quinoline-derived immunostimulant. Buer. Initialism of rate of return. Ruraba. A surname. Rorabas. Plural of Roraba. Roraima. A large tepui located at the junction of Guyana, Venezuela, and Brazil. Rural. Relating to dewy. Rorit Sunday. The fourth Sunday in Advent, on which Rory Cayley is used as an intrit. Roration. Synonym of dew-fall. Rorations. Plural of roration. Buer. Buer. A surname from German. Buers. Plural of rohr. Ruri. Synonym of sanguethnic group. Ruri. Resembling, pertaining to, or containing dewy. Rurik. A surname. Ruriks. Plural of Rorik. Ruriking. Alternative spelling of lolican. Rorit. Dewy, containing dew. Rortin. Any of a group of trichothecenes produced by several fungi. Rordins. Plural of Rordin. Ruri. A surname. Ruries. Plural of Rory. Ruriferous. Producing or generating dew. Rorifluent. Flowing with dew. Ruriking. Alternative spelling of lolican. Roricide. A tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal colorless mineral containing calcium, chlorine, fluorine, and magnesium. Rur. A surname from Irish. Works. Plural of Rourke. Rura. Abbreviation of roll-on roll-off. Rura. Plural of Rora. Rorqual. Any whale of family Balænopteridae, with longitudinal skin folds running from below the mouth to the navel, allowing the capacity of the mouth to expand greatly when feeding. Rorquals. Plural of Rorqual. A surname. Roret. Plural of Rora. Pine's honia. Any trilobite The family Roaringtoniidae. Muir, plural of ROR. Roigech, a municipality on Lake Constance in St. Gallen Canton, Switzerland. Rorschach-Blot tests. Synonym of Rorschach test. Rorschach-Blot tests. Plural of Rorschach-Blot tests. Rorschach tests. A method of psychological evaluation that uses a person's interpretations of ink blots or similar images to discover information concerning his or her personality, emotional functioning, or unconscious mind. Rorschach tests. Plural of Rorschach tests. Rorschach, of or relating to Hermann Rorschach 1884–1922, Swiss Freudian psychiatrist and psychoanalyst, best known for developing the Rorschach test. Rorschachs, plural of Rorschach. Roy, a scam or fraud, especially involving the misappropriation of public money or resources. Rort, simple past and past participle of rort. Rotor, a small-scale confidence trickster. Rotors, plural of rorter. Ode, comparative form of rorty, more rorty. Odious, superlative form of rorty, most rorty. Rortiness, the state of being rorty, boisterousness, vitality. Rorte, present participle and gerund of rort. Rorts, plural of rort. Rorty, boisterous, rowdy, saucy, dissipated, or risque. Rorty, of or relating to Richard Mackay Rorty 1931–2007, American philosopher who rejected representationalism in favor of his own neo-pragmatism. Rortiness, alternative spelling of rortiness. Rorlet, covered with bloom which may be rubbed off. Rory, a unisex given name. Roricomptory. Ruritori. Ruritori, loud in sound or in color. Uz, initialism of Russian orbital segment, the part of the International Space Station that was contributed by Russia or using Roscosmos/Mir specification-based modules. Uz, a diminutive of the female given name Rosalind. Rose Solis. Alternative form of Rosa Solis. ROSA, acronym of Roll-Out Solar Array. Rotha, a female given name from Latin, a Latinized variant of rose. Rosa Solis, a cordial made with spirits and various flavorings. Rosa de Montana, a perennial vine of species Anagonon leptopus. Rosabelle, a female given name. Rosabella, a female given name. Rosacea, a chronic condition characterized by redness of the face. Rosaceaform, alternative form of rosaceaform. Rosaceal, resembling or relating to rosacea. Rosacea-like, resembling rosacea. Rosaceas, plural of rosacea. Rosaceae-form, resembling rosacea. Rosaceous, of or relating to a rose, or a member of the Rosaceae family of plants. Rosacic, uric, as in uric acid. Rosacic acid, uric acid. Rosado, a surname. Rosados, plural of rosado. Roso, a surname. Rosalie, a female given name from Latin. Rosalie, a female given name from Latin. Rosalie, a female given name from Irish. Rosales, a municipality of Pangasinan, Philippines. Rosales, a surname. Roselses, plural of Rosales. Rosalver, Over. Rosalgath, the easternmost point of the coast of Arabia. Rosalgate, alternative form of Rosalgat. Rosalia, a festival of roses celebrated on various dates in the ancient Roman Empire, primarily in May, but scattered through mid-July. Rosalias, plural of Rosalia. Rosalie, a female given name from Latin. Rosalind, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Rosalindian, of or relating to the Shakespearean character Rosalind. Rosalie, a female given name from Latin. Rose, plural of Rosal. Rosalind, a female given name from Latin, variant of Rosaline. Rosale, a female given name from Latin, variant of Rosaline. Rosamine, any of a class of fluorides related to rhodamine but lacking a carboxylic acid group on the attached benzene ring. Rosamines, plural of rosamine. Rosamund, a female given name from the Germanic languages, variant of Rosamund. Rosamund, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Rosander, a surname from Swedish. Rosenders, plural of Rosander. Rosanile, alternative form of rosanilene. Rosanilene, an organic base, CHN3, used to make the difuchsi. Rosanilians, plural of rosanilene. Rosata, a female given name from Latin. Rosa, a female given name from Latin. Rosano, a surname from Italian. Rosanos, plural of Rosano. Rossepina, a townland in County Donegal, Ireland. Rosaria, alternative form of Rosalia, the ancient festival. Rosaria, an expert in the cultivation and propagation of roses. Rosarians, plural of Rosarian. Rosaries, plural of rosary. Osario, a surname. Osario de Mar, a town in San Salvador Department, El Salvador. Rosarium, a rose garden. Rosariums, plural of rosarium. Rosary, prayer beads, a string of beads used to keep track of repetitions in prayer, particularly in the Roman Catholic Marian prayer Hail Mary Ave Maria. Rosary bangle, a rosary consisting of a decade of Hail Mary beads worn around the wrists. Rosary bangles, plural of rosary bangle. Rosary Heights I, a barangay of Cotabato City, Maguindanao del Norte, Philippines. Rosary Heights Roman II, a barangay of Cotabato City, Maguindanao del Norte, Philippines. Rosary Heights Roman III, a barangay of Cotabato City, Maguindanao del Norte, Philippines. Rosary Heights Roman IV, a barangay of Cotabato City, Maguindanao del Norte, Philippines. Rosary Heights Roman IX, a barangay of Cotabato City, Maguindanao del Norte, Philippines. Rosary Heights V, a barangay of Cotabato City, Maguindanao del Norte, Philippines. Rosary Heights VI, a barangay of Cotabato City, Maguindanao del Norte, Philippines. Rosary Heights Roman 7. A barangay of Cotabato City, Maguindanao del Norte, Philippines. Rosary Heights Roman 8. A barangay of Cotabato City, Maguindanao del Norte, Philippines. Rosary Heights X. A barangay of Cotabato City, Maguindanao del Norte, Philippines. Rosary Heights Roman 11. A barangay of Cotabato City, Maguindanao del Norte, Philippines. Rosary Heights Roman 12. A barangay of Cotabato City, Maguindanao del Norte, Philippines. Rosary Heights Roman 13. A barangay of Cotabato City, Maguindanao del Norte, Philippines. Rosary P. A leguminous plant of species Abrus precatorius, or its round, red, poisonous seeds which are sometimes used as beads. Rosary peas, plural of rosary pea. Rosary shell, the shell of any marine gastropods of the genus Monodonta. They are top-shaped, bright-colored, and pearly. Rosary shells, plural of rosary shell. Roses, a surname. Rosas, plural of roses. Rosaceae, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing carbon, copper, hydrogen, oxygen, and zinc. Rosetted, crowned with roses. Renate, a surname from Italian. Rosades, plural of rosati. Rosato, a surname from Italian. Rosados, plural of rosato. Rosaven, a cinnamyl alcohol glycoside found in the plant Rhodiola rosea. Rosavens, plural of rosaven. Rosberg, a surname from Swedish. Rosbergs, plural of Rosber. Rosbif, an English person as viewed by the French. Rosbifs, plural of Rosbif. Rosborough, a surname. Rosboroughs, plural of Rosborough. Ros, initialism of return of spontaneous circulation. Rusk, an ancient form of rhymed Old Irish verse that uses alliteration and meter. Rosita, acronym of Rotating Savings and Credit Association, a group of individuals who agree to meet for a defined period of time in order to save and borrow together. Members all chip in regularly and take turns withdrawing accumulated sums. Rascata, plural of rusk. Rasta, plural of rosca. Rushrite, a triclinic pinaquidal mineral containing beryllium, calcium, hydrogen, iron, manganese, oxygen, and phosphorus. Rossian, famous for being an actor. Rosse, containing or consisting of dewy. Roscoe, abbreviation of Rolling Stock Leasing Company. Roscoe, a surname from Old Norse. Roscolite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, potassium, silicon, and vanadium. Roscoes, plural of Roscoe. Roscoff, a small town and commune in Finistère Department, Brittany, France. Roscoffs, plural of Roscoff. Roscommon, County Roscommon in Ireland. Roscommon County, one of 83 counties in Michigan, United States. County seat, Roscommon. Roscoon, a sweet bread-based ring-shaped dessert filled with guava paste, common in Colombia. Roscones, plural of Roscoe, plural of Roscoe. Roscosmos, a Russian state corporation responsible for space flights, cosmonautics programs, and aerospace research. Roscovitin, alternative form of roscovitin. Roscoitin, a drug currently 2006 on trial for the treatment of leukemia, herpes, and HIV infection. Roscrea, a town in County Tipperary, Ireland. Os, a female given name from Germanic. Rose, a pale pink wine made by removing the dark grape skins at the required point during fermentation. Rose above, simple past of rise above. Rose and shine, simple past of rise and shine. Rosen, alternative form of Rosen, a female given name. Rose aphid, Macrociphem rossi, an aphid that infests rosebushes. Rose aphids, plural of rose aphid. Rose apple, Angophora costata, a common woodland and forest tree of eastern Australia. Rose apples, plural of rose apple. Rose Bay, an eastern suburb of Sydney in the municipality of Woollahra and Waverley Council area, New South Wales, Australia, named after George Rose politician. Rose beetle, synonym of rose chafer Sitania orata. Rose beetles, plural of rose beetle. Rose Bengal, 4,5,6,7 tetrachloro-2,4,5,7 tetraiodofluorescein, a stain whose sodium salt is commonly used in eye drops to stain damaged cells and thereby identify damage. Rose between two thorns, a woman situated between two men. Rose bit, a cylindrical bit whose oblique surface is cut into teeth. Rose bits, plural of rose bit. Rose Blancharbor-le-Cou, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Rose Bowl, the annual NCAA College Football Championship game typically played on New Year's Day. Rose Box, a perforated box attached to the input pipe of a bilge pump to trap any solid material that might otherwise clog the pump. Rose boxes, plural of rose box. Rosebud, synonym of rose chafer Sitania orata. Rosebuds, plural of rosebud. Rose burner, a common type of gas burner in which the shape of the flame resembles a rosette, with gas issuing from a series of openings arranged radially around a center. Rose burners, plural of rose burner. Rose camphor, a solid odorless substance which separates from rose oil. Rose campion, the flowering plant Silene coronaria sin, Lichnius coronaria. Rose campions, plural of rose campion. Rose chafer, a metallic green beetle, Sitania orata, with a distinct V-shaped scutellum, found over Central and Southern Europe. Rose chafers, plural of rose chafer. Rose City, a city in Ogemaw County, Michigan. Rose cold, a variety of hay fever once attributed to the inhalation of the effluvia of roses. Rose colds, plural of rose cold. Rose comb, a type of comb resembling a rose flower, found in various breeds of domesticated chicken. Rose combs, plural of rose comb. Rose cottage, an isolation ward for treating venereal disease in sailors when ashore. Rose Kawa, Rosicrucianism. Rose cross, alternative form of rosy cross. Rose curve, any plain curve that consists of loops petals emanating from a central point. Rose curves, plural of rose curve. Rose cut, alternative form of rose cut. Rose diagram, synonym of polar area diagram. Rose diagrams, plural of rose diagram. Rose diamond, a diamond entirely covered with facets on the surface and flat below, distinguished from a brilliant. Rose diamonds, plural of rose diamond. Rose ear, a dog's ear that folds backward and shows part of the inside. Rose ears, plural of rose ear. Rose engine, a machine or an appendage to a turning lathe by which a surface or wood, metal, etc. is engraved with a variety of curved lines. Rose engines, plural of rose engine. Rose fever, rose cold. Rose fish, a large marine food fish of species Sebasts norvegicus that lives off the North Atlantic coast of Europe and North America. Rose fishes, plural of rose fish. Rose from the ashes, simple past of rise from the ashes. Rose from the dead, simple past of rise from the dead. Rose garden, a garden devoted primarily to roses. Rose garden rubbish, scripted minor speeches or remarks prepared for the president to deliver. Rose gardens, plural of rose garden. Rose garnet, a pink-colored garnet. Rose geranium, any of several pelargoniums having leaves with a rose scent, including important sources of rose water and of rose fragrances. Although said to be the species Pelargonium graveolens, Pelargonium capitatum, and Pelargonium radans, the rose geraniums in cultivation are pretty much all hybrids, with those species among the parents. Rose geraniums, plural of rose geranium. Rose gold, a gold-copper alloy used in jewelry for its reddish color. Rose golds, plural of rose gold. Rose green, a place in England. Rose Grove, a suburban area in Burnley, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8132. Rose gum, any of various eucalypts having rose-colored bark or wood, especially Eucalyptus grandis. Rose gums, plural of rose gum. Rose Hill, a number of places in England. Rose Hills, a census-designated place in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Rose hip, alternative form of rose hip. Rose hips, plural of rose hip. Rose key, a key consisting of a hollow stem whose end has a rose-shaped pattern. Rose keys, plural of rose key. Rose knot, a rosette of ribbon or other soft material. Rose knots, plural of rose knot. Rose lake, synonym of rose madder. Rose lakes, plural of rose lake. Rose laurel, the elevator. Rose leek, synonym of Canada onion. Rose leeks, plural of rose leek. Rose madder, a rich tint prepared from lac and madder precipitated on an earthy base. Rose madders, plural of rose madder. Rose mallow, any of various flowering plants in the genus Hibiscus. Rose mallows, plural of rose mallow. Rosemary stretch, In the context of the Watergate scandal, the implausible physical position that Richard Nixon's secretary, Rosemary Woods, would have had to adopt in order to bring about the ostensibly accidental erasure of various portions of recorded tape. Rose meat. The thin, rose-colored cutaneous trunci muscle, especially of a cow or pig and especially when used as food suidero or matamber. Rose moon. A full moon in June. Rose moons. Plural of rose moon. Rose myrtle. Rhodomyotus tomentosa. Native to much of tropical and humid subtropical Asia, invasive elsewhere. Rose nail. A nail with a convex, faceted head. Rose nails. Plural of rose nail. Rose noble. An ancient English gold coin, stamped with a figure of a rose, first struck in the reign of Edward Roman III. Rose nobles. Plural of rose noble. Rose of Lancaster. Synonym of red rose of Lancaster. Rose of Sharon. A flower of uncertain kind, perhaps Pancratium maritimum, which grows on the Sharon plain of the coast of the Mediterranean Sea. Rose of Tralee, an international festival of Irish culture held annually in County Kerry. Rose oil, an essential oil extracted from the petals of various types of roses, used mainly for flavoring and perfumes. Rose oils, plural of rose oil. Rose petal, the petal of a rose flower. Rose petals, plural of rose petal. Rose quartz, a pinkish to reddish colored type of quartz. Rose quartzes, plural of rose quartz. Rose resh, rhodova. Rose red, the red color of a rose flower. Rose reds, plural of rose red. Rose revolution, a change of power in Georgia in November 2003, brought about by widespread protests over disputed parliamentary elections, culminating in the ousting of President Eduard Shevardnadze and the end of Soviet leadership. Rose robin, Petroica rosea, a small passerine bird native to Australia. The male has a distinctive pink breast. Rose robins, plural of rose robin. Rose sage, a sage with showy rose-colored bracts and purple flowers native to desert mountains in Southern California, Arizona, and Nevada, Salvia pachyphylla. Rose sages, plural of rose sage. Rosé sauce, a kind of tomato sauce made with cream. Rosé sauces, plural of rosé sauce. Rose sawflies, plural of rose sawfly. Rose sawfly, Argiochropis, a sawfly that attacks rose plants. Os Hiok, Alicos aurina torullosa, an Australian tree which grows in sub-rainforest areas. Os Hioks, plural of rose sheoak. Rose sly, the larvae of various species of sawfly that feed on rose plant leaves. Rose slugs, plural of rose sly. Rose Sunday, synonym of Mothering Sunday, the fourth Sunday in Lent. Rose syrup, a syrup made from rose water with sugar added. Rose syrups, plural of rose syrup. Rose to the bait, simple past of rise to the bait. Rose to the challenge, simple past of rise to the challenge. Rose to the occasion, simple past of rise to the occasion. Rose to the purple, simple past of rise to the purple. Rose topaz, a topaz given an artificial rosy pink color by heating. Rose topazes, plural of rose topaz. Rose toy, A vibrator resembling a rose design for clitoral stimulation. Rose toys, plural of rose toy. Rose twisted stalk, Streptopas lanceolatus, native to much of cooler North America. Rose Twitter, the community of democratic socialists on Twitter. Rose up, simple past of rise up. Rose veal, veal from calves reared in a relatively humane way without veal crates and having a darker pink color. Rose vinegar, an infusion made by steeping roses in vinegar. Rose vinegars, plural of rose vinegar. Rose water, the water-soluble portion of the distillate of rose petals. Rose window, any circular window, especially one of those found in churches of the Gothic architectural style and divided into segments by stone mullions and tracery. Rose windows, plural of rose window. Rosé wine, a pale pink wine made by removing the dark grape skins at the required point during fermentation. Rosé wines, plural of rosé wine. Rose with the lark, simple past of rise with the lark. Rose is metal, a fusible alloy with a low melting point consisting of bismuth, lead, and tin. Rose or ruby, synonym of pheasant's eye Adonis annua. Rose acacia, a shrub of species Robinia hispida in the subfamily Fabaceae of the pea family Fabaceae, native to the southeastern United States. Rose acacias, plural of rose acacia. Rolen, alternative form of rosen, a female given name. Rose-breasted cockatoo, synonym of Gala Elaphus rosa capilla. Rose-breasted grosbeak, Fucticus ludovicinus, a large, seed-eating grosbeak in the cardinal family Cardinalidae. Rose-breasted grosbeaks, plural of rose-breasted grosbeak. Rose-colored, alternative spelling of rose-colored. Rose-colored glasses, an optimistic perception of something, a positive opinion, seeing something in a positive way, often thinking of it as better than it actually is. Rose-colored lenses, alternative form of rose-colored glasses. Rose-colored pastor, alternative spelling of rose-colored pastor. Rose-colored pastors, plural of rose-colored pastor. Rose-colored spectacles, synonym of rose-colored glasses. Rose-colored starling, alternative form of rose-colored starling. Rose-colored starlings, plural of rose-colored starling. Rose color, having a pink color suggestive of that of a pink rose. Rose-colored glasses, British standard spelling of rose-colored glasses. Rose-colored pastor, synonym of rosy starling. Rose-colored pastors, plural of rose-colored pastor. Rose-colored spectacles, alternative form of rose-colored glasses. Rose-colored starling, synonym of rosy starling. Rose-colored starlings, plural of rose-colored starling. Rose-crowned fruit dove, a species of fruit dove, Tilenopus regina, of Wallacea and northern and eastern Australia, the males of which have a pink foreground. Rose-crowned fruit doves, plural of rose-crowned fruit dove. Rose-gut, cut flat on the reverse and with a convex face formed of triangular facets in rows, set of diamonds and other precious stones. Rose garden, alternative spelling of rose garden. Rose gardens, plural of rose garden. Rose-hued, synonym of rose-colored. Rose mallow, alternative spelling of rose mallow. Rose mallows, plural of rose mallow. Rose petal, alternative spelling of rose petal. Rose petals, plural of rose petal. Rose pink, of a deep pink color like a rose. Rose pipe, the shaft of a rose key. Rose pipes, plural of rose pipe. Rose-ringed parakeet, the ring-necked parakeets Attacula crameri. Rose-ringed parakeets, plural of rose-ringed parakeet. Rose-tinted, to look through rose-tinted glasses at, to view or describe as better than it actually is or was. Rose-tinted, simple past and past participle of rose-tint. Rose-tinted glasses, alternative form of rose-colored glasses. Rose-tinted spectacles, alternative form of rose-colored glasses. Rose-tinting, present participle and gerund of rose-tint. Rose-tints, third person singular simple present indicative of rose-tint. Rose water, to add or infuse with rose water. Rose watered, simple past and past participle of rose water. Rose watering, present participle and gerund of rose water. Rose waters, third person singular simple present indicative of rose water. Rosaceous, belonging or relating to the rosaceae. Rosal, resembling a rose in scent or color. Rolena, a female given name originating as a coinage. Rosen, alternative form of rosen, a female given name. Rothen, a female given name from Latin, variant of Rosan. Rosate, like the rose flower, pink, rosy. Roseate cockatoo, synonym of gala type of bird. Roseate spoonbill, a species of spoonbill, Platalia ajaja. Roseate spoonbills, plural of roseate spoonbill. Roseate tern, a species of tern, Sterna dugolei. Roseate terns, plural of roseate tern. Rodately, in a roseate manner, Rosalie. Rosa, the capital city of Dominica. Roselle County, one of 87 counties in Minnesota, United States. County seat, Roselle. Rosax, a commune in southwestern Haiti. Rosebeck, a suburb of Cape Town, South Africa. Rosebay, Olande. Rose Bay rhododendron, Rhododendron maximium. Rose Bay rhododendrons, plural of Rose Bay rhododendron. Rose Bay willow herb, a wildflower of species Chamaerion angustifolium. Rose Bay willow herbs, plural of Rose Bay willow herb. Rose bays, plural of rose bay. Rosebed, a flower bed where roses are grown. Rosebeds, plural of rosebed. Roseberries, plural of roseberry. Roseberry, a surname. Roseberries, plural of roseberry. Roseboro, a surname. Roseboroughs, plural of roseboro. Roseboro, a surname. Roseboroughs, plural of roseboro. Rosebowl, an often ornamental transparent bowl for the display of flowers. Rosebowls, plural of rosebowl. Rosebud, synonym of femboy. Rosebuds, plural of roseboy. Rosebrock, a surname. Rosebrocks, plural of Rosebrock. Roseburg. A surname from German. Rosebucks, plural of Rosebrook. Rosebud, a member of the most junior division of the Girl Guides Association, now called a brownie. Rosebud County, one of 56 counties in Montana, United States. County seat for sit. Rosebudding, the action or practice of letting one's rectum prolapse from the anus as an extreme sexual practice. Rosebuds, plural of rosebud. Roseburg, a city, the county seat of Douglas County, Oregon, United States. Roseburg North, a census-designated place in Douglas County, Oregon, United States. Roseburg, a suburb of Edinburgh, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NT 2273. Roseboro, a surname. Roseboroughs. Plural of Roseboro. Rosebush, a small village in Meantleshog Community, Pembrokeshire, Wales, named after the Rosebush Quarry and possibly an anglicization of Welsh Rose YBWLCH or Rosbulge. OS Grid Ref SN 0729. Rosebushes, plural of rosebush. Rosecomb, a bantam chicken of a breed that has a distinctive comb. Rosecombs, plural of rosecomb. Rosecrans, a surname. Rose, simple past and past participle of rose. Rosedale, a beachside settlement in Eurobodalla Shire, New South Wales, Australia. Rosedale Abbey, a village in Rosedale East Side Parish, Rosedale, North Yorkshire, England, previously in Rydale District, named after the abbey that once stood there. OS Grid Ref SE 7295. Rosedale East Side, a civil parish served by Rosedale East and West Parish Council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Rydale District, which includes the village of Rosedale Abbey. Rosedale West Side, a civil parish served by Rosedale East and West Parish Council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Rydale District. Rosedrop, a rose-flavored lozenge. Rosedrops, plural of rosedrop. Rosefielda, a surname. Rosefieldus, plural of Rosefielda. Rosefinch, any of the birds in the genus Carpodacus of the finch family. Rosefinches, plural of rosefinch. Rosefish, alternative form of rosefish. Rosefish, plural of rosefish. Rose garden, alternative spelling of rose garden. Rose gardens, plural of rose garden. Rose gold, alternative spelling of rose gold. Rose golds, plural of rose gold. Rosa, a southern suburb of Coatbridge, North Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 7363. Rosette, the head or blossom of a rose. Rosettes, plural of rosette. Rosehard radish, synonym of watermelon radish. Rosehard radishes, plural of roseheart radish. Rosehardy, a coastal village and historic burgh in Butchin, west of Fraserburgh, Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NJ 9367. Rothel, a number of places in England. Rothet, the fleshy false fruit of a wild rose plant, for example sweetbriar, dog rose, burnet rose, etc., containing the agens or true fruits. Rose de Pneron, a type of information controlling brain cell, which is found in humans. Rosehip neurons, plural of rosehip neuron. Rosehips, plural of rosehip. Rosy, synonym of futshine. Rodi, magenta dyestuff. Rodines, plural of rosine. Rodisle, a small village and rural locality southeast of Birged, Moray Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NJ 1366. Roso, a surname. Roland, a surname from Norwegian. Roselands, plural of Roseland. Roseleaf bramble, any plant of species Rubus rossifolius, native to the Himalayas, Eastern Asia, and Eastern Australia. Roseleaf raspberry, the plant Rubus coronarius. Rolus, without roses. Rolet, a little rose. Rolets, plural of rolet. Roselia, a female given name equivalent to English Rosalie. Rose-like, resembling or characteristic of a rose plant or flower. Roseline shark, a species of cyprinid, Dawkinsia danisonii. Roseline sharks, plural of roseline shark. Rosole, a young or miniature rose. Rhodolings, plural of rosoling. Rholite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, calcium, cobalt, hydrogen, magnesium, and oxygen. Roso, a surname. Rothella, a parrot belonging to any of the 5 to 8 species in the genus Platycercus, originally specifically Platycercus eximius, which is native to Australia and nearby islands. Rosellas, plural of Rosella. Roselle, a surname. Roselle Park, a borough of Union County, New Jersey, United States. Roseller Lim, a municipality of Zambon de Sibugay, Philippines. Roselles, plural of Roselle. Roselle, a surname. Rosales, plural of Roselli. Rosalo, a surname from Catalan. Roselos, plural of Rosalo. Rodos, plural of Rosal. Rodals, plural of Rosal. Role, a female given name from Latin, variant of Rosaline. Rosemale, adorned with rosemaling. Rosemaler, a person who practices rosemaling. Rosemalers, plural of rosemaler. Rosemaling, a Norwegian style of stylized floral decoration with scrollwork and geometric elements. Rosmaling, alternative form of rosemaling. Rosemallow, alternative spelling of rosemallow. Rosemallows, plural of rosemallow. Rodiman, a surname. Rodimans, plural of roseman. Roseberry, a female given name from Latin, a variant of rosemary borrowed from continental Europe. Roseberry, seasoned or flavored with rosemary. Rosemaries, plural of rosemary. Rose Market, a village and community in Pembrokeshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SN 9508. Roseberry, a female given name from Latin. Roseberry pine, any of 3 common pines of the southeastern United States, the loblolly pine, the longleaf pine, and the shortleaf pine. Rosemary pine, plural of rosemary pine. Osary, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, calcium, iron, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, phosphorus, and sodium. Rosemary-like, resembling or characteristic of the herb rosemary, Salvia rosmarinus, sin. Rosmarinus officinalis. Rosenblatt, a surname. Roseme, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Rosemeyer, a surname from German. Rosemeyers, plural of Rosemeyer. Rosemond, a surname. Rosemont, alternative form of Rosemount. Rosedown, alternative form of Rosemont. Rosen, a surname. Rosna, a surname. Wohenhaus, plural of Rosenau. Rosenbach, a surname from German. Rosenbachs, plural of Rosenbach. Rosenbaum, a surname. Rosenbahns, plural of Rosenbaum. Rosenband, a surname. Rosenbands, plural of Rosenband. Rosenbaum, a surname from German. Rosenberg, a surname from German. Rosenberger, a surname. Rosenbergers, plural of Rosenberger. Rosenbergite, a mineral with chemical formula Lf3H2O. Rosenbergs, plural of Rosenberg. Rosenberry, a surname. Rosenberries, plural of Rosenberry. Rosenblatt, a surname from German. Rosenblum, a surname. Rosenblum, a surname. Rosenberg, a surname from German. Rosenbergs, plural of Rosenberg. Rosenbuskite, a triclinic pinacoidal mineral containing calcium, fluorine, oxygen, silicon, sodium, titanium, and zirconium. Rosendahl, a surname. Rosendahl Bend, synonym of Zeppelin Bend. Rosendahl Bends, plural of Rosendahl Bend. Rosendahls, plural of Rosendahl. Rosendale, a surname. Rosendales, plural of Rosendale. Rosendo, a male given name from Spanish. Rosendos, plural of Rosendo. Rosine, a surname from Swedish. Rosina, a surname from German. Rosinas, plural of Rosina. Rosians, plural of Rosine. Rowanus, the quality of a rose type of flower. Rosenfeld, a surname. Rosenfield, a surname. Rosenfields, plural of Rosenfield. Rosengarten, a surname. Rosengrant, a surname from German. Rosengrants, plural of Rosengrant. Rovingren, a surname from Swedish. Rovingrens, plural of Rosengren. Rosenhanite, a triclinic pinacoidal mineral containing calcium, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Rosamund, a surname from Swedish. Rosamunds, plural of Rosamund. Rosenmuller, a surname from German. Rosenmuller's node, synonym of Clockase node. Rosno, a surname. Rosnes, plural of Rosno. Rosenquist, a surname from Swedish. Rosenquists, plural of Rosenquist. Rosensaft, a surname from German. Rosensafts, plural of Rosensaft. Rosenstiel, a surname from German. Rosenstiels, plural of Rosenstiel. Rosenstein, a surname from German. Rosenstiel, a surname from German. Rosenstock, a surname from German. Rosenstocks, plural of Rosenstock. Rosenthal, a surname from German. Rosenthal effect, synonym of Pygmalion effect. Rosenthal effects, plural of Rosenthal effect. Rosenthal syndrome. A mild form of hemophilia caused by factor Roman 11 deficiency. Rosenthal-Plöpfer syndrome, a cutaneous condition characterized by abnormal growth of bone and skin, coupled with clotting of the cornea. Rosenwald, a surname from German. Rosenwalds, plural of Rosenwald. Rosenzweig, a surname. Rosenzweigs, plural of Rosenzweig. Rosabacter, any protobacterium of the genus Rosabacter. Rosabacteria, plural of Rosabacterium. Rosabacterial, relating to Rosabacters. Rosabacterium, any bacterium of the genus Rosabacter. Rosabacters, plural of Rosabacter. Rosabacticide, any agent that kills Rosabacters. Rosabacticides, plural of Rosabacticide. Rosacardin, a cardiogenic cyclopeptide present in the fungus Trichothecium roseum. Rosica Baltic, used to designate certain rose-red compounds of cobalt with ammonia. Rosaflavin, a compound, 8-dimethylamido 8-dimethyl-D-riboflavin, related to riboflavin. Rhodiola, a rosy rash occurring in measles, typhoid fever, syphilis, and some other diseases. Rosola infantum, a childhood disease caused by human herpesvirus and characterized by a high-grade fever and a rash which appears as the fever is seemingly resolving. Rosalie, plural of roseola. Roseola, relating to roseola. Rotholus, plural of roseola. Rosalis, of or pertaining to a rosola. Rosalavirus, any member of the genus Rosalavirus of viruses HHV6A, HHV6B, and HHV7, causing rosola. Rosalaviruses, plural of rose petal. Rose petals, plural of rose petal. Roder, a surname. Rotaries, plural of rosary. Roja, a surname. Rosert, Rhodiola rosea, a perennial crustaceous plant with many claimed health benefits that grows in cold regions. Roserts, plural of roseroot. Rojos, plural of rosero. Roters, plural of roser. Rotary, a rose garden. Otis, plural of rose. Rosées, plural of rosé. Roses and castles, a traditional style of painted decoration applied to British narrowboats, typically incorporating brightly colored flowers and scenes of castles set within rural landscapes. Roses between two thorns, plural of rose between two thorns. Roses of Sharon, plural of rose of Sharon. Rosei, alternative form of rose slug. Rausoides, plural of rosely. Moses, second person singular simple past indicative of rise. Rose, archaic form of rosette. Rosta, plural of rostum. Rosie, a surname. Wolitz, plural of roseate. Rose-tinted, alternative spelling of rose-tinted. Rosedale, a borough in Pennsylvania. Rostaphilic, Rostaphilus. Rostaphilus, misspelling of Rostaphilus. Rostaphilus, having the flowers arranged in rosettes. Rosettes, plural of rosette. Rosetta, a town in northern Egypt. Rosetta Stone, a large inscribed stone found near Rosetta, Egypt, in 1799, later used as a basis for understanding many previously undecipherable examples of hieroglyphic writing. Rosetta wood, an East Indian wood of a reddish-orange color, veined with darker marks. Rosettas, plural of rosetta. Rosette, an element or ornament resembling a rose, especially on a wall or other surface, mostly for decorative purposes. Rosette bok choy. Tatsoi brassica subsp narnoso, or brassica varosilaris. Rosette burner, synonym of rose burner. Rosette burners, plural of rosette burner. Rosette sampler, a cylindrical assembly of bottles, usually Niskin bottles, used to sample deep water. Rosette samplers, plural of rosette sampler. Rosette seeker, an infrared homing system that extends a conical scanner with an additional mirror or prism to create a more complex, rosette-like pattern with more angular coverage. Rosette seekers, plural of rosette seeker. Rosette, decorated with a rosette. Rosette-like, resembling a rosette. Rosettes, plural of rosette. Rosety, a surname. Rosetting, a phenomenon where erythrocytes are arranged around a central cell to form a cluster that looks like a flower. Rosetings, plural of rosetting. Rosties, plural of rosety. Rosestone, a rose garden. Roseville, a number of places in the United States. Rosewarne, a suburb of Camborne, Cornwall, England. OS grid ref SW 648,407. Rosewarnes, plural of rosewarne. Rosewater, a liquid produced by steeping rose petals in water, used as a coloring agent and a flavoring ingredient in certain foods. Rosewater philosophy, a sentimental belief system ignoring harsh realities. Rosewater sailor, an officer who is incompetent or not well suited for the seas. Rosewater sailors, plural of rosewater sailor. Rosewaters, plural of rosewater. Rosewell, a surname. Rosewood, a place name. Rosewoods, plural of rosewood. Roseworm, the larva of any of several species of lepidopterous insects that feed upon the leaves, buds, or blossoms of the rose, especially Coristoneura rossicana, the bristled roseworm, oblique-banded leaf roller or raceous leaf roller, and the curled roseworm. Roseworms, plural of roseworm. Rosewort, the roseroot, Rhodiola rosea. Roseworts, plural of rosewort. Rothy, a diminutive of the female given name Rose and other related names, variant of Rosie. Rosguardia, National Guard of Russia, the internal military force of the Russian government. Rosh Chodesh, a minor holiday marking the beginning of a new month in the Jewish calendar. Rosh Hashanah, the Babylonian exarch. Rosh Hashanah, alternative spelling of Rosh Hashanah. Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish holiday marking the start of the liturgical year, taking place on the first 2 days of Tishrei, 163 days after the first day of Passover. Rosh Hashanahs, plural of Rosh Hashanah. Rosh Chodesh, in the Jewish calendar, the first day of a new month. Rosh Yeshiva, the dean of a yeshiva. Rosh Yeshivas, plural of Rosh Yeshiva. Rotha, synonym of Pomarosa. Rosia grass, a rose-scented grass used in perfume, Simapagan martinii. Rosia grasses, plural of Rosia grass. Russia grass, alternative form of Rosia grass. Rochambeau, synonym of rock, paper, scissors. Rochambeau, simple past and past participle of Rochambeau. Rochambeauing, present participle and gerund of Rochambeau. Rochambeaus, plural of Rochambeau. Russian, a Kshatriya Punjabi surname. Russianite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing antimony, arsenic, copper, lead, silver, and sulfur. Rosh Chodeshin, plural of Rosh Chodesh. Rosherville, a suburb of Gravesend, Gravesham Borough, Kent, England, on the south bank of the Thames, OS Grid Ref TQ 6374. Roshi, an elderly and revered Buddhist monk. Rashadir, Alia sometimes hides her feelings in Russian, a Japanese cartoon series. Royis, plural of Roshi. Rashid Allah, alternative form of Raskola. Rajvan, a small coastal settlement by the entrance to Loch Ailort in Loch Aber, Highland Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NM 7078. Roya, a village in Daisai, Arad County, Romania. Roya de Amaradia, a village and commune of Gorge County, Romania. Roja Montana, a commune of Alba County, Romania. Othet, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing antimony, lead, and oxygen. Azidiate, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing sulfur. Rosicrucian, a brother of the Order of the Rose Cross, a member of a Rosicrucian order. Rosicrucianism, a theology of a secret society of mystics allegedly formed in late medieval Germany by Christian Rosenkreutz and using the rose cross as their symbol. Rosicrucianists, a member of any modern group or organization, e.g. Ancient Mystic Order Rosicrucis AMRC, formed for the study of Rosicrucianism and allied subjects. Rosicrucianists, plural of Rosicrucianists. Rosicrucians, plural of Rosicrucian. Rosiculture, the cultivation of roses. Rossad, pertaining to the Rossids. Rossids, plural of Rossid. Rothe, a diminutive of the female given name Rose, Rosemary, and other female names related to the rose, also used as a formal given name. Rosiuli, synonym of tea uncountable, a drink made by infusing dried leaves or buds of the tea plant Camellia sinensis in hot water, countable a cup of this drink. Rosiules, plural of Rosie Lee. Rosie Palmer and her five sisters. A man's hand used for masturbation. Rosie Rottencrotch. Synonym of Susie Rottencrotch. Rosie. Simple past and past participle of Rosie. Oh, there. A surname. Rogeracide. An amorphous hydrous phosphate of aluminium with lead and copper. Royears. Plural of osier. Woes. Plural of rosy. Oh, yes. Superlative form of rosy. Most rosy. Rostisti. A village in Rostisti, Vaslui County, Romania. Rosiglitazone. A thiazolidine derivative trademark Avandia taken orally in the form of its malate CHN303SC4H404 to treat type 2 diabetes by decreasing insulin resistance. Oh, so. A commune of Valsia County, Romania. Rosales. A surname from Spanish. Rosalizas. Plural of Rosiles. Rosillo. A surname. Rosillos. Plural of Rosillo. Rosoli. In a rosy manner, optimistically. Rosin. A surname. Rosin paper. A heavy-duty felt paper used in construction as a layer under flooring and siding. Rosin papers. Plural of rosin paper. Rosina. A female given name from Italian. Rosenbach. A horse used for bareback riding performances. Rosenbachs. Plural of Rosenbach. Rosendal. A surname. Rosendal. A red indole dye. Rosendula. Any of a class of indulins derived from naphaphenazine. Rosendulins. Plural of rosenduling. Rosend. Simple past and past participle of rosin. Rosiness. The quality of evosi. Rosinuses. Plural of rosiness. Rose. Present participle and gerund of rose. Rosining. Present participle and gerund of rosin. Rosines. Containing or resembling rosin. Rosins. Plural of rosin. Rasinski. A surname from Polish. Rasinskis. Plural of Rasinski. Rasinski. A surname. Rosinwi. Any of various composite plants which secrete resins or have a resinous smell. For example, several species in the genus Silphium in the composite family. Rosinweeds. Plural of rosinweed. Rosinwood. Any plant of the genus Silphium. Rosiny. Like or resembling rosin. Rogiri. One of several locations in Romania. Ozuidavi. A city in Teleorman County, Romania. Radaj. Somewhat rosy, pale pink. Rusk. A surname from German. Rusks. Plural of Rosk. Rosgelda. A city and municipality in Central Zealand, Denmark, former capital of Denmark. Roskin. A surname. Roskins. Plural of Roskin. Roska Madzer. The Federal Service for Supervision of Communications, Information Technology, and Mass Media, a Russian federal executive body responsible for censorship in media and telecommunications. Roskop. An inexpensive, less accurate lever escapement used in some clocks and watches. Roskops. Plural of Roskop. Rosalind. moorish or watery land. Roslins, plural of Rosland. Rosley, a village in Midlothian Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NT 2763. Rosley, a surname. Rosalind, a female given name from Latin. Rosalind blue, a purplish blue color. Rosamond, a surname. Rosamond, plural of Rosman. Rosmarinate, any salt or ester of rosmarinic acid. Rosmarinates, plural of rosmarinate. Rosmarine, dew from the sea. Rosmarinic, relating to rosmarinic acid or its derivatives. Rosmarinic acid, a natural polyphenol antioxidant carboxylic acid found in many herbs of the family Lamiaceae such as rosemary. Rosmarini, a pyrrolizidine alkaloid. Rosardar, a Celtic goddess of fertility and abundance. Romanian, one who follows the philosophical system of Antonio Rosmini 1797-1855. Rosminianism, the beliefs of the Rosminians. Rosminians, plural of Rosminian. Rosny, a village in Argyll and Bute Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 2583. Rosner, a surname from German. Rosers, plural of Rosner. Rosny sur Seine, a commune in Yvelines department, Isle de France, France. Acetylene, a red compound formed by the reaction of curcumin and borates that is used in the analysis of borates in food. Asablao, alternative form of Rosolio. Asableos, plural of Rasablio. Rasagala, alternative form of Rascola. Rasa, a surname. Rosalic acid. Ore, asoal, any of several sweet liqueurs containing fruit extract. Asoals, plural of Rosolio. Rosoli, a rose-pink variety of grossular, rose garnet. Mazalj, an Estonian beetroot salad. Razals, plural of Rasal. Aspeweosi, a surname from Italian. Resquela, a type of traditional Spanish donut. Resquelas, plural of Resquela. RASER, acronym of Radio on Scene Report. RASER, plural of Rosser. Us, an English and Scottish habitational surname from Scottish Gaelic derived from any of several places of that name from Scottish Gaelic Rose Headland. Russ and Cromarty, a historical county of Scotland which existed between 1890 and 1975, being split between Highland region and Western Isles, the Isle of Lewis. Russ County, one of 88 counties in Ohio, United States. County seat, Chillicothe. Ross Dependency, an Antarctic region claimed as a dependent territory by New Zealand, lying between 160 degrees E and 150 degrees W and south of 60 degrees S. Ross Island, a volcanic island in the Ross Sea near Antarctica. Rush River, a river in northern Queensland, Australia, flowing through the city of Townsville. Rush River fever, epidemic polyarthritis and mosquito-borne infectious disease caused by infection with Ross River virus. Rush River virus, a small encapsulated single-strand RNA alphavirus endemic to Australia and the South Pacific, responsible for Ross River fever. Ross Sea, a bay of the Southern Ocean between Victoria Land and Marie Bide Land. Ross seal, a seal, Amatophora rossii, which is found around Antarctica. Ross seals, plural of Ross seal. Ross's gull, Rhodostaphia rosea, a small gull breeding in the high Arctic of northernmost North America and northeast Siberia. Ross Littlewood paradox, a hypothetical problem dealing with the notion of infinity. Given an empty vase and an infinite supply of balls, an infinite number of steps are performed, such that at each step 10 balls are added to the vase and 1 ball removed from it. The question is then posed, how many balls are in the vase when the task is finished? Ross-on-Wye, a market town and civil parish with a town council in southeastern Herefordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SOS 6024. Ross-shire, a former county in the Scottish Highlands including most of Ross as well as Lewis in the Outer Hebrides. Dingwall is the traditional county town, merged with Cromartyshire in 1890 as Ross and Cromarty. Rossa, a female given name from Italian. Rossabi, a surname. Russall, a suburban area and ward in Fleetwood Parish, Wyre Borough, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 3145. Rossamo, a surname. Rossanos, plural of Rossano. Rossby, a surname. Rossby wave, a natural phenomenon in the atmospheres and oceans of planets, a kind of inertial wave that is largely due to planetary rotation. Rossby waves, plural of Rossby wave. What? A surname from German. Rust, simple past and past participle of Ross. Russell, Lightland Rossland. Russell, a surname. Rossella, a female given name from Italian. Rossella-Guglionetti syndrome, a rare type of congenital ectodermal dysplasia. Rossello, a surname. Rossels, plural of Rossel. Rossele, Woos, Lice. Rossendale, a local government district with borough status of Lancashire, England, formed in 1974 with its headquarters in Bacup. Ruzzer, a surname from Welsh in turn originating as a patronymic. Russell's trick, a method for proving Gödel's incompleteness theorems without the assumption that the theory, being considered, is omega consistent. While Gödel's original proof uses a sentence that states informally this sentence is not provable, Rosser's trick uses a formula that says if this sentence is provable, there is a shorter proof of its negation. Rossers, plural of Rosser. Raes, a district in Western County Donegal, Ireland. Rossa, a village and community in Wrexham Borough County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SJ 3657. Rossettian, of or relating to Christina Rossetti 1830-1894, English poet. Rose, a surname from Italian. Rossignol, a surname. Rossignol's, plural of Rossignol. Aviv, alternative form of Rossaja. Rossaja, synonym of Russia. Russer, present participle and gerund of Ross. Rossington, a village and civil parish in the metropolitan borough of Doncaster, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 6298. Rossinia, of or relating to Gioacchino Rossini 1792-1868, Italian composer of operas and other music. Rosite, a triclinic pinaquidal yellow mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and vanadium. Rossiter. A surname. Rossiter-McLaughlin effect. A spectroscopic phenomenon observed when an object moves across the face of a rotating star which is seen to undergo a redshift anomaly caused by the obscuration of different parts of its disk. Rossiter-McLaughlin effects. Plural of Rossiter-McLaughlin effect. Rossiters. Plural of Rossiter. Rossia. Alternative form of Rossija. Rosslare. A village and coastal resort in County Wexford, Ireland. Rosslare Harbour. A village and ferry port in County Wexford, Ireland. Rosame. A surname from German. Rusmanite. A trigonal to trigonal pyramidal mineral containing aluminum, boron, hydrogen, lithium, oxygen, and silicon. Rosame. A surname from German. Rossmans. Plural of Rossman. Rossmans. Plural of Rossman. Russmore. A census-designated place in Orange County, California, United States. Russo. A surname. Russo Corsa. A bright red color commonly used on sports cars. Rasagala. Alternative form of Rascola. Rossulaceae. A naphthaquinone glycoside present in Drosera rotundifolia. Rossamali. Alternative form of Rosmali. Rasa. A surname. Rossoneri. Mole. Rossens. Plural of Rosson. Razas. Plural of Rosso. Rossishrednishestvo. Russia's federal agency for the Commonwealth of Independent States Affairs, compatriots living abroad, and international humanitarian cooperation. Russo. A surname. Razos. Plural of Rosso. Razzo. An American surname from Dutch. Russ. Alternative form of roust, a strong tide or current. Rostad. A surname from Norwegian. Rostads. Plural of Rostad. Rostafuroxin. A derivative of digitoxygenin associated with salt gradients across membranes. Rostain. A surname from French. Rostau. A legendary Iranian hero. Rostauber. A surname. Rostins. A surname. Rostenses. Plural of Rostins. Rostandian. Of or relating to Edmond Rostand 1868–1918, French poet and dramatist. Rostak. A surname. Rosted. Simple past and past participle of rosts. Rostal. Aristalum. Rostala. Plural of Rostalum. Rosteller. Pertaining to a rostellum. Rostellate. Having a rostellum or small beak terminating in a beak. Rostellated. Alternative form of rostellate. Rostelliform. Having the form of a rostellum or small beak. Rostellum. A small beak-like process or extension. A small rostrum. Rostellums. Plural of rostel. Rostels. Plural of rostel. Roster. A list of individuals or groups, usually for an organization of some kind such as military officers and enlisted personnel enrolled in a particular unit. A muster roll. A sports team with the names of players who are eligible to be placed in the lineup for a particular game, or a list of students officially enrolled in a school or class. Roster a. To roster someone to work a particular shift, time, or day. Rosterable. Capable of being rostered or included in a lineup. Rostered. Simple past and past participle of roster. Rostered on. Scheduled to work a particular shift, time, or day, unavailable due to work. Rostering. Present participle and gerund of roster. Rostering on. Present participle and gerund of roster on. Rosterings. Plural of rostering. Rosterize. A blue variety of bell. Rosters. Plural of roster. Rosters on. Third person singular simple present indicative of roster on. Rosser. A town within the rural municipality in Saskatchewan, Canada. Rossburn. A village and former civil parish, now in Millington and Rossburn Civil Parish, Cheshire East, Cheshire, England. OS Gridref SJ 7483. Rusty. Alternative spelling of Rösti. Rösti. A traditional breakfast dish in Germanophonie Switzerland, originally from Bern Canton, made from potatoes, fried in a pan with butter or fat, and widely varying other ingredients such as bacon, onions, cheese, apples, or fresh herbs. Asticeria. An Italian rotisserie cooking device. Asticerias. Plural of rusticeria. Rosting. Present participle and gerund of Ross. Rosties. Plural of Rosti. Rusties. Plural of Rusty. Rostislav. A transliteration of the Russian or Ukrainian male given name Rosteusla acute ve Rostislav, equivalent to Rostislav. Rosti. An orthorhombic dipyramidal white mineral containing aluminum, fluorine, hydrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. Rostock. An independent city in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, Germany. Rostam. A transliteration of the Arabic surname Arabic As, Arabic Sin, Arabic Ta, Arabic Meme. Astemiye. A surname from Armenian. Astemians. Plural of Rostamian. Roston. A hamlet in Norbury and Roston Parish, Derbyshire Dales District, Derbyshire, England. OS Gridref SK 1241. Rostons. Plural of Roston. Rostov. A city in Yaroslavl Oblast, Russia. Rostov-na-Donu. A large city, the administrative center of Rostov Oblast in southern Russia. Rostov-on-Don. A large city, the administrative center of Rostov Oblast in southern Russia. Rostov-on-the-Don. Synonym of Rostov-na-Donu. Rostra. Plural of rostrum. Rostrad. Toward the rostral side. Rostral. Relating to the rostrum. Rostral bone. The edentulous ossification that borders the ceratopsian beak. Rostral bones. Plural of rostral bone. Rostral pars distalis. The frontmost region of the pituitary gland. Rostralization. The formation and development of a rostrum beak. Rostroe. In a rostral direction. Rostromos. Most rostral. Rostrals. Plural of rostral. Rostralward. In a rostral direction. Rostralwards. In a rostral direction. Rostrate. Having a process resembling the beak of a bird. Beat. Rostulate. Rostrated. Rostrate. Rostrately. In a rostrate manner. Rostricholid. Any bird in the family Rostricholidae. Rostricholids. Plural of rostricholid. Rostrower. A village on Carlingford Lough, County Down, Northern Ireland. Irish Grid Ref J 1718. Rostriferous, having a rostrum. Rostriform, having the form of a beak. Rostro, a surname. Rostro, rostrum. Rostroventrolateral, alternative form of rostroventrolateral. Rostroventrolateral, alternative form of rostroventrolateral. Rostrocaudo, between head and tail. Rostracaudally, in a rostracaudal manner. Rostraconch, any mollusk of the class Rostraconchia. Rostrodorsal, near the back of the beak or of any beak-like projection. Rostrodorsally, in a rostrodorsal direction. Rostrodorsolateral, rostral and dorsolateral. Rostrodorsomedial, ostral and dorsomedial. Rostroi, resembling a rostrum. Rostralatera, plural of rostralatus. Rostrolateral, lateral or alongside of the rostrum. Rostrolaterally, in a rostrolateral direction. Rostrolateroventral. Rostral, lateral, and ventral. Rostralatus, in barnacles, the name for one of two large shell plates immediately lateral to the rostrum. Astromedial, medial to the rostrum. Astromedially, in a rostromedial fashion. Rostromedula. Rostromedula. Rostronasal, relating to the rostrum and the nose. Rostros, plural of rostro. Rostrotemporal, rostral and temporal. Rastrotentorial, rostral and tentorial. Rostroventral, near the front of the beak or of any beak-like projection. Rostroventrally, in a rostroventral direction. Rostroventrolateral, both rostral and ventrolateral. Rostroventrolaterally, in a rostroventrolateral direction. Astroventromedial, rostral and ventromedial. Rostula, plural of rostulum. Rostulum, a little rostrum or beak as of an insect. Rostrum, a dais, pulpit, or similar platform for a speaker, conductor, or other performer. Rostrums, plural of rostrum. Rosts, plural of rost. Rossula, a small rose. Rossolvi, plural of rossula. Rossoler, rossolate. Rossolate, arranged in small rose-like clusters. Rosuvastatin, a statin trademark crester that is administered orally in the form of its calcium salt CHFN306S, especially to treat hypercholesterolemia. Roswell, a surname. Roswellian, of or relating to the Roswell UFO incident and related conspiracy theories. Roswells, plural of Roswell. Rodi, a diminutive of the female given name Rose and other related names. Variant of Rosie. Rosie bar, Pethia conchonia, a subtropical freshwater cyprinid fish of southern Asia. Rosie barbs, plural of rosy barb. Rosy boa. Lichenura trivirgata, a snake of the Boidae family. Rosy boas, plural of rosy boa. Rosy cross. Rosicrucianism. Rosy drop. Rosansa. Rosy feather star. Andidin bifida, a crinoid in the family Andidinidae. Rosy feather stars, plural of rosy feather star. Rosie Lee? Alternative spelling of Rosie Lee T. Rosie marsh moth. The noctuid moth Coenophilus abrosea. Rosy marsh moths. Plural of rosy marsh moth. Rosy minivet. The bird Paracrocotus roseus. Rosy minivets. Plural of rosy minivet. Rosy pastor. Synonym of rosy starling. Rosy pastors. Plural of rosy pastor. Rosy periwinkle. Catharanthus roseus, a plant native and endemic to Madagascar. Rosy periwinkles. Plural of rosy periwinkle. Rosy rustic. The noctuid moth Hydretia micacia. Rosy rustics. Plural of rosy rustic. Rosy starling. Pastor roseus, a passerine bird in the starling family Sternidae of much of Eurasia. Rosy starlings. Plural of rosy starling. Rosy tern. The roseate tern. Rosy terns. Plural of rosy tern. Rosy thrush tanager. A bird of the species Rhodonocicera rosea. Rosy thrush tanagers. Plural of rosy thrush tanager. Rosy wave. The geometrid moth Scopula emutaria. Rosy waves. Plural of rosy wave. Rosy sheet. Having cheeks, skin on side of the face of a healthy, ruddy complexion. Rosy. Optimistic, idealistic. Rose-lipped batfish. Ogcosphalus porrectus. Rosy red. Having a color like that of a red rose. Rosy red minnow. A strain of the fathead minnow Pimphalus promulus. Rosy red minnows. Plural of rosy red minnow. Rosabelles. The perennial plant Steptopus lanceolatus. Rosabill. The rosy-billed pochard Netta pepasaka. Rosadills. Plural of rosabill. Rosy. Present participle and gerund of rosy. Rossai, a town on the Firth of Forth in Fife Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NT 1183. Wiskowski, a surname from Polish. Wiskowskis, plural of Wiskowski. Initialism of record of transmission. To suffer decomposition due to biological action, especially by fungi or bacteria. Rot away, to spend a long period of time in an unproductive manner. Rotgat, alternative spelling of rotgut. Rot in hell, to suffer a fate worse than death. Rot me, synonym of I'll be damned. Rob off, to fall off by rotting. Rot through, to rot so as to create holes in the substance that's rotting. Rot 13, alternative form of ROT 13. Rot geese, plural of rot goose. Rot goose, synonym of Brent goose. Rot proof, alternative form of rot proof. Rot steep, to steep cotton to remove impurities. Rot steeped, simple past and past participle of rot steep. Rot steeping, present participle and gerund of rot steep. Rot steeps, third person singular simple present indicative of rot steep. Roth, abbreviation of rotation. Rot 13, a simple Caesar cipher where each letter is replaced by the letter 13 positions beyond it in the alphabet wrapping at Z2O. Rot 13, alternative form of ROT13. Rotha, a branch of the papal curia which serves as an appellate court in ecclesiastical cases, including cases of marriage nullity. Rota Fortunae, synonym of Wheel of Fortune, the mythological wheel turned randomly by Fortuna, the Roman goddess of fate, fortune, and luck, to determine people's fortunes, which were thus unpredictable. Rota ablation, rotary ablation as a technique to remove plaque from an artery. Rotablations, plural of rotablation. Rotablator, a device used in rotablation. Rotablators, plural of rotablator. Rotable, of a component that can be repeatedly restored to a fully serviceable condition. Rotables, plural of rotable. Rotaceous, synonym of rotate, wheel-shaped. Rotacism, alternative spelling of rotacism. Rotacisms, plural of rotacism. Rotevaporator, alternative form of rotovaporator. Rotevaporators, plural of rotevaporator. Roto, or relating to wheels. Autolia, any form different of the odor rotolita. Autolihids, plural of rotolias. Autole, belonging or relating to the rotolina. Rotolite, any fossil foraminifer of the family Rotoliidae, abundant in chalk formations. Rotolites, plural of rotolite. Rotals, plural of rotal. Rotamer, any of a set of conformers that arise from restricted rotation around a single bond. Robomeric, of or pertaining to rotamers. Robomerically, in a rotameric manner. Rotamerization, alternative form of rotamerization. Rotamerizations, plural of rotamerization. Rotamerization, the process or the result of rotamerizing. Rotamerizations, plural of rotamerization. Rotamerize, to convert into a rotamer. Rotamerize, simple past and past participle of rotamerize. Rotamers, plural of rotamer. Rotameter, a device used to measure fluid flow, in which a float rises in a tapered vertical tube to a height dependent on the rate of flow through the tube. Rotameters, plural of rotameter. Rota, a long rattan cane used for corporal punishment. Rotane, any of a class of hydrocarbons consisting of spiral-linked cyclopropane units only, but with a common N-membered ring in the middle. They are named N-rotanes depending on the size of the inner ring. Rotanes, plural of rotane. Rotano, Beta Delphiniae, one of the two components of a binary star in the constellation of Delphinus. Rotans, plural of rotan. Rotoplane, an aircraft which creates lift by means of rotors. Rotoplanes, plural of rotoplane. Rotarian, a member of a Rotary Club. Rotarianism, the activities and mission of Rotary Clubs. Rotarians, plural of Rotarian. Rotaries, plural of rotary. Rotary, in a rotary fashion. Rotharod, a rotating rod used to measure the balance, grip, and motor coordination of small laboratory animals. Rotherons, plural of rotarod. Rotary, capable of rotation. Rotary beater, synonym of egg beater. Rotary beaters, plural of rotary beater. Rotary club, a club that is part of Rotary International. Rotary converter, a machine which converts alternating current to direct current, or vice versa. Rotary converters, plural of rotary converter. Rotary dial, a disc with finger holes, used to enter numbers by rotating the disc forward and letting it slide back. Rotary dialing, synonym of pulse dialing. Rotary dials, plural of rotary dial. Rotary encoder, an electromechanical device that converts the angular position or motion of a shaft or axle into an analog or digital code. Rotary encoders, plural of rotary encoder. Rotary engine, any of several types of internal combustion engine in which the power output is directly rotational. Rotary engines, plural of rotary engine. Rotary evaporator, a piece of laboratory equipment used to gently evaporate solvents from a chemical solution in a temperature-controlled environment. Rotary evaporators, plural of rotary evaporator. Rotary phone, a telephone with a rotary dial. Rotary phones, plural of rotary phone. Rotary press, a rotary printing press. Rotary presses, plural of rotary press. Rotary printing press, a printing press that uses cylinders for carrying ink onto the printed surface, used in flexography, gravure, and offset printing. Rotary printing presses, plural of rotary printing press. Rotary saw, a mechanical saw used for accurate cuts without a pilot hole. Rotary saws, plural of rotary saw. Rotary switch, a switch that is operated by turning a knob. Rotary switches, plural of rotary switch. Rotary table, a device for precisely positioning the workpiece, enabling the operator to drill or cut at exact intervals around a fixed axis. Rotary tables, plural of rotary table. Rotary wing, a primary lift surface that produces lift in rotation, such as found in helicopters. Rotary wings, plural of rotary wing. Rotary dial, alternative form of rotary dial. Rotary dials, plural of rotary dial. Rotary wing aircraft, synonym of helicopter, its technical term. Rotary wing aircrafts, plural of rotary wing aircraft. Rotary wing intercept, an intercept performed by rotary wing aircraft. Rotary wing intercepts, plural of rotary wing intercept. Rotas, plural of rota. Rotoscope, gyroscope. Rotoscopes, plural of rotoscope. Rotatabilities, plural of rotatability. Rotatability, the ability of something to be rotated. Rotatable, having the ability to rotate. Rotatably, so as to be movable by rotation. Rotate, to spin, turn, or revolve. Rotatable, alternative spelling of rotatable. Rotated, having undergone rotation about an axis. Rotated question mark, synonym of inverted question mark. Rotated question marks, plural of rotated question mark. Rotate, an employee who is rotated from one place or duty to another. Rotatees, plural of rotate. Rotately, in a rotate or wheel-shaped manner. Rotates, third person singular simple present indicative of rotate. Rotating, undergoing physical rotation. Rotating beacon, a rotating location light installed at an airport, allowing the type of airport to be determined by the color and speed of the rotation. Rotating beacons, plural of rotating beacon. Rotating chair, a swivel chair. Rotating chairs, plural of rotating chair. Rotating magnetic field, the resultant magnetic field produced by coils symmetrically placed and supplied with polyphase electric current, which is often used in electromechanical applications. Rotatingly, so as to rotate. Rotation, the act of turning around a center or an axis. Rotation curve, for a galaxy, a plot of the orbital velocity of objects with respect to the center of the galaxy as a function of the distance between the two. Rotation curves, plural of rotation curve. Rotation PAS, rotational PAS. Rotation PAS, plural of rotation period. Rotation time, the time allowed to elapse between successive occurrences of a stand of trees being logged. Rotation times, plural of rotation time. Rotational, of, pertaining to, or caused by rotation. Rotational axis, plural of rotational axis. Rotational axis, the spin axis of a freely rotating body. In the case of the Earth, it differs from the figure axis by a few meters, this difference being a partial cause of the Earth's wobble. Rotational dining, the practice of having passengers eat in several different restaurants during a cruise. Rotational energies, plural of rotational energy. Rotational energy, the kinetic energy of a rotating rigid body otherwise at rest. Rotational molding, a form of molding in which molten plastic is placed inside a rotating mold. Rotational moldings, plural of rotational molding. Rotational molding, alternative spelling of rotational molding. Rotational period, the time taken to rotate about its axis relative to the background stars. Rotational periods, plural of rotational period. Rotational symmetries, plural of rotational symmetry. Rotational symmetry, the property a shape has when it looks the same after some rotation by a partial turn. Rotationalities, plural of rotationality. Rotationality, the quality of being rotational. Rotationally, in a rotational manner. Rotationals, plural of rotational. Rotation plasties, plural of rotation plasty. Rotation plasty, a type of autograft in which a portion of an arm or leg is removed while the remaining limb below the excised portion is rotated and reattached. Rotations, plural of rotation. Rotative, turning, rotary, rotational. Rotatively, in a rotative manner. Rotativity, the quality of being rotative, ability to rotate. Rotator, one who or that which rotates. Rotator cuff, a set of 4 smaller muscles in the shoulder responsible for rotating the humerus upper arm bone. Rotator cuffs, plural of rotator cuff. Rotators, a group of muscles that lie beneath the multifidus, somewhat quadrilateral in form. They are present in all spinal regions but most prominent in the thoracic region. They are 11 in number on either side. Rotatoria, of or relating to the rotatoria. Rotatorian, any member of the rotatoria. Rotatorians. Plural of rotatorian. Rotators. Plural of rotator. Rotatory. Alternative form of rotational. Rotavap. Alternative form of rotavap. Rotavate. Alternative form of rotavap. Rotavate. Simple past and past participle of rotavape. Rotavapes. Plural of rotavape. Rotavaping. Present participle and gerund of rotavape. Rotavapor. A rotary evaporator. Rotavaporate. To evaporate in a rotavapor. Rotavaporation. Alternative form of rotovaporation. Rotavapors. Plural of rotavapor. Rotavapor. Alternative form of rotavapor. Rotavapors. Plural of rotavapor. Rotavapt. Simple past and past participle of rotavap. Rotavapping. Present participle and gerund of rotavap. Rotavaps. Plural of rotavap. Rotavate. To till the soil using a rotavator. Rotavated. Simple past and past participle of rotavate. Rotavates. Third person singular simple present indicative of rotavate. Rotavating. Present participle and gerund of rotavate. Rotavation. The action or the result of rotavating. Rotavations. Plural of rotivation. Rotavator. A machine with rotating blades designed to break up or till soil. Rotavators. Plural of rotavator. Rotaviral. Of or pertaining to rotaviruses. Rotovirion. An individual particle of a rotavirus. Rotovarians. Plural of rotavirion. Rotavirologist. A scientist who studies rotaviruses. Rotavirologists. Plural of rotavirologists. Rotavirology. The scientific study of rotaviruses. Rotavirus. Any of a group of wheel-shaped viruses of the genus rotavirus that causes gastroenteritis and diarrhea in children and animals. Rotaviruses. Plural of rotavirus. Rotavirus-like. Resembling a rotavirus. Rotexane. A complex of two molecules, one ring-shaped and the other dumbbell-shaped, with the dumbbell threaded through the ring and having end groups too large to pass through the ring. Rotaxanes. Plural of rotaxane. Rut. Initialism of Reserve Officers Training Corps. Rush. Alternative form of Roch. Rush. A small alcid of the North Atlantic. The little auk, ale. Roches. Plural of roch. Roches. A fish, the European red gurnard Chelodonus. These cuculus. Rochets. Plural of rochet. Roti. Alternative form of roch. Rotis. Plural of rochi. Both. Mechanical routine. A fixed, habitual, repetitive, or mechanical course of procedure. Rot. Bubuk. A species of bubuk owl, Ninox roshensis, endemic to Rote Island southwest of Timor in the Lesser Sundas. Rote bubuks. Plural of rote bubuk. Roth. Simple past and past participle of rote. Rolike. Like a rote, repetitious. Rotala. A surname from Italian. Rotalas. Plural of rotella. Rotal. Hosta in the shape of little wheels. Rovely. My Wrote in rote fashion, machine-like. Rotenburg, a surname from German. Rotenbergs, plural of Rotenburg. Rotenberry, a surname from German. Rotenberries, plural of Rotenberry. Roteness, synonym of rote. Rotenoi, any of a class of polycyclic compounds related to rotenon. Rotenoids, plural of rotenoi. Rotenolone, the 12-ahydroxy derivative of rotenon. Rotenol, a toxic crystalline substance obtained from the roots of darius and related plants, widely used as an insecticide. Rotenons, plural of rotenon. Feldert, a surname from German. Roderts, plural of Rodert. Rots, plural of Rote. Rote work, dreary, tedious work done by rote. Rot, initialism of rolling on the floor crying. Rattle, alternative form of raffle. Initialism of rolling on the floor, laughing. Rotflamau, used to express great amusement. Rotflamthau, initialism of rolling on the floor laughing my fucking ass off. Rotflamthau, initialism of rolling on the floor laughing my goddamn motherfucking ass slash arse off. Rotflamthau, initialism of rolling on the floor laughing my motherfucking ass off. Rotflamthau, initialism of rolling on the floor laughing my motherfucking goddamn ass slash arse off. Rata, initialism of rolling on the floor laughing out loud. Rat, alternative form of Rachi. Ratulal, initialism of rolling on the ground laughing out loud. Rodbath, raw or poor quality alcoholic liquor. Rotbats, plural of Rotkas. Rai, a surname from German of German and Ashkenazi origin. Roth IRA, a particular kind of IRA individual retirement account used for its tax-related benefits. Roth IRAs, plural of Roth IRA. Roth's theorem, a fundamental result in Diophantine approximation to algebraic numbers, stating that these numbers cannot have many rational number approximations that are very good variously defined through history. Rave, a river in Westmoreland and Furness Council area, Cumbria, England, that flows through Grasmere and Rydal Water before joining the River Brathay and discharging into Windermere. Rothbard, a surname from German. Rothbardian, of or pertaining to American economist, libertarian and anarcho-capitalist political philosopher Murray N. Rothbard, his work or his theories. Rothbardianism, the political and or economic philosophy championed by Murray N. Rothbard. Rothbardians, plural of Rothbardian. Rothbardism, Rothbardianism. Rothbards, plural of Rothbard. Rothbard Habakkuk thesis, synonym of Habakkuk thesis. Rothbauer, a surname from German. Rothbauers, plural of Rothbauer. Rothbaum, a surname. Rothberg, a surname. Rothbergs, plural of Rothberg. Rothbury, a small town and civil parish in Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NU 0501. Rothschild, a surname from German. Rothschilds, plural of Rothschild. Reth, a surname from German. Rothenburg, a surname. Rothenburger, a surname. Rothenburgers, plural of Rothenburger. Rothenburgs, plural of Rothenburg. Rothentherm, a municipality in Schwyz Canton, Switzerland. Rother, a surname. Rothernail, a nail with a very full head, used for fastening the rudder irons of ships. Rothernails, plural of Rothernail. Rotherham, a surname. Rotherhams, plural of Rotherham. Rotherbridge, a village in West Sussex, England. Rotherby, a village in Hobey with Rotherby Parish, Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 6716. Rotherfield, a village and civil parish in Wealdon District, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 5529. Rotherham, a large town and metropolitan borough of South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4392. Rotherhams, plural of Rotherham. Rotherhigh, an urban area by the Thames, in the borough of Southwark, Greater London. OS Grid Ref TQ 3579. Rothermall, a surname. Rothermalls, plural of Rothermall. Rothers, plural of Rother. Rotherham, an outer suburb of Hereford in Lower Bullingham Parish and Dyned or Parish, Herefordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SO 5338. Rotherway, a village and civil parish in Hart District, Hampshire, England. Rothery, a surname. Roth, a small town in Moray Council area in northeastern Scotland. OS Grid Ref NJ 2749. Rothesay, a town on the Isle of Bute, Argyll and Bute Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 0864. Rothed, a surname from German. Rothjabs, plural of Rothjab. Rotien, of or relating to Philip Roth, born 1933, American novelist. Rothamay, ellipsis of Milltown of Rothamay, a village in Moray Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NJ 5448. Rothian Orman, a village in Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NJ 7235. Rothkosk, reminiscent of the style of Mark Rothko 1903-1970, American painter of Latvian Jewish descent, generally identified as an abstract expressionist. Rothhopf, a surname from German. Rothgovitz, a surname. Rathley, a village and civil parish in Charnwood Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 5812. Roethlisberger, a surname from German. Roethlisbergers, plural of Roethlisberger. Rothman, a surname. Rothmans, plural of Rothman. Rothman-Townsend syndrome, a form of poikilocetus sometimes associated with osteosarcoma. Rothris, a municipality in Aargau Canton, Switzerland. Rotherai, a surname. Rothrax, plural of Rothrock. Ross, plural of Roth. Rothschild, a surname from German. Rothschild's giraffe, Giraffa camelopardalis rothschildi, a subspecies of northern giraffe. Rothschildian, of or relating to the Rothschild family, a European banking dynasty. Rothschildren, plural of Rothschild surname. Rothschilds, plural of Rothschild. Rothscraper, a skyscraper designed by the architect Emery Roth or the firm Emery Roth and Sons. Rothstein, a surname from German. Rathville, a village in Chariton County, Missouri, United States. Rothwell, a surname. Rothwells, plural of Rothwell. Rovid, a kind of unleavened flatbread commonly consumed in South Asia and the Caribbean. Roti canai, an Indian-influenced flatbread found in Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia. Roti john, a kind of omelette sandwich popular in parts of Asia. Roti prata, synonym of roti canai. Rotifer, any of many-minute aquatic multicellular organisms of the phylum Rotifera that have a ring of cilia resembling a wheel. Rotiferal, of or relating to the Rotifera. Rotiferan, relating to the rotifers. Rotiferans, plural of rotiferan. Rotiferous, of or relating to the rotifers. Rotifers, plural of rotifer. Rotiform, having the shape of a wheel. Rotigaptide, a peptide analog used in the treatment of cardiac arrhythmia. Rotigastine, the dopamine agonist S6-propyl-2-thiophene 2-ethylamino 5,6,7,8 tetrahydronaphthalene 1-ol. Roti, present participle and gerund of rot. Rotini, a type of helix or corkscrew-shaped pasta similar to fusilli. Rotis, plural of roti. Rotisserie, a cooking device with which food is roasted on a rotating spit. Rotisserie, alternative spelling of rotisserie. Rotisserie baseball, synonym of fantasy baseball. Rotisserie sports, synonym of fantasy sports. Rotisserie, simple past and past participle of rotisserie. Rotisserie, present participle and gerund of rotisserie. Rotisseries, plural of rotisserie. Rotisseries, plural of rotisserie. Rotisserize, synonym of rotisserie. Rotisserize, simple past and past participle of rotisserize. Rotisserizes, third person singular simple present indicative of rotisserize. Rotisserizing, present participle and gerund of rotisserize. Rot, initialism of Return of the Jedi and 1983 movie in the Star Wars series. Rotto, a surname. Rotto. Red cabbage. Rotgreuz, a village in Rischrott-Creuse municipality, Zug Canton, Switzerland. Retto. Initialism of release on temporary license, a form of parole for prisoners. Retto. Alternative form of Rotal, a former Middle Eastern and North African unit of weight, usually 1 5 pounds 0.52.5 kg. Ratla, a kind of Indian flatbread. Ratlo, alternative form of Ratla. Rattles, plural of Rattle. Rotman, a surname. Rotmans, plural of Rotman. Rottenflamau, initialism of rolling on the motherfucking floor laughing my ass off. Rottenflumtau, initialism of rolling on the motherfucking floor laughing my motherfucking ass off. Rothen, abbreviation of rotation. Rothens, plural of rotten. Rovo, clipping of rotisserie sports. Roto Vegas, alternative form of rotogus. Rovo, rotation. Roto Vegas, Alternative form of rotovgus. Rotortis, a person who creates masks for frames to crop in and out backgrounds and objects, frame by frame in video and film for rotoscoping. Rotortists, plural of rotortists. Rotobaiter, a kind of rotary mower. Rotobaters, plural of rotobaiter. Rotochemical, describing the heating produced by various effects of the reduction in angular momentum of a rotating neutron star, especially a pulsar. Rotodiffusion, rotatory gyrokinetic diffusion. Rotodiffusive, relating to or causing rotodiffusion. Rotodome, a rotating radome. Rotodomes, plural of rotodome. Rotodynamic, in which energy is continuously imparted to the pumped fluid by means of a rotating impeller, propeller, or rotor, unlike a positive displacement pump, in which a fluid is moved by trapping a fixed amount of fluid and forcing the trapped volume into the pump's discharge. Rotodyne, an aircraft that has both wings and rotors. Rotodynes, plural of rotodyne. Roto, simple past and past participle of roto. Rotovaporation, evaporation by means of a rotary evaporator. Rotovaporator, abbreviation of rotary evaporator. Rotovaporators, plural of rotovaporator. Rotodate, a turnstile with its height extended to the height of a person, similar to a revolving door. Rotogate, plural of rotogate. Rotograph, a photograph printed by a process in which a strip or roll of sensitized paper is automatically fed over the negative so that a series of prints are made and are then rapidly developed, fixed, cut apart, and washed. Rotograph, simple past and past participle of rotograph. Rotographing, present participle and gerund of rotograph. Rotographs, plural of rotograph. Rotogravure, a printing process by which the paper is rolled through intaglio cylinders. Rotogravures, plural of rotogravure. Rotogravurist, one who produces rotogravure prints. Rotogravurists, plural of rotogravurist. Rotlet, a generalized helicoid. Rotodal, having the form of a rotoi. Rotods, plural of rotoi. Rotoe, present participle and gerund of roto. Rotor inversion, the combination of a rotation and an inversion in a point on the axis. Rotor inversions, plural of rotor inversion. Rotaukas, an East Papuan language spoken in Bougainville Island. Rotale, plural of Rotolo. Rodolo, a surname. Rodolos, plural of Rotolo. Rotomation. Rotoscoping, especially when assisted by motion capture technology. Rotober, misspelling of rotamer. Rotometer, alternative form of rotometer. Rotometers, plural of rotometer. Rotomolded, molded/molded using rotational molding. Rotomolding, alternative form of rotomolding. Rotomoldings, plural of rotomolding. Rotomolded, alternative spelling of rotomolded. Rotomolding, rotational molding. Rotomoldings, plural of rotomolding. Rotin, the quantum of rotation in a superfluid. Rotunda, A roundabout, traffic circle. Rotundas, plural of rotonda. Rotonde. A rough worn during the beginning of the 17th century, a cope. Rotons, plural of rotonde. Rotondi. A surname. Rotondis, plural of rotondi. Rotondo. A surname. Rotondos, plural of rotondo. Rotonic, of or relating to rotins. Rotinization, the production of rotins. Rotins, plural of rotin. Rotopulsator, any of a class of solutions to the n-body problem in a curved space whose configuration rotates during the motion. Rotopulsators, plural of rotopulsator. Rotor, a rotating part of a mechanical device. For example, in an electric motor, generator, alternator, or pump. Rotor kite, an unpowered rotary wing aircraft. Rotor kites, plural of rotor kite. Rotor machine, and mixed electronic and mechanical stream cipher composed of a series of wheels, widespread use from the 1920s-1970s. Rotor machines, plural of rotor machine. Rotor syndrome, a form of hyperbilirubinemia caused by impaired hepatocellular storage of conjugated bilirubin that leaks into plasma. Rotor-type hyperbilirubinemia, synonym of rotor syndrome. Rot or craft, any aircraft that obtains its lift from rotors. Rot or crafts, plural of rot or craft. Rotor, having a rotor or rotors. Rot or flexion, rotation about an axis and reflection in a plane perpendicular to the axis. Rot or flexions, plural of rot or flexion. Rotorless, without a rotor. Rotors, plural of rotor. Rot or stator, a component of some mixers in which a rotor rotates in close proximity to a stator. Rot or stators, plural of rot or stator. Rotorua, a city, the capital of Rotorua Lakes District, Bay of Plenty, North Island, New Zealand, on the southern shores of Lake Rotorua. Rotorua Lakes, a territorial authority in Bay of Plenty and Waikato regions, New Zealand, in full Rotorua Lakes District. Rotoruan, a native or inhabitant of Rotorua. Rotos, plural of roto. Rotoscope, a technique in which animators trace live-action movement frame by frame. Rotoscope, simple past and past participle of rotoscope. Rotoscoper, one who rotoscopes. Rotoscopers, plural of rotoscoper. Rotoscopes, third person singular simple present indicative of rotoscope. Rotoscopic, of or pertaining to the rotoscope form of animation. Rotoscoping, synonym of rotoscope technique. Rototill, to break up and turn soil using a rototiller. Rototills, simple past and past participle of rototill. Rototiller, a motorized cultivator having rotating blades. Rototillers, plural of rototiller. Rototilling, the use of a rototiller. Rototillings, plural of rototilling. Rototills, third person singular simple present indicative of rototill. Rototum, a drum that has no shell and is able to change pitch by rotating its drumhead around a threaded metal ring. Rototums, plural of rototum. Rototranslation, any semi-rigid transformation Euclidean isometry that involves rotation and translation. Rototranslational, relating to rototranslation. Rototranslations, plural of rototranslation. Rotovap, abbreviation of rotary evaporator. Rotovape, alternative form of rotovap. Rotovate, simple past and past participle of rotovape. Rotovapes, plural of rotovape. Rotovaping, present participle and gerund of rotovape. Rotovaporation, alternative form of rotovaporation. Rotovaporator, alternative form of rotovaporator. Rotovaporators, plural of rotovaporator. Rotovapt, simple past and past participle of rotovap. Rotovapping, present participle and gerund of rotovap. Rotovaps, plural of rotovap. Rotovate, alternative form of rotavate. Rotovated, simple past and past participle of rotovate. Rotovates, third person singular simple present indicative of rotovate. Rotovating, present participle and gerund of rotovate. Rotovator, alternative form of rotavator. Rotovators, plural of rotovator. Rotovagus, alternative letter case form of rotogus. Rotogus, nickname for Rotorua, a city in the Bay of Plenty region, New Zealand. Rotavirus, misspelling of rotavirus. Rotoxamine, the malic acid salt of the levorotatory isomer of carbonoxamine. Rotozoomer, an animated visual effect in which a bitmap is scaled and rotated. Rotozoomers, plural of rotozoomer. Rotproof, resistant to rotting. Rotproof, simple past and past participle of rotproof. Rotproofing, present participle and gerund of rotproof. Rotproofs, third person singular simple present indicative of rotproof. Rottramel, a surname from German. Rottramels, plural of Rottramel. Rots, initialism of Revenge of the Sith, a 2005 movie in the Star Wars series. Rots, third person singular simple present indicative of rot. Rots away, third person singular simple present indicative of rot away. Rots in hell, third person singular simple present indicative of rot in hell. Rots off, third person singular simple present indicative of rot off. Rots through, third person singular simple present indicative of rot through. Rot song, characterized or marked by rot or rotting. Initialism of rise of the triad. A Rottweiler dog. Alternative form of rota. Ratadol, capable of rotting, biodegradable. Ratas, plural of rata. Ratat, destroyed or damaged by rot. Rotted away, simple past and past participle of rot away. Rotted in hell, simple past and past participle of rot in hell. Rotted off, simple past and past participle of rot off. Rotted through, simple past and past participle of rot through. Rottedness, rottenness. Rotted, of perishable items, overridden with bacteria and other infectious agents. Rotten apple, a bad person, especially one who has a corrupting influence on others. A bad apple. Rotten apples, plural of rotten apple. Rotten borough, a parliamentary borough that was represented in parliament, although the number of voters had diminished so greatly that they were largely controlled by the main landowner. Such boroughs were abolished in the 19th century. Rotten boroughs, plural of rotten borough. Rotten egg, a person who is the latest, the last, or the slowest in a group to arrive somewhere or to perform a certain task. Rotten egg gas, hydrogen sulfide. Rotten eggs, plural of rotten egg. Rotten stone, alternative form of rotten stone. Rotten through, past participle of rot through. Rotten to the core, completely rotten. Rotten egg gas, alternative form of rotten egg gas. Rottenburg, a surname from German. Rottenburgs, plural of Rottenburg. Rotten, Rottener, comparative form of rotten, more rotten. Rottiness, superlative form of rotten, most rotten. Rottenish, somewhat rotten. Rottenly, in a rotten manner. Rottenness, the quality of being rotten. Rottenesses, plural of rottenness. Rotten stone, a soft, friable limestone used in polishes. Rothensten, simple past and past participle of rotten stone. Rotten stones, plural of rotten stone. Rottenstening, present participle and gerund of rotten stone. Rather, a surname from German. Rotterdam, a city in South Holland, Netherlands. Rotterdammer, a native or inhabitant of Rotterdam. Rotterdammers, plural of Rotterdammer. Rotters, plural of rotter. Rottes, second person singular simple present indicative of rot. Rottet, third person singular simple present indicative of rot. Ruddy, alternative form of roti type of flat bread. Ruddy, a Rottweiler dog. Rottes, plural of rotty. Rotted, pronunciation spelling of rotting. Rotty, present participle and gerund of rot. Rotting away, present participle and gerund of rot away. Rotting in hell, present participle and gerund of rot in hell. Rotting off, present participle of rot off. Rotting through, present participle and gerund of rot through. Rottingdean, a village in the city of Brighton and Hove, East Sussex, England. OS grid FTQ 3702. Rotting house, a surname from German. Rotting houses, plural of rotting house. Rottime, in a rotting manner. Rottingness, something which is undergoing rot or decomposition. Rottings, plural of rotting. Rottes, plural of rotty. Rattle, alternative form of rotol. Rottora, any plant of the genus Rottora. Rotoras, plural of Rotora. Rotorun, a protein kinase inhibitor derived from the kamla tree Mallotus philippinensis, sin. Rotora tinctoria. Radols, plural of rodol. Rodoltrap. Recady. Rotman, a surname. Rotmans, plural of Rotman. Rottenest island pine. Synonym of Murray pine. Rutto, Rottnest Island, a small island off the coast of Western Australia. Rada, a former Middle Eastern and North African unit of dry weight, usually between 1.5 pounds 0.5 to 2.5 kg. Radali, plural of Radalo. Radalo, alternative form of Ratal, a former Middle Eastern and North African unit of dry weight, usually between 1.5 pounds 5 to 2.5 kg. Radalos, plural of Radalo. Rados, plural of Ratal. Ruts, plural of Rat. Rat, a village in de Frisk Maren municipality, Friesland province, Netherlands. Rottweiler, a very large muscular breed of dog of German origin with black fur and tan markings. Rottweilers, plural of Rottweiler. Rottweiler, misspelling of Rottweiler. Rottweilers, plural of Rottweiler. Ruddy, alternative form of Roddy. Ruddy, initialism of Reserve Officer Training Unit. Rotjala, the Paytala, the kneecap. Rotjali, plural of Rotjala. Rotjaler, of or relating to the Rotjala, or kneecap. Rotjalas, plural of Rotjala. Rotjalet, a document in the form of a small roll, especially one that forms part of a larger roll. Rotjalets, plural of Rotjalet. Rotjali, plural of Rotjalis. Rotjalit, any sand-dollar in the family Rotjalidi. Rotjalids, plural of Rotjalit. Rotjalas, a roll of parchment or papyrus that was written on to make a permanent record. Radima, a Fijian dependency consisting of Radima Island and a number of islets. Radima, a language spoken on the island of Radima in Fiji. Radimans, plural of Radiman. Rotund, having a round, spherical or curved shape, circular, orbicular. Rotunda, the United States capital Rotunda. Rotundi, plural of Rotunda. Rotundas, plural of Rotunda. Rotunde, bounded, especially at the end or corners. Rotundation, the state or quality of the ear's hand. Rotunde, given a rotund shape. Rotundine, a tricyclic hydrocarbon derived from Cyperus rotundus. UPAC name 1,5-9-trimethyltricyclo 6.2.2.026 dodec-9. Rotunder, comparative form of rotund, more rotund. Rotundus, superlative form of rotund, most rotund. Atundifoliae, synonym of rotundifolious. Rotundifolious, having round leaves. Rotundities, plural of rotundity. Rotundity, the quality of Eva's an. Rotundly, in a rotund way. Rotundness, the property of rotund fatness, largeness. Rotundo, alternative form of rotunda. Rotundun, a sesquiterpene responsible for a peppery taste in wine. Rotundas, rotund. Rotano, a surname. Rotanos, plural of rotano. Rotter, a grant made of feudal property. Rotterer, obsolete form of roturier. Rotterers, plural of rotterer. Rotchers, plural of Rocher. Ate, a commoner or plebeian, a person of low rank, especially in pre-revolutionary France, a member of the social class comprising all who were not nobles or clergy. Roturiers, plural of roturier. Roturiua, alternative form of rotorua. Ratla, initialism of rest of the world. Rotwash, a secret cant or thieves' argot spoken by covert groups primarily in southern Germany and Switzerland. Rozzo, a town in Vicenza, Veneto, Italy. Abbreviation of Rouen-Noranda, Quebec, Canada. Oi, a monoclinic sphenoidal dark emerald green mineral containing copper, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen. Oi, a branding iron. Nawans, plural of awan. Roubaisian, a person who was born in or is a citizen or inhabitant of Roubaix, France. Roubaix, plural of Roubaisian. Roubaix, a city in Haute-France, France. Roubaltite, a triclinic pinacoidal mineral containing carbon, copper, hydrogen, oxygen, and uranium. Raubinid, alternative form of rubinid. Raubinids, plural of raubinid. Raubidox, a surname from French primarily used by the Lakota people. Ruble, alternative spelling of ruble. Rubles, plural of ruble. Rauques, a surname. Rouch, a surname from French, variant of rouge. Rouch, alternative form of ruch. Rouched, wrinkled. Pucker. Rochefoucauldian, of or relating to François de la Rochefoucauld, writer 1613-1680, French author of maxims and memoirs. Rouches, plural of rouch. Raupu, Anato, Achiot Bixa or Alana. Raucus, plural of Rauku. Raukayan, alternative form of Rukuyan. Rowdybush, a surname. Rowdybushes, plural of Rowdybush. Rowthou, a small settlement in Rowdham and Larling Parish, Breckland District, Norfolk, England. OSGrid Ref TL 9587. Rowdham and Larling, a civil parish in Breckland District, Norfolk, England. Rat, alternative spelling of Roe. Roe, a debauched or lecherous person. Roel, a wheel-like amulet of the ancient Gauls intended to symbolize the sun. Raels, plural of Rael. Rae, the prefecture of the department of Seine-Maritime and the capital of the region of Normandy, France, on the Seine River. Rowans, plural of Rowan. Rowery, the behavior of a rowway, debauchery. Raz, plural of row. Rai is plural of rowway. Rowet, a flutter wheel. Rowets, plural of rowets. Roof, the number 4. Roofs, plural of roof. Raugeru, a werewolf or werewolf-like creature said to inhabit swamps in Louisiana and sometimes French-Canadian folklore. Raugerus, plural of Raugeru. Rue, a neighborhood of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Rougette Noir, a solitaire card game played with 2 decks of playing cards. Ruche Blant, La Berry Rivena Humiles. Ruche Blants, plural of Ruche Blant. Ruzau, a surname. Ruyaz, plural of Ruyao. Rouge. Simple past and past participle of rouge. Rouge-like. Resembling or characteristic of rouge. Rouges. Plural of rouge. Rouge. A porcine infectious disease. Rouge Soraya. A bird from the family Rallidae Rougeus rougedii. Rouge Sorales. Plural of Rouge Sorale. A surname. Rough and Ready. A census-designated place in Nevada County, California, United States. Rough and ready. Crude or unpolished, but still fit for use, good enough. Rough and tumble. Alternative form of rough and tumble. Rough and tumble. Simple past and past participle of rough and tumble. Rough and tumbles. Plural of rough and tumble. Rough and tumbling. Present participle and gerund of rough and tumble. Rough around the edges. In need of refinement and sophisticated. Rough, bed straw. A plant of species Galium asperellum. Rough, bed. Grass of species Agrostis scabra. Found from Korea to eastern Canada to Mexico, but not in southeastern U.S. Rough bentgrass. Grass of species Agrostis scabra found from Korea to eastern Canada to Mexico, but not in the southeastern U.S. Rough book. Synonym of notebook, especially. Rough books. Plural of rough book. Rough breathing. The sound equivalent to an initial H before a vowel or an R in ancient Greek. Rough breathings. Plural of rough breathing. Rough collie. A dog of a long-haired breed originating from Scotland, originally used as sheepdogs. Rough collies. Plural of rough collie. Rough cut. The second of 3 stages of offline editing of a film, recognizable as a conventional film but having notable defects such as incomplete narrative flow and missing visual or sound effects. Rough cuts. Plural of rough cut. Rough diamond. Synonym of diamond in the rough. Rough diamonds. Plural of rough diamond. Rough draw. Alternative form of rough draw. Rough drawing. Present participle and gerund of rough draw. Rough draw. Past participle of rough draw. Rough draws. Third person singular simple present indicative of rough draw. Rough drew. Simple past of rough draw. Rough edges. Minor imperfections. Rough end of the pineapple. The worst of something, harsh treatment. Rough endoplasmic reticulum. The cytoplasm-facing region of the endoplasmic reticulum, occupied by ribosomes that are involved in the formation of membrane and secretory proteins. Rough fish. Any fish not considered valuable as sport fish nor used as bait or for food. Rough fishes. Plural of rough fish. Rough hawksbeard. A Plepia species Crepes biennis. Rough horsetail. A plant in the taxonomic genus Equisetum horsetails, Equisetum hyemale. Rough horsetails. Plural of rough horsetail. Rough house. Alternative spelling of rough house. Rough. To endure hard living conditions, to live without ordinary comforts. Rough justice. Treatment or punishment that is not considered fair or in accordance with the law. Rough lemon. Citrus jambiri, a lemon with a rough skin and very sour pulp. Rough lemons. Plural of rough lemon. Rough music. Improvised noise created by banging saucepans, scrap metal, etc., especially as a way for communities to express outrage or displeasure at someone's behavior. Rough number, a k-rough number, a positive integer whose prime factors are all greater than or equal to k. Rough numbers, plural of rough number. Rough out, to create the rough shape of something, such as a machine part or a sculpture, to do the first fixed setup of something, such as plumbing or wiring. Rough patch, a difficult or embattling period of one's life. Rough patches, plural of rough patch. Rough perfect, having almost perfectly memorized a theatrical part. Rough power, synonym of roughing pump. Rough pumps, plural of rough pump. Rough ride, the practice of not applying a seat belt to a handcuffed detainee in a transport vehicle before driving erratically, causing that detainee to be violently shaken about. Rough rider, something, such as a steam locomotive, that does not travel smoothly when in motion. Rough Riders, the first United States volunteer cavalry military unit in the Spanish-American War. Rough Riders, plural of rough rider. Rough rides, plural of rough ride. Rough service light, synonym of trouble light. Rough service lights, plural of rough service light. Rough shark, any shark of the genus Oxynotus. Rough slant, a partially enclosed shed used for shelter. Rough slants, plural of rough slant. Rough sledding, a difficult period of time. Rough sleeper, a homeless person who sleeps outdoors. Rough sleepers, plural of rough sleeper. Rough string, one of the supports for the steps of a wooden stairway. Rough strings, plural of rough string. Rough stuff, coarse paint laid on after the priming and before the finish. Rough tray, rough or tough men who are available as casual sexual partners for other men, for example in exchange for money. Rough trot, a series of difficult circumstances. Rough trot, plural of rough trot. Rough up, to manhandle or beat up. Rough up the bullpen, to manage easily to hit pitching by the starting and relief pitchers of the opposing team, despite the types of pitches thrown or the skill of the pitchers. Rough vacuum, a coarse vacuum, usually one where pressure remains at 0.1 to 1 millitorr. Rough vacuums, plural of rough vacuum. Rough wooing, part of the 16th century wars between Scotland and England, during which an attempt was made to force Scotland to agree to a marriage alliance between Mary, Queen of Scots, and the English heir apparent Edward, son of King Henry Roman VIII. Rough and ready, alternative form of rough and ready. Rough and tumble, active, vigorous, and rough with the possibility of harm. Rough and tumble, simple past and past participle of rough and tumble. Rough and tumbles, plural of rough and tumble. Rough and tumbling, present participle and gerund of rough and tumble. Rough-backed litter snake, synonym of dragon snake Xenodermis javanicus. Rough-backed litter snakes, plural of rough-backed litter snake. Rough book, alternative form of rough book. Rough books, plural of rough book. Rough raw, to sketch roughly, to make a quick, unpolished version. Rough drawing, present participle and gerund of rough draw. Rough raw, past participle of rough draw. Rough draws, third person singular simple present indicative of rough draw. Rough rests, of building stone, not smooth, uncut. Rough-drew. Simple past of rough draw. Rough-edged. Synonym of rough around the edges. Rough-footed. Of a bird having feathered feet. Rough-footed mud turtle. Kynastron and her type. A species of mud turtle in the family Kynastronidae. Rough-footed mud turtles. Plural of rough-footed mud turtle. Rough-grained. Having a rough grain or fiber. Rough hew. To cut or shape something roughly without finishing or tidying the surface. Rough hew. Simple past of rough hew. Rough hewer. One who rough hews. Rough hewers. Plural of rough hewer. Rough hewing. Present participle and gerund of rough hew. Rough hewn. Hewn roughly without a neat finish. Rough hews. Third person singular simple present indicative of rough hew. Rough hound. The dogfish, a kind of shark. Rough hounds. Plural of rough hound. Rough house. Alternative spelling of rough house. Rough leaf false vervain. Synonym of blue snakeweed. Rough legged. Of a bird having the legs covered with feathers. Rough-legged buzzard. Butiolagopus, a medium-large bird of prey. Rough-legged buzzards. Plural of rough-legged buzzard. Rough-legged hawk. The rough-legged buzzard. Rough-toothed dolphin. An oceanic dolphin of the species Stenoberdinensis. Rough-toothed dolphins. Plural of rough-toothed dolphin. Ravid. Originally archaic, garbage, rubbish, or waste. Later agriculture the portions of a crop which are discarded, such as husks, stalks, etc. Also, agricultural waste such as weeds. Ravages. Plural of roughage. Rava. A village and civil parish in Breckland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TF 8320. Rava. A surname from Irish. Rothans. Plural of Rothan. Refdas. A crude model. Roughcasted. Simple past and past participle of roughcast. Roughcaster. Someone who works with roughcasting. Roughcasters. Plural of roughcaster. Roughcasting. Present participle and gerund of roughcast. Roughcasts. Plural of roughcast. Roughdraw. Alternative form of rough draw. Rough drawing. Present participle and gerund of rough draw. Rough draw. Past participle of rough draw. Rough draws. Third person singular simple present indicative of rough draw. Ravru. Simple past of rough draw. Ravry. Simple past and past participle of roughry. Ravries. Third person singular simple present indicative of roughry. Ravry. In laundry work, to dry without smoothing or ironing. Avier. Present participle and gerund of roughry. Ravet. A surname. Rafet. Plural of Rafet. Rut. Simple past and past participle of rough. Rafte. Simple past and past participle of roughet. Roughed out. Simple past and past participle of rough out. Roughed up. Simple past and past participle of rough up. Roughed up the bullpen. Simple past and past participle of rough up the bullpen. Rava. To make rough. Roughen up. To make something rough or rougher. Roughened. Simple past and past participle of roughen. Roughened up. Simple past and past participle of roughen up. Roughening. Present participle and gerund of roughen. Roughening up. Present participle and gerund of roughen up. Roughens. Third person singular simple present indicative of roughen. Roughens up. Third person singular simple present indicative of roughen up. Rougher. Comparative form of rough, more rough. Rougher around the edges. Comparative form of rough around the edges, more rough around the edges. Roughters. Plural of rougher. Roughest. Superlative form of rough, most rough. Roughest around the edges. Superlative form of rough around the edges, most rough around the edges. Roughhead. A fish, the common shiner, Luxellus cornutus. Roughheads. Plural of roughhead. Roughhew. Alternative form of roughhew. Roughhew. Simple past and past participle of roughhew. Roughhew. Present participle and gerund of roughhew. Roughhew. Alternative form of roughhewn. Roughhews. Third person singular simple present indicative of roughhew. Roughhouse. Rowdy behavior. Roughhouse. Simple past and past participle of roughhouse. Roughhouser. One who roughhouses. Roughhousers. Plural of roughhouser. Roughhouses. Third person singular simple present indicative of roughhouse. Roughhousing. Present participle and gerund of roughhouse. Ruddy. Alternative form of roughy type of fish. Raves. Plural of roughy. Roughy. Present participle and gerund of rough. Roughing fluid. A fluid used to roughen the surface of certain playing cards so that they clump together, used as a preparatory stage for certain card tricks. Roughing fluids. Plural of roughing fluid. Roughing it. Present participle and gerund of rough it. Roughing mill. A metal disc charged with wet emery, etc. for grinding gems. Roughing mills. Plural of roughing mill. Roughing out. Present participle and gerund of rough out. Roughing pump. A type of vacuum pump that is used to achieve rough vacuum from initial atmospheric pressure. Roughing pumps. Plural of roughing pump. Roughing up. Present participle and gerund of rough up. Roughing up the bullpen. Present participle and gerund of rough up the bullpen. Roughings. Rowan, a second crop of hay. Ravish. Semi-rough. Roughishly. In a roughish manner. Somewhat roughly. Roughishness. Slight roughness. Roughlight. Udiolagopus, a bird of prey. Roughlightus. Plural of roughly. Roughly. Comparative form of roughly, more roughly. Roughliest. Superlative form of roughly, most roughly. Roughly. In a rough manner, without kindness, softness, or gentleness. Roughly speaking. Not being totally accurate, used as a phrase to specify. Roughneck. Someone with rough manners, a rowdy or uncouth person. Roughneck. Simple past and past participle of roughneck. Roughneck. Present participle and gerund of roughneck. Roughnecks. Plural of roughneck. Roughness. The property of EF. Coarseness. Roughness, length. A parameter of some vertical wind profile equations that model the horizontal mean wind speed near the ground. In the log wind profile, it is equivalent to the height at which the wind speed theoretically becomes zero. Roughness lengths. Plural of roughness, length. Roughnesses. Plural of roughness. Roughometer. A device that is attached to a motor vehicle in order to measure the roughness of a road surface. Roughometers. Plural of roughometer. Rough out. The process of roughing out anything that has been thus roughed out. Rough outs. Plural of rough out. Rough Rider. A team member for the Canadian Football League's Saskatchewan Roughriders. Rough Riders. Plural of Rough Rider. Rough Riding. A rodeo event involving the riding of an untamed horse. Rough. Plural of rough. Rough. Third person singular simple present indicative of roughed. Roughs out. Third person singular simple present indicative of rough out. Roughs out. Third person singular simple present indicative of rough up. Roughs up the bullpen. Third person singular simple present indicative of rough up the bullpen. Rotsbath. The lowest class of people, the rabble. Rough-setter. A mason who builds rough stonework. Rough-setters. Plural of rough-setter. Rough-eye. Of a horse, having hooves shod with horseshoes that have calques or projecting parts to prevent slipping. Rough-saw. Characterized or marked by roughness, crude, unrefined. Rough-spun. A garment made from roughly spun yarn or made from a coarse material. Rough-spuns. Plural of rough-spun. Rough sty. Collectively, broncos, horses not fully broken that are likely to buck when ridden. What? A surname. Rodell. Having a rough tail. Rodells. Plural of rawtail. Rotar. Rare form of rough talk. Rotley. Misspelling of roughly. Rosa. A place name. Rossens. Plural of rotten. Ruts. Plural of rot. Roughway. A swallow of the genus Stelgidopteryx. Roughwings. Plural of roughwing. Roughware. To work over coarsely, without regard to nicety or smoothness. Rough-worked. Simple past and past participle of rough work. Rough-working. Present participle and gerund of rough work. Rough works. Third person singular simple present indicative of rough work. Ravi. A fish in family Trachypsida. Rouger. Present participle and gerund of rouge. A surname. Rouillade. Plural of rouillade. Rouillade. A type of sauce from Provence, France, often served with fish dishes consisting of egg yolk and olive oil with breadcrumbs, chili peppers, garlic, and saffron. Rouilles. Plural of rouille. Audriamo. A Chinese meat sandwich, usually containing pork that has been stewed in a seasoned soup, originating from the cuisine of Shaanxi. Raukatapalimos, a traditional Easter event in the town of Frontados Beta Rho Omicron U Tau Alpha Delta Omicron Sigma on the Greek island of Chios, in which rival church congregations fire large numbers of homemade rockets across town, attempting to hit each other's bell towers. Rapoop, genuine pre-estimated damages on the cancellation of a sale or lease, usually relating to immovable property. Rel, alternative spelling of rel. Rel-rels, plural of rel rel. Rel rel, alternative spelling of rel rel. Rel rels, plural of rel rel. Roulette, an elaborate embellishment of several notes sung to one syllable. Roulated, simple past and past participle of roulade. Roulades, plural of roulade. Rouletting, present participle and gerund of roulade. Obsolete form of role. Rua, a surname from French. Ruas, plural of rouleau. Rua, plural of rouleau. Rua, simple past and past participle of rule. Roulement, a short deployed tour for a major combat unit or other grouping of personnel on a continuing operation. Rose, third person singular simple present indicative of rule. Roulette, a game of chance in which a small ball is made to move round rapidly on a circle divided off into numbered, usually red and black spaces. When the ball stops, it indicates the result of a variety of wagers permitted by the game. Roulette wheel, a slotted wheel that rotates horizontally. Players bet on which slot the ball will stop in. Roulette wheels, plural of roulette wheel. Roulette, simple past and past participle of roulette. Roulette-like, resembling or characteristic of the gambling game of roulette. Roulettes, plural of roulette. Route, present participle and gerund of roulette. Rower, a cyclist who performs well on flat and undulating roads. Rulers, plural of ruler. Rowhack, a surname. Rowhacks, plural of rowhack. Rue, present participle and gerund of rule. Rowell, a game bird in the pheasant family, the crested partridge Rolulus rulal. Rowlows, plural of rowrel. Ralston, a surname. Ralstone, a surname. Rufui, alternative form of roly-poly game. Row, a deep blue dye. Romania, dated form of Romania. Romanian, dated spelling of Romanian. Romanians, plural of Romanian. Raumale, the area of the Greek mainland north of the Peloponnese, central Greece, especially seen as a district of the Ottoman Empire. Roumelia, archaic form of Rumelia. Roumelian, archaic form of Rumelian. Roumelians, plural of Roumelian. Amoeth, archaic form of Rumeliet. Amoeth, archaic form of Rumeliet. Amoleots, plural of Valmoliot. Amoles, plural of Valmoliet. Ra, a secret or mystery. Ra, pronunciation spelling of round. Rouse, the handle by which the bed of a hand press, holding the form of type, etc., is run in under the platen and out again. Rounce robble hobble, the sound of a thunderclap. Roused, simple past and past participle of rounce. Rounces, plural of rounce. Roundsevel, a giant, anything large. Roundsevels, plural of roundsevel. Roundsea, archaic form of roundsea. Roundseas, plural of roundsea. Roundseas, plural of roundsea. Rouncing, present participle and gerund of rounce. Rouncivil, alternative spelling of rouncivil. Rouncey, a horse, especially a common riding horse. Round, a surname. Roundabout, in an opposite direction. Round and round, in a repeated circular motion. Round angle, an angle of 360 degrees, a full circle. Round angles, plural of round angle. Round bracket. Each of the signs and parenthesis bracket in a strict sense. Round brackets, plural of round bracket. Round K, an island of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Round character, a complex literary character with fully developed and dynamic traits. Round characters, plural of round character. Round clam, synonym of hard clam. Round clams, plural of round clam. Round dance, a dance for couples with a whirling or revolving motion, such as the waltz or polka. Round dances, plural of round dance. Round down, to round a number to the greatest integer that is not greater than it, or to some other lower value, especially a whole number of hundreds, thousands, etc. Round file, a metal file with a circular or rounded shape used for shaping round surfaces. Round files, plural of round file. Round game, a game where each player plays for himself or herself without teams or partners. Round games, plural of round game. Round girl, synonym of ring girl. Round girls, plural of round girl. Round hand, alternative form of round hand. Round hands, plural of round hand. Round heart disease, acute birds characters the unusual MS of the heart. Round herring, any of the family Dasumidia club fish. Round herrings, plural of round herring. Round Hill Village, a census-designated place in Douglas County, Nevada, United States. Round house, alternative form of roundhouse. Round houses, plural of round house. Round in, to haul up, usually to haul the slack of a rope through its leading block, or to haul up a tackle which hangs loose by its fall. Round iron, a plumber's tool for finishing soldered work. Round irons, plural of round iron. Round Lake Beach, a northern suburb of Chicago in Lake County, Illinois, United States. Round ligament, either of two ligaments running from the uterus through the inguinal canal to the labia majora, ligamentarius uteri. Round ligaments, plural of round ligament. Round lot, a block of shares of stock that is a multiple of some number, usually 100. Round lots, plural of round lot. Round mountain, a census-designated place in Shasta County, California, United States. Round number, a number whose decimal representation ends in one or more zeros, especially when it is because the number has only a few significant digits. Round number bias, the tendency to favor round numbers or easy-to-use numbers as opposed to more realistic, more precise figures. Round numbers, plural of round number. Round Oak, a hamlet in Hopesay Parish, near Craven Arms, Shropshire, England. OS Grid Refso 3984. Round of 16, the round in a knockout competition before the quarterfinal, in which 16 teams or competitors remain. Round of 32, the round in a knockout competition before the round of 16, in which 32 teams or competitors remain. Round of applause, an outburst of clapping among a group or audience. Round of beeve, A cut of beef from the thigh, through and across the bone. Round of 16. Alternative form of round of 16. Round off. To change the shape of an object to make it smoother and especially more circular or ovoid. Round on. To turn and attack someone or something. Round out. To become rounder or plumper. Round robin. Senses relating to something with a round shape or which goes around. Round robins. Plural of round robin. Round Rock, an island of the British Virgin Islands. Round S, synonym of short S. Round Ship, a superclass of wooden sailing ship type with a length-to-beam ratio of roughly 2:1 and normally having one mast with a single square-rigged sail, used as a generic term encompassing most European ancient and medieval ships up to the age of sail except galleys and longships, variously including or excluding cogs and cockas, the length-to-beam ratio of which could rise to over 3:1. A ship type of this class. Round ships, plural of round ship. Round shot, a solid, usually iron, spherical projectile fired from a smoothbore cannon. Round table, King Arthur's table in the Arthurian legend, around which he and his knights congregate, all having equal status since the table has no head. Round table, a conference at which participants of similar status discuss and exchange views. Round tables, plural of round table. Round the bend, crazy, mad, or insane. Round the clock, non-stop, 24 hours per day. Round the corner, alternative form of around the corner. Round the horn, alternative form of around the horn. Round the twists. Round the wicket, alternative form of around the wicket. Round 2, to turn the head of a ship toward the wind, especially in order to drop speed. Round top, alternative form of round top. Round tops, plural of round top. Round trip, a trip from one destination to another and then returning to the starting location. Round trips, plural of round trip. Round to it, a circular object supposedly giving its owner the ability to get done everything that would have otherwise been put off to a later date when they got around to it. Round to it, plural of round to it. Round tur, a full encirclement of an object with rope. Round turns, plural of round turn. Round up, to collect or gather something together. Round upon, to turn and attack a potential attacker. Round Valley, a census-designated place in Inyo County, California, United States. Round window, a membrane-covered opening that leads from the middle ear to the cochlea of the inner ear. Round windows, plural of round window. Round arm, alternative form of round arm. Round-bottomed flask, a glass flask used in a laboratory for holding chemical liquids and solutions, which has a spherical shape for uniform heating and one or more long cylindrical necks. Round-bottomed flasks, plural of round-bottomed flask. Round deer, a human or half-human. Round-eared tube-nosed bat, Norina cyclodes, a species of bat. Round-eared tube-nosed bats, plural of round-eared tube-nosed bat. Round-eye, synonym of wide-eye. Round-headed bush clover, Lespedeza capitata, a tall, deep-rooting perennial herb native to eastern North America. Round-headed bush clovers, plural of round-headed bush clover. Round-heeled, easily defeated, a pushover. Round-like, circular, round. Round-lobed hepatica, a plant of the variety Hepatica nobilis var. obtusa. Round-lobed hepaticas, plural of round-lobed hepatica. Round-mouthed, having a mouth without any lower jaw. Round-off, alternative spelling of round-off. Round-off error, the difference between the result produced by a given algorithm using exact arithmetic and the result produced by the same algorithm using finite precision, rounded arithmetic. Round-off errors, plural of round-off error. Round-offs, plural of round-off. Round-ridge, to plow into round ridges. Round-ridge, simple past and past participle of round-ridge. Round-ridges, third-person singular simple present indicative of round-ridge. Round-ridging, present participle and gerund of round-ridge. Round-robin, alternative form of round-robin. Round-robin stories, plural of round-robin story. Round-robin story, a type of collaborative fiction or storytelling in which a number of authors each write chapters of a novel or pieces of a story in rounds. Round-robins, plural of round-robin. Round-shouldered, having a rounded upper back and shoulders that bend forward. Round table, to discuss at a round table conference. Round the clock, continuous, incessant, without interruption, all day long, 24 hours per day. Non-stop, from the concept that it happens while the hands of the clock go all the way around. Round top, a platform at the top of a ship's mast. Round tops, plural of round top. Round trip, alternative spelling of round trip. Round trip delay time. Round trip time. Round trip delay times, plural of round trip delay time. Round trip light time, the amount of time required for an electromagnetic signal to travel from Earth to a spacecraft or another celestial body within the solar system and then return. Round trip light times, plural of round trip light time. Round trip ticket, synonym of return ticket. Round trip tickets, plural of round trip ticket. Round trip time, the time elapsed for a message to travel to a remote location and then return. Round trip times, plural of round trip time. Round trippable, able to be exported and later imported without loss of fidelity. Round tripped, simple past and past participle of round trip. Round tripper, run. Round trippers, plural of round tripper. Round tripping, present participle and gerund of round trip. Round trips, plural of round trip. Round wound, with a round outer winding wire. Roundabout, indirect, circuitous, or circumlocutionary. Roundabout dar, a form of Swedish street art, a home-made dog sculpture placed on a traffic roundabout. Roundabout dogs, plural of roundabout dar. Roundabouted, simple past and past participle of roundabout. Roundabouting, present participle and gerund of roundabout. Roundaboutly, in a roundabout manner, indirectly. Roundaboutness, the state or quality of being ended up. Roundabouts, plural of roundabout. Round arm, an obsolete style of bowling where the bowler's arm is at right angles to the body at the point of delivery. Round hack, hyphosis. Round backs, plural of round back. Roundball, the sport of basketball. Roundballer, a basketball player. Roundballers, plural of roundballer. Round, obsolete spelling of round. Rounded, simple past and past participle of round. Rounded down, simple past and past participle of round down. Rounded in, simple past and past participle of round in. Rounded off, simple past and past participle of round off. Rounded on, simple past and past participle of round on. Rounded out, simple past and past participle of round out. Rounded to, simple past and past participle of round to. Rounded up, simple past and past participle of round up. Rounded upon, simple past and past participle of round upon. Rounded vowel, a vowel that is pronounced with the lips drawn together and forming a circular opening. Rounded vowels, plural of rounded vowel. Roundedly, in a rounded manner. Roundedness, the quality of being rounded. Roundednesses, plural of roundedness. Roundel, anything having a round form, a round figure, a circle. Roundelay, a poem or song having a line or phrase repeated at regular intervals. Roundelays, plural of roundelay. Roundel, obsolete form of roundel. Roundels, plural of roundel. Roundels, plural of roundel. Rounden, to make round or rounded. Rounded, simple past and past participle of rounden. Roundening, present participle and gerund of rounden. Roundens, third person singular simple present indicative of rounden. Router, comparative form of round, more round. Rounder-upper, one who rounds up. Rounder-uppers, plural of rounder-upper. Rounders, a team sport played with bat and ball with one fielding side and one batting side. It is similar to softball and baseball. Roundest, superlative, form of round, most round. Rounde, third person, singular simple present indicative of round. Round eye, a Westerner from the purported point of view of an Asian or other person with naturally narrower eyes. Round eyes, plural of round eye. Roundfish, any fish that is not a flatfish. Roundfishes, plural of roundfish. Roundhand, a style of handwriting in which the letters are well rounded and free. Round hands, plural of round hand. Roundhay, a suburb of Leeds, West Yorkshire, England, northeast of the city centre. OS Grid Ref SC 3238. Roundhead, a supporter of Parliament during the English Civil War in the 17th century. Round-headed, having a round head or top. Roundheads, plural of round head. Round heel, alternative form of round heels. Round heels, a sexually promiscuous woman. Roundhouse, a circular prison, especially a small local lockup or station house. Roundhouse kick, a kick in which the attacker swings his or her leg around in a semicircular motion, striking with the front of the leg or foot. Roundhouse kicks, plural of roundhouse kick. Roundhouse, simple past and past participle of roundhouse. Roundhouseman, a person who works in the roundhouse. Roundhouseman, plural of roundhousemen. Roundhouses, plural of roundhouse. Roundhousing, present participle and gerund of roundhouse. Roundy, a television set with a round cathode ray tube. Roundies, plural of roundy. Roundin, pronunciation spelling of rounding. Rounding, round or nearly round, becoming round, roundish. Rounding down, present participle and gerund of round down. Rounding error, a negligible fraction of something. Rounding errors, plural of rounding error. Rounding in, present participle and gerund of round in. Rounding off, present participle and gerund of round off. Rounding on, present participle and gerund of round on. Rounding out, present participle and gerund of round out. Rounding to, present participle and gerund of round to. Rounding up, present participle and gerund of round up. Rounding upon, present participle and gerund of round upon. Roundings, plural of rounding. Roundish. Somewhat round. Roundishly, in a roundish manner. Roundishness, the quality of viandish. Roundel, archaic form of roundel. Round leaf, having round leaves. Round leaf bat, any of the bats of the genus Hipposideros. Round leaf bats, plural of round leaf bat. Roundels, plural of roundel. Roundless, not having round sports. Roundlet, a small disc, circle or other round object. Roundlets, plural of roundlet. Roundly, circularly. Roundman, alternative form of roundsman. Roundman, plural of roundman. Roundness, the quality or degree of round. Roundnesses, plural of roundness. Roundness grenadier, Coryphenoids rubistris, a marine ray-finned fish in the family Nacreuridae. Round-nosed grenadiers, plural of round-nosed grenadier. Round-off, a move similar to a cartwheel but ending with the legs together and the gymnast facing in the opposite direction. Round-offs, plural of round-off. Round pole, an unsplit young tree used as a construction material. Round pole fence, a kind of wooden fence typical of the Scandinavian countryside, usually made from unsplit young trees. Round pole fences, plural of round pole fence. Roundreck, a rectangle with rounded corners. Roundrecks, plural of roundreck. Rounds, a surname transferred from the nickname for a descendant of a round or fat person. Rounds down, third person singular simple present indicative of round down. Rounds in, third person singular simple present indicative of round in. Rounds of applause, plural of round of applause. Rounds of beef, plural of round of beef. Rounds off, third person singular simple present indicative of round off. Rounds on, third person singular simple present indicative of round on. Rounds out, third person singular simple present indicative of round out. Rounds to, third person singular simple present indicative of round to. Rounds up, third person singular simple present indicative of round up. Rounds upon, third person singular simple present indicative of round upon. Round shield, a circular shield, a rondake or roundel. Round shields, plural of round shield. Round side, on the curved side. Round-sided, simple past and past participle of round side. Round sides, plural of round side. Round siding, present participle and gerund of round side. Roundsman, a worker who makes rounds, especially in order to deliver goods. Roundsman, plural of roundsmen. Roundspeople, plural of roundsperson. Roundsperson, a worker who makes rounds, especially in order to deliver goods. Roundspersons, plural of roundsperson. Roundsters, in the game of marbles, a player's right to move around the edge of the circle to find a better angle to shoot from. Roundstone, small stones used for paving. Roundswoman, a female worker who makes rounds, especially in order to deliver goods. Roundswomen, plural of roundswoman. Round table, alternative form of round table. Round tables, plural of round table. Round top, alternative form of round top. Round tops, plural of round top. Roundtree, a surname. Roundtrees, plural of roundtree. Roundtrip, alternative form of round trip. Roundtripped, simple past and past participle of roundtrip. Roundtripping, present participle and gerund of roundtrip. Roundtrips, plural of roundtrip. Roundup, a city, the county seat of Musselshell County, Montana, United States, which served as a place for cattle roundups. Roundups, plural of roundup. Rounger, roundness. Roungers, plural of rounger. Round eyes, according to a rounded shape or course. Roundwood, a village in County Wicklow, Ireland. Roundwoods, plural of roundwood. Roundworm, an invertebrate animal of the phylum Nematoda and other similar phyla. Many species of roundworms are parasites. Roundworms, plural of roundworm. Roundy, a surname. Roundies, plural of roundy. Round, simple past and past participle of round. Rowney, alternative form of Roni Fossebrae. Rownies, plural of rowney. Rowning, present participle and gerund of round. Rounds, plural of round. Roundsea, archaic form of roundsea. Roundseas, plural of roundsea. Roundtree, a surname from Middle English. Roundtrees, plural of roundtree. To cry or shout. Roop sale, an auction. Roop sales, plural of roop sale. A surname. Boot, simple past and past participle of roop. Rupinet, alternative form of rubinet. Rupinite, alternative form of rubinet. Rupinides, plural of rupinide. Rupineds, plural of rupinet. Ruvis, plural of rube. Rubit. Alternative form of rupit. Rupuli, in a manner as if affected with roop, in a hoarse or husky manner. Rube, present participle and gerund of roop. Rube, alternative form of rupet. Rubus, plural of rube. Ruby. Hoarse from shouting. Rur, a cognate that ruled much of present-day Mongolia, northern China, and southern Siberia from the mid-4th to the mid-6th centuries, formed from a tribal confederation of pre-Mongolic peoples of Danhu origin. Rures, plural of Rurin. Rur, a surname from Irish. Of Danhu origin. Rures, plural of Rurin. Rur, a surname from Irish. Rur, a surname. Rux, plural of Rurk. Rux, plural of Rurk. Ruse Lench, a village and civil parish in Wychavon district, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0153. Ruse sarcoma virus, a retrovirus that causes sarcoma in chickens. Rousability, the condition of being rousable. Rousable, capable of being roused. Rouse, rising, represented in profile with its wings raised and typically also adors. Rouston, a village in Compine Rouston Parish, East Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SY 2991. Rouse, a surname. Rouse Hill, a suburb of Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Rouse number, a ratio used in fluid dynamics to define a concentration profile of suspended sediment and which determines how sediment will be transported in a flowing fluid. Rouse numbers, plural of rouse number. Rouseabout, alternative form of roustabout. Rouseabouts, plural of rouseabout. Roused, simple past and past participle of rouse. Rousate, a triclinic yellow-orange mineral containing arsenic, hydrogen, lead, manganese, and oxygen. Rouser, a surname. Rousers, plural of rouser. Rousez, plural of rouse. Rouses Point, a village on Lake Champlain, Clinton County, New York, United States, close to the Canadian border. Routhes, second person singular simple present indicative of rouse. Routhe, third person singular simple present indicative of rouse. Rouset, any of a number of species of fruit bat of the genus Rousetus. Rousets, plural of rouset. Rousey, a surname. Rouseys, plural of rousey. Roush, a surname. Rouvis, plural of roush. Rousey, a rouseabout. Rouseys, plural of rousey. Rousey, that rouses or excites. Rousingly, in a rousing manner. Rousingness, the quality of arousing. Rousings, plural of rousing. Rousar, a Chinese dried meat product with a light and fluffy texture, made by stewing cuts of pork in a sweetened soy sauce mixture. Rousakis, a surname. Rousa, a white wine grape grown originally in the Rhone wine region of France. Rousens, plural of Rousen. Rouse, a surname from French. Rousseau, a surname from French. Rousseauin, alternative form of Rousseauian. Rousseauans, plural of Rousseauin. Rousseauian, of or relating to Jacques Rousseau's secular activist born 1971. Rousseauest, Rousseauian. Rousseauian, of or relating to the philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau 1712-1778. Rousseauians. Plural of Rousseauian. Rousseauism. Belief in Jean-Jacques Rousseau's philosophies. Rousseauist. A follower of Jean-Jacques Rousseau's philosophies. Rousseauistic. Rousseauian. Rousseauists. Plural of Rousseauists. Rousseauite. A proponent of the ideas of Jean-Jacques Rousseau 1712-1778, Genevan philosopher. Rousseauites. Plural of Rousseauite. Rousseaus. Plural of Rousseau. Rousseauvian. Alternative form of Rousseauian. Rousseauvians. Plural of Rousseauvian. Rousseff. A transliteration of the Bulgarian surname Rusyev. Rousseffs. Plural of Rousseff. Rousseau. A surname from Old French. Rousseauien. Pertaining to the life or doctrines of the Genevan philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Roussel. A surname. Roussel. A surname from French. Roussels. Plural of Roussel. Roussels. Plural of Roussel. Rousels. Plural of Rousel. Rouses. Plural of rouse. Routhet. Any of certain fruit bats. Offsets. Plural of Rossets. Roussillon. A region of the Occitania region, France, approximately coterminous with Pyrenees Orientales that was once a part of Catalonia. Rousillonese. Of, from or relating to the Roussillon region, approximately coterminous with the Pyrenees Orientales department, Occitania, France, but originally part of Catalonia, or the dialect of Catalan spoken there. Racine. A surname from French. Racines. Plural of Racine. Race. A surname. Rousselavi areflexic dysteia. Synonym of Rousselavi syndrome. Rousselavi syndrome. A rare genetic disorder with progressive muscle wastage. Roust. To rout out of bed, to rouse. Roust about. An unskilled laborer, especially at an oil field, at a circus, or on a ship. Roust about it. Simple past and past participle of roustabout. Roustabouting. The work of a roustabout. Roustabouts. Plural of roustabout. Rousted. Simple past and past participle of rouse. Rouster. A roustabout. Rousters. Plural of rouster. Rousting. Present participle and gerund of rouse. Roustum. A surname. Rousts. Third person singular simple present indicative of rouse. Wuff. A group of people, a crowd, a throng, a troop. In particular archaic, a group of people accompanying or traveling with someone. Rout cake. A kind of rich sweet cake made for routs or evening parties. Rout cakes. Plural of rout cake. Rout chair. A type of light chair designed to be easily moved, typically used at parties. Rout chairs. Plural of rout chair. Rout seat. A bench used to seat people at social events. Rout seats. Plural of rout seat. Routability. Ability to be routed. Routable. able to be routed. Well, a surname from French. Route 66, the Capricorn Highway in Queensland, Australia. Route indicator, a panel attached to a color light signal situated just before a junction, which when lit up indicates that a diverging route has been set for the next train. Route indicators, plural of route indicator. Route march, alternative form of route march. Route march, simple past and past participle of route march. Route marches, plural of route march. Route marching, present participle and gerund of route march. Route mile, a mile of track on a route between places. Route miles, plural of route mile. Route of administration, the path by which a drug, fluid, poison, or other substance is taken into the body. Route 1 football, a tactic involving kicking the ball from defense high and far straight towards the attackers. Route planner, a tool for finding optimal routes from one place to another, usually for traveling by car. Route planners, plural of route planner. Route redistribution, the exchange of routing information on a router between different routing protocols. Route runner, a receiver who is good at finding a route through the defensive players on the other team in order to get into position. Route runners, plural of route runner. Route setter, a person who designs routes, also called problems on artificial climb-in walls using grips and holds. Route setters, plural of route setter. Route slip, a small piece of paper outlining the route taken by a motorcycle rider, bushwalker, etc. Route slips, plural of route slip. Route step, a style of marching in which soldiers walk abreast but are not required to keep their steps in the same rhythm. Route steps, plural of route step. Route march, a long march for training purposes. Route march, simple past and past participle of route march. Route marches, plural of route march. Route marching, present participle and gerund of route march. Route 1, pertaining to Route 1 football. Routable, alternative form of routable, able to be routed. Routed, simple past and past participle of route. Rowdy, alternative form of roady, kind of tent. Rowdies, plural of rowdy. Rowdy, present participle and gerund of route. Routings, plural of routing. Routeless, without a route. Routelessness, absence of routes. Routeman, a salesman who has a particular route. Route mark, alternative form of route march. Route mark, simple past and past participle of route mark. Route marches, plural of route mark. Route marking, present participle and gerund of route mark. Routeman, plural of routeman. Router, someone who routes or directs items from one location to another. Router on a stick, synonym of one-armed router. Router, simple past and past participle of router. Routering, present participle and gerund of router. Routos, without a router. Routers, plural of router. Routers on sticks, plural of router on a stick. Routes, plural of route. Routes of administration, plural of route of administration. Routeway, a way along which a route can be followed, a road or path. Routeways. Plural of routeway. Route, a surname. Alve, a surname. Routherite, a tetragonal ditrigonal pyramidal mineral containing antimony, arsenic, copper, mercury, sulfur, thallium, and zinc. Routherite, plural of routhier. Routes, plural of Ralph. Rouvet, a French brigand of the 14th century. Routiers, plural of routier. Routinal, routine, habitual, according to established procedure. Routinary, involving or pertaining to routine, customary. Routine, a course of action to be followed regularly, is standard procedure. Routine response behavior, a consumer's regular purchase of low-cost items of a familiar brand, not requiring significant consideration of the alternatives. Routine response behaviors, plural of routine response behavior. Routine response behavior, alternative form of routine response behavior. Routine response behaviors, plural of routine response behavior. Routined, controlled or regulated by routine. Routinier, one who follows routine rather than innovating. Routineers, plural of routinier. Routine, in a routine manner, in a way that has become common or expected. Routineness, the state or quality of being routine, of possessing the traits of being quotidian and repeating a pattern regularly. Routinier, a jazz musician who plays by ear, i.e. not using sheet music, but rather following along with the band and memorizing music when needed. Routineers, plural of routiner. Routines, plural of routine. Routing, the assignment of a route to anything. Routing leak, the situation where the internal routing table of a network provider is broadcast externally to peered networks via border gateway protocol, usually caused by an error in a boundary router, resulting in incorrectly routed internet traffic for external networks which accept the new routing instruction into their own routing tables. Routing leaks, plural of routing leak. Routing number, a number used by a banking institution to designate a certain geographic area in order to sort inquiries and transactions and direct them to the correct district. It is usually shown at the bottom left of a check. Routing numbers, plural of routing number. Routing slip, a slip of paper that specifies a route for a document to circulate. Routing slips, plural of routing slip. Routings, plural of routing. Routinization, alternative form of routinization. Routinizations, plural of routinization. Routinize, alternative spelling of routinize. Routinize, simple past and past participle of routinize. Routinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of routinize. Routinish, characterized by routine, mechanical. Routinizing, present participle and gerund of routinize. Routinism, prevalence of or domination by routine. Routinisms, plural of routinism. Routinous, someone who follows a routine. Routinistic, synonym of routinish. Routinists, plural of routinous. Routinization, the process of making something routine. Routinizations, plural of routinization. Routinize, to make routine, to make common by repetition. Routinize. Simple past and past participle of routinize. Routinizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of routinize. Routinizing. Present participle and gerund of routinize. Rowdish. Uproarious, riotous, rowdy. Rowdle. Alternative form of rudel. Raddled. Simple past and past participle of rowdle. Rowdoge. A surname. Rowdles. Third person singular simple present indicative of rowdle. Rowley. A surname. Rowleys. Plural of Routley. Routhelay. Present participle and gerund of rowdle. Valdo. Synonym of Ludos, a Central Sudanic language. Routin. A surname. Routins. Plural of Routen. Routus. With that violation of law called a rout. Routously. Violating the law called a rout. Illegal gathering of people. Routs. Plural of rout. Routson. A surname. Routsons. Plural of Routson. But. A surname. Routt County. One of 64 counties in Colorado, United States. County seat. Steamboat Springs. Wouts. Plural of route. Initialism of remotely operated underwater vehicle remote control robot submarine etc. Rouvette. A surname from French. Rouvelate. A monoclinic mineral containing calcium, carbon, fluorine, oxygen, and sodium. A speed-solving method in which the user solves a Rubik's Cube block by block rather than layer by layer. Roux-limb. The efferent or antegrade limb of the Y that serves as the primary recipient of food after roux-ny anastomosis. Roux-limbs. Plural of roux-limb. Roux-ny. A form of anastomosis involving a division of the small intestine, resulting in a Y-shaped configuration. Rauxolite. A monoclinic prismatic black mineral containing antimony, copper, lead, mercury, oxygen, and sulfur. Rouyn-Noranda. A city and regional county municipality of Abitibi-Témiscamingue, Quebec, Canada. Obsolete spelling of rouse. Rudis. Simple past and past participle of ruse. Rudes. Third person singular simple present indicative of ruse. Ruhai. Lioegi. Rusing. Present participle and gerund of ruse. Initialism of remotely operated vehicle remote control robot submarine etc. Alternative form of RA. Rilla. A motor race course composed of a road course section and a portion of a banked oval track. Rovals. Plural of roval. Rovaniemi. A city and municipality in Lapland, Finland. Rövarsprache. A type of wordplay that originated in Sweden in which the consonants of words are doubled, with a letter O inserted between them. Rov. To shoot with arrows at. Rove beetle. Any of various carnivorous or scavenging beetles of the family Staphylinidae that are often found in decaying matter and have slender bodies and short wing covers. Rove beetles. Plural of rove beetle. Rove. Past participle of rove. Rovian. Alternative form of Rovian. Rovlizumab. A humanized monoclonal antibody that was an experimental immunosuppressive drug intended to treat patients suffering from hemorrhagic shock by suppressing white blood cells. Rovanki. A city and reign of Luhansk Oblast, Ukraine. Rover. Someone connected with any number of teams called the Rovers as a fan, player, coach, etc. Rover bellflower. A species of bellflower formerly used as a vegetable and also known for invasive growth, Rampion, Campanula rapunculus. Rover bellflowers. Plural of rover bellflower. Rover back. A defensive back position whose coverage responsibilities are a hybrid of those of a cornerback, safety, and linebacker. Rover backs. Plural of rover back. Roverito. A city in Trentino Alto Adige, Italy. Rovers. Plural of rover. Rose. Third person singular simple present indicative of rove. Rovis. Second person singular simple present indicative of row. Rove. Third person singular simple present indicative of rove. Rovien. Of or pertaining to the political theory that a lie told often enough will be accepted as the truth, and that the truth is no longer relevant to democratic politics. Rovibrational. Rovibrane. Rovibrationally. With regard to rovibration. Rovibrane. Describing a rotational sublevel of a vibrational level of an electronic state. Rovinese. Of, from, or relating to the Croatian city of Ravenj. Ravigno. Ravenj. Ravigo. A province of Veneto, Italy. Roe. Moving about, having no fixed or permanent abode, traveling from place to place. Roving eye. Wide-ranging observation of one's surroundings. Roving eyes. Plural of roving eye. Roving plate. A scraper used for giving a grindstone a true circular form. Roving plates. Plural of roving plate. Roving reel. A device for measuring a hank of yarn. Roving reels. Plural of roving reel. Roving sailor. The plant Saxifraga stolonifera. Roving sailors. Plural of roving sailor. Rovingly. In a roving manner. Rovingness. A tendency to rove, a nomadic condition. Rovings. Plural of roving. Ravenj. A city in Croatia and the Istrian Peninsula in the Adriatic. Ravis. A municipality of Croatia. Ravner. A surname from German. Raves. Plural of Ravner. Ravno. Alternative form of Rivni. Plural of Rov. Rovroma. Alternative form of Ruvuma. Initialism of run of week. A surname. Row back. To change or revise a previous opinion or decision. Row backs. Plural of row back. Row crop. A crop grown in rows, especially a truck crop thus grown. Row crops. Plural of row crop. Row echelon form. The stepped appearance of a matrix that has undergone Gaussian elimination with the result that the leading coefficient or pivot, that is, the first non-zero number from the left of a non-zero row, is to the right of the pivot of the row above it. Row echelon forms. Plural of row echelon form. Row house. A variety of residential building where the individual houses lining a street share adjacent walls in common and have a continuous stretch of roof. Row houses. Plural of row house. Row in the same boat. To be in the same or similar situation. Row of pens. An insignificant thing, a wit. Row space. The vector space generated by all the row vectors of a matrix. Row spaces, plural of row space. Rotaho, a task or responsibility that must be attended to. Roef, to dig rows for planting or to plant in rows. Row vector, a 1 times n matrix that represents a vector. Row vectors, plural of row vector. Row Z, the back row or rows of the stands. Row back, a backtrack or reversal of position, a U-turn. Row backs, plural of row back. Row barge, alternative form of row barge. Row equivalence, a relation between two matrices of the same size, such that every row of one matrix is a linear combination of the rows of the other matrix, and vice versa. It is an equivalence relation. Row equivalent, having row equivalence. Row reduced, set of a matrix which has undergone row reduction, i.e. of a matrix which has a 1 as the leading entry of each one of its non-zero rows and which has zeros as all the other entries of any column containing such a leading entry of any non-zero row. Rowwise, alternative form of rowwise. Rowability, ability to be out, property or degree of being rowable. Rowable, capable of being rowed. Row, a surname from Irish. Rowan berries, plural of Rowan berry. Rowan berry, alternative spelling of Rowanberry. Rowan County, one of 120 counties in Kentucky, United States. County seat, Moorhead, named after John Rowan. Rowan berries, plural of Rowan berry. Rowan Mary, alternative spelling of Rowanberry. Rowan Marys, plural of Rowanberry. Rowan Mary, the small spherical fruits of the rowan or European Rowan sorbus aucuparia, a species of Rowan sorbus sug. Sorbus, native to most of Europe except for the far south and northern Asia. The fruits are bitter and inedible if uncooked, but may be used in the making of jellies and jams. Rowland, a surname. Rowbens, plural of Rowand. Rowana, a pass or permit. Rowanas, plural of Rowana. Rowans, plural of Rowan. Rowa, a hamlet in New Mills Parish, High Peak District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 0188. Roworth, plural of Roworth. Rowback, alternative form of rowback. Rowbacks, plural of rowback. Rowbarge, a barge propelled by oars. Rowbarges, plural of rowbarge. Rowboat, a small open boat propelled by oars by rowing. Rowboative, simple past and past participle of rowboat. Rowboater, someone who rows in a rowboat. Rowboaters, plural of rowboater. Rowboatful, enough to fill a rowboat. Rowboatfuls, plural of rowboatful. Rowboating, present participle and gerund of rowboat. Robots, plural of rowboat. Robotsful, plural of robotful. Robotham, a surname from Old English. Robothams, plural of Robotham. Robotham, a surname. Robotham, plural of Rowbottom. Rowcliffe, a surname. Rowcroft, a surname. Rowcrots, plural of Rowcroft. Rowcrop, a crop to be planted in rows. Rowcrops, plural of rowcrop. Routedoe, alternative form of routedoe. Routedoes, Plural of Rowdido. Rowden, a hamlet in Samford Courtenay Parish, West Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 6498. Rowdens, plural of Rowden. Rowdy, archaic spelling of rowdy. Elliot, comparative form of rowdy, more rowdy. Rowdies, plural of rowdy. Rowdiest, superlative form of rowdy, most rowdy. Rowdily, in a rowdy manner. Rowdiness, the state of being rowdy. Rowdinesses, plural of rowdiness. Rowdy, loud and disorderly. Riotous, boisterous. Rowdy sheeter, a person with a criminal record. Rowdy sheeters, plural of rowdy sheeter. Rowdido, how about uproar? Rowdidody, uproarious, boisterous. Rowdidos, plural of rowdido. Addish, rowdy. Avdaily, in a rowdyish manner. Adyageness, the quality of Awyazan, the state of being rowdy. Awyazans, plural of rowdyism. Oh, a surname. Rove, simple past and past participle of row. Rowed back, simple past and past participle of row back. Rowed in the same boat, simple past and past participle of row in the same boat. Rowed up, simple past and past participle of row up. Well is an orthorhombic dipyramidal light brown mineral containing boron, calcium, hydrogen, manganese, and oxygen. Well, the small spiked wheel on the end of a spur. Roll head, the axis on which a roll turns. Roll heads, plural of roll head. Roll, simple past and past participle of roll. Rollay, present participle and gerund of roll. Roll a needle used for inserting a roll or seton. Roll a needles, plural of rolling needle. Well, a surname. Rella, simple past and past participle of roll. Roll, present participle and gerund of roll. Rels, plural of roll. Roe, a topographic surname from Middle English. Rowena, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Rowena, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Rowans, plural of rowan. Rower, one who rows. Rowers high, an effect similar to runner's high experienced by rowers. Rowers, plural of rower. Rowis, second person singular simple present indicative of row. Rowa, third person singular simple present indicative of row. Rose, a surname. Rowet nude rat, a kind of rat with no thymus and thus a severely compromised immune system. Used in medical research. Rowet nude rats, plural of rowet nude rat. Rof, the bark of a dog. Rolfet, a hamlet in Worth Parish, Mid-Sussex District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3237. Vilho, one of a row of houses situated side by side and sharing a common wall. Vilhomes, plural of row home. Row house, one of a row of houses situated side by side and sharing a common wall. Row houses, plural of row house. Rowie. The Yakarito brown kiwi, Apteryx rowie. Rowie. A savory bread roll originating from Aberdeen, Scotland. Rowies, plural of rowie. Rowiness, the state or condition of being rowy. Rowe, present participle and gerund of row propel with oars. Rowing back, present participle and gerund of row back. Rowing boat, alternative form of rowboat. Rowing boats, plural of rowing boat. Rowing in the same boat, present participle and gerund of row in the same boat. Rowing machine, an exercise machine whose action resembles that of rowing a boat. Rowing machines, plural of rowing machine. Rowing up, present participle and gerund of row up. Rowings, plural of rowing. Rowington, a village and civil parish in Warwick District, Warwickshire. England OS Grid Ref SB 2069. Rofa, a woman's blouse worn in India. Rokas, plural of roka. Ro, obsolete spelling of roll. Roland, a male given name from the Germanic languages, variant of Roland. Roland Heights, a census-designated place in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Rolandite, a religious follower of the Welsh Methodist revivalist Daniel Rowland. Rolandites, plural of Rolandite. Rowlands, a surname. Rowlands Castle, a village and civil parish in East Hampshire District, Hampshire, England OS Grid Ref SU 7310. Rowlands Gale, a village beside the River Derwent in the metropolitan borough of Gateshead, Tyne and Wear, England OS Grid Ref NZ 1658. Rowlandson, a surname transferred from the given name. Rowlandsons, plural of Rowlandson. Roldemore, Rowling viewed as villainous for her espousal of gender-critical or anti-transgender views. Obsolete spelling of roll. Roland, of or pertaining to the literary style and characters of plays by William Rowley Ca 1585-1626, English playwright. Rowes, without rose. Roweth, a surname. Rowlet, a surname. Rowlets, plural of roulette. Rowlets, plural of rowlet. Rowe, a habitational surname from Old English from the English place name. Rowley Rag, a hard basaltic rock found in the Rowley Hills near Birmingham, formerly used in paving and construction. Rowley Regis, a town in the metropolitan borough of Sandwell, West Midlands, England OS Grid Ref SO 9787. Rowlion, alternative form of Rowlion. Row-like, resembling or characteristic of a row. Rowley, Rowling, author of Harry Potter. Roland Jest, characteristic of J. Rowling, born 1965, British author, philanthropist, film producer, and screenwriter. Rowlingmian, characteristic of J. Rowling, born 1965, British author, philanthropist, film producer, and screenwriter. Rowlandson, a surname. Rolla, a usually U-shaped pivot attached to the gunwale or trigger in a sport boat of a boat that supports and guides an oar and provides a fulcrum for rowing, an oarlock. Rowlocks, plural of rowlock. Rowmate, someone who is in the same row. Rowmates, plural of rowmate. Obsolete form of room. Rose, plural of Rome. Romotion, a certain operation on the order ideals or antichains of a finite poset. Past participle of ro. Roan, obsolete form of round. Ronde, simple past and past participle of roan. Rondel, obsolete form of roundel. Rondels, plural of rondel. Ronding, present participle and gerund of rond. Rons, plural of rond. Roni, a faucibre, a subsidiary and scene surrounding a fortified place on the outside of the proper wall and on the edge of the ditch. Ronies, plural of roni. Roni, a cart horse, load horse or sumpter horse, a pack horse. Ronams, a suburban village in Nursling and Ronhams Parish, Test Valley District, Hampshire, England, just outside the city of Southampton, OS Grid Ref SU 3817. Ones, third person singular simple present indicative of Rome. Ronsabike, stripped of leaves. Rontry, a surname. Rontry is plural of Rontry. Robe, obsolete form of rouped. Roport, an opening in the side of small warships, such as sloops of war, placed near the surface of the water to facilitate rowing in calm weather. Roports, plural of roport. Mrura, a small village mostly in Arlechin and Frizington Parish, with a small part in Lampa Parish, Cumberland Council area, Cumbria, England, previously in Copeland Borough OS Grid Ref NY 0518. Oh, plural of row. Mus, plural of row. Rose bat, third person singular simple present indicative of rowback. Rows in the same boat. Third person singular simple present indicative of row in the same boat. Rows to hoe, plural of row to hoe. Rows up, third person singular simple present indicative of row up. Rose, a surname. A surname. Rose, plural of roll. Roller, a surname. Rollers, plural of roser. Rollers, plural of rose. Most, a set of rows of data. Most, plural of rosed. Rody, a surname. Rodies, plural of rosy. Rosley, a village and civil parish in Derbyshire Dales District. Derbyshire, England OS Grid Ref SK 2565. Rosin, a surname transferred from the given name. Rosins, plural of Rosin. Rostar, a database storage method that organizes data by rows, storing all fields of a record together. This design is best for transactional workloads where entire records are frequently accessed or modified. Row stores, plural of row store. Roswell, a surname. What? Alternative form of route to make a loud noise. Road, simple past and past participle of wrote. Road is a small tent with a pyramidal roof and no projection of fly or eaves. Roadies, plural of roadie. Roe-Orne, a hamlet in Althucknall Parish, Bolsover District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4764. Roadie, present participle and gerund of wrote. Rotin, a place name. Rotins, plural of rotin. Wots, Third person singular simple present indicative of rows. Row-wise. By rows, one row at a time. Row. Having an undesirable appearance of visible rows or streaks. Rocks. Alternative spelling of rocks is great. Roxadustat, a drug used to treat anemia. Roxana, the wife of Alexander the Great. Roxay, a female given name from Old Persian. Roxana, a female given name from Persian, variant of Roxana. Roxana, a female given name from Persian, a spelling variant of Roxane, fairly popular since the 1930s. Roxarsone, the compound 4-hydroxy-3-nitrobenzene ursenic acid once used as an additive in chicken feed. Roxas, a surname from Spanish. Roxas Boulevard, a barangay of San Carlos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Roxas City, a city in Capiz, Philippines. Roxetidine, a particular H2 receptor antagonist. Roxborough, a city, the county seat of Person County, North Carolina, United States. Roxborough, a place name. Roxboroughs, plural of Roxborough. Roxburgh, a place name. Roxburgh binding, a style of book binding in which the back is plain leather, the sides paper or cloth, the top gilt-edged, and the front and bottom left uncut. Roxburgh bindings, plural of Roxburgh binding. Aspartame, any of the group of 14 alpha-methyl sterols found in Ablea roxburghiana. Roxburghs, plural of Roxburgh. Roxburghshire, a historical county of Scotland abolished in 1975 and now a part of the Scottish Borders Council area. Roxmary, a community in Prince County, Prince Edward Island, Canada. Roxby, a village in Roxby cum Risby Parish, North Lincolnshire District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 9216. Roxby cum Risby, a civil parish in North Lincolnshire District, Lincolnshire, England. Asdiate, a monoclinic prismatic bluish-black mineral containing copper and sulfur. Roxine, a female given name from Persian, a rare non-standard spelling of Roxane. Roxy, alternative form of Roxy. Roxandol, a dopaminergic and serotonergic drug once used to treat schizophrenia. Roxiframycin, a semisynthetic derivative of erythromycin. Roxolana, a transliteration of the Ukrainian female given name Roxoli, cute and Roxolana. Roxolani, a Sarmatian people documented between the 2nd century BC and the 4th century AD, first east of the Dnieper and later near the borders of Roman Dacia and Mosia. Roxon, a surname. Roxer, alternative form of R0x0R. Roxton, a village and civil parish in Bedford Borough, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 154,955. Roxtons, plural of Roxton. Roxy, a diminutive of the female given names Roxana, Roxane, and Roxanne. Roxiframycin, misspelling of roxiframycin. Roy, initialism of run of year. Roy, a male given name from Scottish Gaelic. Roybridge, alternative form of Roybridge. Roy G, an acronym used to remember the color sequence of the visible spectrum: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Roy Rogers, a non-alcoholic cocktail made with a cola soda, typically Coca-Cola, and grenadine syrup, garnished with a maraschino cherry. Roy Rogers, plural of Roy Rogers. Roy, a river and associated valley on the border of France and Italy. Royal, a surname from Old English. Royal abundance, an undertaking to take all 13 tricks with the suit of the face-up card as trump. Royal Air Force, the Air Force of the British Armed Forces. Royal Anne, a certain variety of cherry. Royal Anne, alternative form of Royal Anne. Royal antelope, any of species Neotitis pygmaeus of antelopes of West Africa, that of the smallest known. Royal antelopes, plural of royal antelope. Royal assent, the method by which a constitutional monarch or a viceroy in a colony or dominion formally approves and promulgates an act of his or her nation's parliament, thus making it a law. Royal auction bridge, synonym of auction bridge. Royal blue, a deep, bright blue color. Royal blues, plural of royal blue. Royal borough, a borough currently only in England, which has been granted a royal charter. Royal boroughs, plural of royal borough. Royal bumps, a ritual of two or more persons holding another person by the arms and legs, face up, while bumping them repeatedly on the floor. In modern times, it is a lighthearted affair, generally performed only on a young person's birthday, with the number of bumps corresponding to the person's age in years. Historically, it was a hazing. Royal burgh, a type of Scottish burgh founded by, or subsequently granted, a royal charter. These were legally abolished in 1975. Royal burghs, plural of royal burgh. Royal cashmere, a thin material of pure wool. Royal casino, a variant of the game of casino with different values for the court cards. Royal chinchilla, short-tailed chinchilla. Royal chinchillas, plural of royal chinchilla. Royal commission, a major ad hoc formal public inquiry into a defined issue in some monarchies. Royal commissions, plural of royal commission. Royal cubit, an ancient Egyptian unit of length, approximately 21 inches or 53 centimeters. Royal cubits, plural of royal cubit. Royal cipher, a monogram of a monarch, used as an identifying mark to indicate state or sovereign authority. Royal ciphers, plural of royal cipher. Royal disease, hemophilia. Royal dog of Egypt, synonym of Saluki. Royal dogs of Egypt, plural of royal dog of Egypt. Royal duck, synonym of platinum duck. Royal ducks, plural of royal duck. Royal families, plural of royal family. Royal family, the family of the ruling sovereign of a country or state. Royal fir, Osmunda regalis, a fir native to Europe, Africa, and Asia. Royal ferns, plural of royal fern. Royal fish, any fish that, when taken, immediately becomes the personal property of the monarch by royal prerogative, as in the United Kingdom and formerly the Kingdom of France. Royal fishes, plural of royal fish. Royal flush, an ace-high straight flush, a hand consisting of the cards A, K, Q, J, 10 of the same suit and the rarest and strongest hand in poker. Royal flushes, plural of royal flush. Royal flycatcher. Any bird of the genus Onychorhynchus. Royal flycatchers. Plural of royal flycatcher. Royal fork. A move in which a piece or pawn attacks the opposing king and queen simultaneously. Royal forks. Plural of royal fork. Royal fox. Vulpes regalis, the northern plains fox. Royal free disease. Chronic fatigue syndrome. Royal gala. A red-skinned variety of eating apple. Royal galas. Plural of royal gala. Royal Gorge. A canyon of the Arkansas River located west of Canyon City, Colorado. Royal Highness. The style of a prince, princess, or someone of equivalent royal rank. Royal household. The immediate family and principal courtiers and servants of a royal personage, especially a monarch, an organization with roles and departments that supports the functions of such a personage. Royal households. Plural of royal household. Royal icing. An icing made from beaten egg whites and powdered sugar, used for decorating. Royal icings. Plural of royal icing. Royal Irish Constabulary. The Irish police force when Ireland was part of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. Royal jasmine. A viney shrub with fragrant white flowers used in perfume. Jasminum grandiflorum. Royal jellies. Plural of royal jelly. Royal jelly. A substance secreted by honeybees to aid in the development of immature or young bees, supplied in extra measure to those young that will become queen bees. Royal Leamington Spa. A civil parish and town with a town council in Warwick District, Warwickshire, England. Royal letter. An official letter that is sent by a monarch or sovereign. Royal letters. Plural of royal letter. Royal Mail. The National Postal Service of the United Kingdom. Royal Marine. A member of the Royal Marines. Royal Marines. The amphibious force or Marine Corps of the United Kingdom. Royal marriage. A king and a queen of the same suit as a starting hand in Texas Hold-em marriage. Royal marriages. Plural of royal marriage. Royal masts. The fourth and highest part of the mast from the deck, commonly made in one piece with the top gallant mast. Royal masts. Plural of royal masts. Royal medal. No. Royal Navy. The British Navy, formed in the 16th century, although England has had naval ships since before the time of Alfred the Great. Royal oak. An oak tree in which King Charles Roman II hid, and a popular name for public houses in the United Kingdom, past and present. Royal Oak Day. Synonym of Oak Apple Day. Royal pain. Someone or something that is very annoying. Royal pains. Plural of royal pain. Royal palm. Any of the genus Wistonia of palm trees, native to the Caribbean islands and the adjacent coasts of Florida and Central and South America, but grown throughout the tropics and subtropics for its great height and elegant form. Royal palms. Plural of royal palm. Royal penguin. A species of white-faced penguin, Eutyps schlegeli, which breed on Macquarie Island in the southwest Pacific. Royal penguins. Plural of royal penguin. Royal penstemon. Penstemon speciacis. Royal Pines. A census-designated place in Buncombe County, North Carolina, United States. Royal poinsettia. A tropical tree, Dilonyx regia, grown for its bright red flower clusters, native to Madagascar but grown in many other tropical regions, the flamboyant. Royal Poincianas, plural of Royal Poinciana. Royal Progress, a tour of their kingdom by a monarch and their retinue and entourage. Royal Progresses, plural of Royal Progress. Royal Purple, a deep, vibrant reddish-purple color. Royal Purples, plural of Royal Purple. Royal Python, synonym of ball python. Royal Pythons, plural of Royal Python. Royal Rat, Haka the rodent. Royal Rats, plural of Royal Rats. Royal Red Prawn, a pennied prawn Haloporoids sibigi found in Australian waters. Royal Red Prawns, plural of Royal Red Prawn. Royal Road, the longest road in the ancient system of trade routes and roads developed in Achaemenid Persia, which connected the capitals Sardis in Asia Minor to Susa in Mesopotamia and featured post stations with service facilities. Royal Road, an easy or straightforward procedure for achieving a goal, a procedure that requires little effort. Royal Roads, plural of Royal Road. Royal Scamp, a highwayman who specialized in robbing rich people and treated them politely. Royal Scamps, plural of Royal Scamp. Royal Scythians, the main Scythian tribe and the ruling tribe of the whole of Scythia. Royal Spade, an auction bridge, is spade when spades are trumps under the condition that every trick over 6 taken by the successful bidder has a score value of 9. Royal Spades, plural of Royal Spade. Royal Spoonbill, Platelia regia, a bird found in Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, and the Solomon Islands. Royal Spoonbills, plural of Royal Spoonbill. Royal Starfish, a West Atlantic starfish Astrocton articulatus, characterized by purple central region, outlined with orange. Royal Starfishes, plural of Royal Starfish. Royal Stars, a set of 4 first-magnitude stars, Aldebaran, Regulus, Antares, and Fomalhaut, regarded by ancient Persians as the guardians of the sky. Royal Straight Flush, synonym of Royal Flush. Royal Straight Flushes, plural of Royal Straight Flush. Royal Strema, synonym of Strema Idicare. Royal Stremus, plural of Royal Strema. Royal Stremata, plural of Royal Strema. Royal Tennis, IL Tennis. Royal Tur, the seabird Thalassius maximus in Sterna maxima. Royal Turns, plural of Royal Turn. Royal Touch, the touching of a diseased person by the hand of a king with the supposed purpose of restoring health. It was extensively practiced in England and France, particularly for scrofula. Royal Train, a set of railway carriages dedicated for the use of the monarch or other members of a royal family. Royal Trains, plural of Royal Train. Royal Ulster Constabulary, Northern Ireland's police force from 1922 to 2001. Royal Walnut Moth, Citheronia regalis, a type of moth. Its caterpillar is the hickory horned devil. Royal Walnut Moths, plural of Royal Walnut Moth. Royal Wand, a staff or rod traditionally wielded by a king or royalty symbolizing power and authority, scepter. Royal Wands, plural of Royal Wand. Royal We, the first person plural pronoun as traditionally used in formal speech by any royal personage to refer to themselves, most especially a sovereign in their role as the monarch. Royal Wees, Plural of royal, we. Royal Wes. Plural of royal, we. Royal Wootton Bassett. A market town and civil parish with a town council in North Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 0682. Royal Yorker. A member of the King's Royal Regiment of New York. Royal Yorkers. Plural of Royal Yorker. Royal Acton. A protein in royal jelly, believed to cause a bee to develop into a queen. Real. A garnish of a consommé made with unsweetened cooked custard, usually cut into decorative shapes. Royaler. Comparative form of royal, more royal. Royals. Plural of royal. Royalists. Superlative form of royal, most royal. Royalet. A minor or powerless king. Royalets. Plural of royalet. Royalize. Alternative form of royalize. Royalize. Simple past and past participle of royalize. Royalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of royalize. Royalison. A defensin-like peptide found in royal jelly. Royalizing. Present participle and gerund of royalize. Royalism. Impassioned allegiance to or advocacy of the establishment, maintenance, and / or interests of a particular king, royal house, or kingly dynasty, sometimes extended to the same of a non-royal, i.e. grand ducal, imperial, or other family or sovereign, often contrasted with monarchism. Royalisms. Plural of royalism. Royalists. Royaliste. Royaliste. Of or pertaining to royalism or royalists. Royalists. Plural of royalists. Royalization. The act or process of royalizing, making royal. Royalize. To make royal or royalist. Royalize. Simple past and past participle of royalize. Royalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of royalize. Royalizing. Present participle and gerund of royalize. Royal. A surname. Royaler. Comparative form of royal, more royal. Royalis. Superlative form of royal, most royal. Royals. Plural of royal. Royale. In a royal manner, in a manner having to do with royalty. Royalty. A kingdom, a realm. Royalves. Plural of royalmi. Royales. Quality of being royal. Royals. Plural of royal. Royal sail. A royal square sail over the top gallant sail. Royal sails. Plural of royal sail. Royalties. Plural of royalty. Royalton. A number of places in the United States. Royalty. A surname. Royalties. Plural of royalty. Royapuram. A neighborhood of Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. Roa. A commune near Clermont-Ferrand, Pays-de-Dôme department, Auvergne-Rhône Alps, France. Riddle. A surname. Riddles. Plural of Roybal. Rayridge. A village in Highland Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NN 2781. Rice. A surname originating as a matronymic. Roycean. Of or relating to Josiah Royce 1855–1916, American pragmatist and objective idealist philosopher. Roycroft. A surname. Roycrofter. a member of the Roycroft reformist community of craftworkers and artists, founded in 1895 in the United States. Roycrofters, plural of Roycrofter. Roycrofts, plural of Roycroft. Roy, a forest clearing. Roydon, a surname. Roydon, a village and civil parish in Epping Forest District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4010. Rides, plural of Roy. Roy, a surname. Rise, plural of Roy. Riotous, obsolete form of riotous. Rugu, alternative form of Roy G. Viv acronym for rainbow colors in order. Rylance, a surname. Rylances, plural of Rylance. Royal, a surname. Royals, plural of royal. Roidish, mangy, scabby. Roynon, a surname. Rise, plural of Roy. Rice, a surname. Rises, plural of Royce. Roish, pronunciation spelling of right used to check agreement at the end of an utterance. Rice, obsolete form of roist. Roisted, simple past and past participle of Royce. Royster, a surname. Royster, simple past and past participle of royster. Roister, someone who revels, a partier. Roisterers, plural of roisterer. Roistering, present participle and gerund of roister. Roisterings, plural of roistering. Roisterous, obsolete form of roisterous. Roisters, plural of roister. Roisting, present participle and gerund of royce. Royston, a habitational surname from Old English. Royston crow, the hooded crow. Royston crows, plural of Royston crow. Royce, third person singular simple present indicative of Royce. Roydet, a little king. Roydelets, plural of Roydelet. Roydish, wild, irregular, uncontrollable. Roise, a town in the metropolitan borough of Oldham, Greater Manchester, England, originally in Lancashire. Rut, alternative form of Rose short for Rosalind or Rosamund. Roda, a transliteration of the Kazakh, Macedonian, Russian, or Ukrainian female given name Oza Rosa. Rosalind, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Rozanolixizumab, a monoclonal antibody used to treat myasthenia gravis. Rozansky, a surname from Polish. Rozanskis, plural of Rozansky. Avario, a surname from Spanish. Avarios, plural of Rosario. Rodas, a surname from Spanish. Rozesas, plural of roses. Razoma, a city and reign of Odessa Oblast in southern Ukraine. Roseboom, a surname. Rosebooms, plural of Roseboom. Rodek, a surname. Rothex, plural of Rozek. Rozo, two Vingtanes in Jersey, Channel Islands. Rolbase, alternative form of Rozo. Ogat. Rozo, a surname. Rodel, a surname. Rodels, plural of Roselle. Name. Rosmes, plural of Rosma. Rosen, a surname. Roosendaal, a village in Gelderland, Netherlands. Rosenite, an iron sulfide mineral with chemical formula Fe SO4H2O. Rowenites, plural of rosenite. Rosens, plural of rosen. Ryazh, a city in Lutskrayin Volyn Oblast, Ukraine. Rodi, synonym of Lozi language. Oze, a surname from French. Rosier balloon, alternative form of Rosier balloon. Rosier balloons, plural of Rosier balloon. Ose, a surname from French. Osier balloon, a type of hybrid balloon that has separate chambers for a non-heated lifting gas as well as for a heated lifting gas. Rosier balloons, plural of Rosier balloon. Rosiers, plural of Rosier. Rosybuitazone, alternative form of rosybuitazone. Ranowski, a surname from Polish. Rosnowskis, plural of Rosnowski. Rosa, a surname. Rosas, plural of Roso. Rostowka, a number of villages in Poland. Razaye, a village, the administrative center of Razvazhiv Starostinsky Aka Ivankiv settlement Hamada, Vishwaradrian, Kiev Oblast, Ukraine. Mazwado, a suburb of Stalowola, Poland. Rayue, a person from Orth, the people of the historical Razwi Empire in present-day Zimbabwe. Razaki, a surname. Razadis, plural of Razaki. The police. Rather, a police officer. Radas, plural of Razer. Rai, a surname. Rais, plural of Razi. RP, initialism of received pronunciation. RP, Rupaya. RP walk, to make the character ones playing walk, as opposed to running, which is the default form of character movement in most video games. RP1, initialism of rocket propellant 1, a highly refined kerosene, usually used in combination with LOX. RPA, initialism of rural payments agency. RPA, plural of RPA. RPATS, Robert Pattinson actor. RPC, abbreviation of Russian Paralympic Committee and Organization. RPC, plural of RPC. RPD, initialism of relative pointwise distance. RE, initialism of rate of perceived exertion. RELEC, initialism of regular pulse excited linear predictive coder. IPER, abbreviation of roleplayer. RPERS, plural of ERPER. RBET, abbreviation of recycled polyethylene terephthalate. RBF, initialism of Rwandan Patriotic Front. RBF, abbreviation of Reichsbank. RPF, plural of RPF. RPG, initialism of report program generator. RPGED, simple past and past participle of RPG. RPGer, a roleplayer. RPGers, plural of RPGer. RPGing, present participle and gerund of RPG. RPG, plural of RPG. RPH, initialism of red pussy hair. RPH, plural of RPH. RPI, Initialism of Retail Price Index. RPK, a Soviet 7.62 times 39 cartridge light machine gun. AVL. Initialism of Recognition of Prior Learning. AVL. Abbreviation of evolutions per minute. AVL. Alternative letter case form of RPM. AVS. Plural of RPM. AVL. Plural of RPM. RPMS. Plural of RPM. RPA. Initialism of reverse Polish notation. RPO. Initialism of Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. RPO. Plural of RPO. RPP. Initialism of Recreational Pilot Permit. RPP. Plural of RPP. RPQ. Initialism of Request for Price Quotation. RPQ. Plural of RPQ. RPS. Initialism of Radioisotope Power System. RP. Plural of RP. RPT. Alternative form of RPT. RPT. Alternative form of RPT. RPT. Abbreviation of report. RPTD. Abbreviation of reprinted. RPDRN. Abbreviation of reporter's note. RPDRNN. Abbreviation of reporter's notes. RPT. Plural of RPT. RPS. Plural of RPT. RPV. Abbreviation of Real Bavarian. RPV. Plural of RPV. RQ. Abbreviation of Real Quick. RQMS. Initialism of Regimental Quartermaster Sergeant. RQN. Abbreviation of Requisition. RQNS. Plural of RQN. RCOF. Initialism of Rural Qualified Opportunity Fund. RCOF. Plural of RCOF. RQQ. Initialism of Radio Quiet Quasar. RQQ. Plural of RQQ. RR. Initialism of Railroad. RR. A cry uttered by an infant vervet when separated from its mother. RAM. Abbreviation of Resistive Random Access Memory. RAT. Initialism of Rotating Radio Transient, a type of pulsar. RAT. An unfounded theory or rumor. RAT. Plural of RAT. ERA. An alarm call used by vervets to warn of the presence of an eagle. IROPS. Plural of IROP. RRS. Initialism of Reduced Representation by Sulfite Sequencing. RRC. Initialism of Regimental Reconnaissance Company. RRD. Initialism of Regional Rural Development. RRD. Plural of RRD. RF. Initialism of Reduced Row Echelon Form. RUDS. Alternative form of roids. RRNA. Initialism of ribosomal RNA. RRNA. Alternative form of RRNA. RRNA. Plural of RRNA. RNAs. Plural of RRNA. RUD. Initialism of Red Ring of Death. ROD. Initialism of Red Ring of Death. RUD. Plural of ROD. RODS. Plural of ROD. RRP, alternative letter case form of RRP. RRP, initialism of recommended retail price. RRP, plural of RRP. RRPS, plural of RRP. RRR, acronym of regular rate and rhythm used to describe the heartbeat of patient. RRR, plural of RRR. RR, plural of RR. RRSP, Registered Retirement Savings Plan, a program regulated by the federal government of Canada, offering tax advantages to help Canadian residents accumulate financial wealth through a wide range of investment instruments in order to provide financial security and income during retirement. RRSP, plural of RRSP. RRT, initialism of Registered Respiratory Therapist. RRT, plural of RRT. RRPhite, a mineral with the chemical formula Ca2CuSO2H2. RRV, initialism of road rail vehicle. RRV, plural of RRV. RS, initialism of Relief Society. RS, rupees. RS 232. Recommended standard 232, the standard for serial binary signals between a DTE and a DCE. RS, alternative form of RS rupees. RS:(X), a class of windsurf board made to specific requirements. RSA, initialism of Royal Society of Arts. RSA number, any of the large semi-prime numbers to be factored in the RSA Factoring Challenge, a competition from 1991 to 2007 encouraging research into computational number theory. RSA numbers, plural of RSA number. RSF, initialism of Royal Small Arms Factory. RSA, plural of RSA. RSBN, initialism of Right Side Broadcasting Network. RSC, initialism of Royal Shakespeare Company. RSD, initialism of Reflex Sympathetic Dystrophy. RSDLP, initialism of Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. RSAS, initialism of Reduced Swain Differential Signaling, an electrical signal standard between electrical components that employs differential signaling technology. RSE, initialism of ring strain energy. RCH, selenol. RCO, selenenic acid. RCA, seleni. RSF, initialism of Republican Sinn Féin. RSFSR, initialism of Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic. RSG, abbreviation of Red Supergiant. RSES, initialism of Royal Scottish Geographical Society. RSG, plural of RSG. RSH, phthalate. RE, initialism of relationships, sex and health education. RSHM, initialism of Religious of the Sacred Heart of Mary. RSI, initialism of repetitive strain injury. RSE, initialism of rapid sequence induction and intubation. RSI, plural of RSI. RSJ, initialism of rolled steel joist. RSJ, plural of RSJ. RSL, initialism of recurrent slope linea. RSL, plural of RSL. RSM, initialism of regimental sergeant major. RSMI, initialism of regimental sergeant major instructor. RSMI, plural of RSMI. RSMLT, initialism of routed split multi-link trunking, a layer 3 link aggregation protocol designed by Nordal Avaya. RSM, plural of RSM. RSN, initialism of Realsoon Now. RSO, initialism of Range Safety Officer. RSO, sulfenic acid. RSO, plural of RSO. RSB, initialism of Registered Savings Plan. RSBB, initialism of Royal Society for the Protection of Birds. RSBZA, initialism of Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. RSB, plural of RSB. RSS, initialism of Rich Site Summary / Really Simple Syndication Mechanism to follow updates on other websites such as news, music, blogs, etc. RSS feed, an XML document that follows the RSS Rich Site Summary specification used for syndication. RSS feeds, plural of RSS feed. RSS, plural of RSS. RSSI, initialism of received signal strength indication, an arbitrary number roughly corresponding to a given power absorbed by a receiving system when receiving a signal, with greater numbers corresponding to greater power and lesser to lesser, but with no further definition of relationship. RSD code, a code used to express the quality of a radio signal being received. RSD codes, plural of RSD code. RSU, initialism of restricted stock unit. RSU, plural of RSU. RSW, initialism of revised standard version. RSWC, initialism of right superior vena cava. RSWC, plural of RSWC. RSVAM, initialism of reduced vertical separation minima practice of reducing vertical separation when flying. RSVP, a reply to an invitation. RSVP, alternative letter case form of RSVP. RSVP'd, simple past and past participle of RSVP. RSVP'd, simple past and past participle of RSVP. RSVPing, present participle and gerund of RSVP. RSVP, plural of RSVP. RSV, plural of RSV. RSW, initialism of registered social worker. RT, initialism of Russia Today, an international news network. RT, abbreviation of right. RT Hon, abbreviation of Right Honorable in the titles of members of Parliament. RT Ref, abbreviation of Right Reverend and ecclesiastical title. RT, alternative form of RT Right. RT abbreviation of Right Honorable in the titles of MPs, members of Parliament. RT Rout, the Right Reverend ecclesiastical title. RT Rout, Right Reverend and ecclesiastical title. RT Rout, Right Reverend as an ecclesiastical title. Initialism of radio and television arts. The Vedic principle of natural order that regulates the operation of the universe. Wedawani 5BDA. Alternative spelling of RTA Vedic principle. RTA. Plural of RTA. RTB. Initialism of real-time bidding. RTC. Initialism of rational team concert. RTC. Plural of RTC. RTD. Initialism of ready to drink. RTD. Plural of RTD. Arte. Initialism of radio téléviseur and literally Irish television and radio. RE. Abbreviation of route. Artex. Initialism of registry of toxic effects of chemical substances. Arted. Simple past and past participle of RT. REF. Initialism of return the favor. REFA. Initialism of read the fucking article. REFA. Initialism of read the fucking FAQ. REFN. Initialism of read the fucking manual. REFN. Initialism of write the fuck now. REFN. Initialism of write the fuck now. RTG. Initialism of Radion Technology Group, a division of Advanced Micro Devices A&D, who produces a brand of computer products. RTG. Abbreviation of rating. RTG. Plural of RTG. RTS. Plural of RTG. RTA. Initialism of right to hire. RTA. Abbreviation of Ruth. RTHK. Initialism of Radio Television Hong Kong, the government broadcaster of Hong Kong. RTA. Initialism of Ramp Travel Index, a measure of off-road performance. RTing. Present participle and gerund of RT. RTA. Plural of RTI. RTK. Initialism of real-time kinematic. RTL. Initialism of right to left. RTLO. Initialism of right to left over RI. RTLS. Initialism of return to launch site. RTL. Plural of RTL. RTN. Initialism of representative town meeting. RTMP. Initialism of real-time messaging protocol. RTN. Plural of RTM. RTA. Initialism of retrotrapezoid nucleus. RTO. Initialism of radio telephone operator. RTOL. Alternative form of RTL, right to left. RTOS. Initialism of real-time operating system. RTO. Plural of RTO. RTO says. Plural of RTOS. RTP. Initialism of rapid thermal processing. RT-PA. Initialism of recombinant tissue plasminogen activator. RTS. Initialism of retracted tongue root. RTS. Initialism of real-time strategy. RT. Plural of RT. RTS. Plural of RT. RT said. Simple past of RTS. RT says. Plural of RTS. RT sing. Present participle and gerund of RTS. RTSB. Real-time streaming protocol, a network protocol designed for use in entertainment and communication systems to control streaming media servers. RTS. Plural of RTS. RTT. Initialism of round-trip time. RTI. Initialism of runtime type information. RTT. Plural of RTT. RTTY. Initialism of radio teletype. RTTY, plural of RTTY. RTU, initialism of remote terminal unit. RTUD, simple past and past participle of RTU. RTUD, simple past and past participle of RTU. RTUing, present participle and gerund of RTU. RTU, plural of RTU. RTUE, abbreviation of Rittenavir. RTUage, alternative form of RTVIC. RTUage, plural of RTVIC. RTVIC, a priest who performs at a yajna. RTVICs, plural of RTVIC. RTW, initialism of ready-to-wear. RTWT, abbreviation of Viswheat. RTWTED, simple past and past participle of RTWT. RTWTing, present participle and gerund of RTWT. RTWTS, plural of RTWT. RTX, initialism of racinophratixin, a TRPV1 agonist extracted from Euphorbia racinophora. Rue-kiln, a kiln in which Chinese rue ware was manufactured during the Song dynasty. Rue-kilns, plural of rue-kiln. Rue ware, a very rare type of Chinese porcelain, often with a blue glaze, dating from the Song dynasty. Rue-wares, plural of rue-ware. Rue 486, synonym of mifepristone. Abbreviation of Russian. A surname. Ruaben, a village and community in Wrexham Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SJ 3043. Ruat, one of the Kabbalistic aspects of the soul related to emotion and morality. Ruato, a surname from Spanish. Rumachos, plural of ruacho. Buel, commotion, rowdiness, uproar, hubbub. Hooray, a male given name from Irish. Ruh, alternative form of Ruach. Hua, a village between Ennis and Corofin, County Clare, Ireland. Roana, an outer garment typical of the Andes region of Venezuela and Colombia and resembling a poncho. Roanas, plural of Roana. Rwanda. Alternative form of Rwanda. Rwanda-Urundi, a colonial territory, once part of German East Africa, that was occupied by troops from the Belgian Congo during the East African Campaign in World War I and was administered by Belgium under military occupation from 1916 to 1922. Rwando, Rwandan. Ruin, a surname from Irish. Ruins, plural of ruin. Ruano, a surname. Ruanos, plural of Ruano. Ruinkin, synonym of Yuan. Ruinkins, plural of Ruinkin. Yuans, plural of Yuan. Urepu, a territorial authority of the Manawatu-Wanganui region, New Zealand, named after the volcano, in full Ruepu district. Ruardian, a village and civil parish in Forest of Dean district, Gloucestershire, England, OS Grid Ref So 6217. Ruark, a surname. Ruarks, plural of Ruark. Ruarsai, a monoclinic prismatic grayish-white mineral containing arsenic, ruthenium, and sulfur. US, plural of Ua. any of a group of proteins similar to ubiquitin. An act of rubbing. Rub along. To survive or get by with some difficulty. Rub and tug. A massage parlor where one can get a massage with a hand job. Rub and tugs. Plural of rub and tug. Rub away. To rub in order to erase. Rub board. Alternative form of rub board. Rub boards. Plural of rub board. Rub down. To rub from top to bottom, for example for cleaning, stripping paint or massage. Rub elbows. Usually followed by with, to associate closely, to consort, mingle, or socialize. Rub in. To apply by rubbing. Rub iron. An iron guard on a wagon body against which a wheel rubs when cramped too much. Rub irons. Plural of rub iron. Rub it in. To add insult to injury, to emphasize one's strengths or another's weaknesses in a manner that degrades another. Rub of the green. Any accidental deflection of the ball by an outside agency, spectator, caddy, etc. The ball is played without penalty from where it comes to rest. Rub off. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see rub off. Rub off on. To be acquired by or transferred to someone as a result of regular exposure. Rub one off. Synonym of masturbate. Rub one out. To masturbate manually to the point of orgasm by stimulating one's penis. Rub one's face with a brass candlestick. To prepare to be very brazen or impudent. Rub one's hands. Alternative form of rub one's hands together. Rub one's hands together. To anticipate something eagerly. Rub oneself off. To masturbate. Rub out. To delete or erase or remove something by rubbing, especially with a rubber eraser. Rub salt in someone's wounds. To make a painful situation even worse even with the best of intentions. Rub salt in a wound. To aggravate or exacerbate a physical or emotional injury. Rub shoulders. To associate closely, to socialize or mingle. Rub someone the wrong way. To bother, disturb, irritate, or annoy. Rub someone's face in. Alternative form of rub someone's nose in. Rub someone's nose in. To confront someone with facts or evidence that they find unpleasant in order to make them suffer. Rub the fear of God into. Alternative form of put the fear of God into. Rada. To polish or scrub, to cover something with a substance by rubbing. Rub up against. To touch something with one's body. Rub up high. To rub one's body against another person as a form of sexual stimulation or flirting. Rub up the wrong way. To annoy or anger someone. Rub-ups. Plural of rub-up. Rub-a-dub. Alternative form of rub-a-dub. Rub-a-dubs. Plural of rub-a-dub. Rub-board. Alternative form of rub-board. Rub-boardist. Someone who plays a rub-board. Rub-boardists. Plural of rub-boardists. Rub-boards. Plural of rub-board. Rub-off. Alternative form of rub-off. Rub-us. Plural of rub-off. Rub. The action of rubbing, for example polishing or massaging. Rub-ups. Plural of rub-off. Rub. Alternative spelling of rubai. Rubaeus. Plural of rubae. Rubaiyat. Plural of rubae. Ruda. A traditional lute-like musical instrument of Central Asia. Ruabo, a basic stew or porridge based on peas and ihaj or corn. Rudats, plural of rubao. Rubes, alternative form of rubas, form of quartz. Rubada, Ramadan. Rubadads, plural of rubada. Rubai, a quatrain in classical Arabic, Persian, Turkic, or Urdu poetry. Rubais, plural of rubai. Rubaiyat, plural of rubai. Rubalhaba, a surname. Rubalkabas, plural of Rubalkaba. Rubalkava, a surname. Rubalkavas, plural of Rubalkava. Ruba, Erude. Rubens, plural of Reuben. Rhubarb, obsolete spelling of rhubarb. Rhubarbs, plural of rhubarb. Rhubarth's disease, a viral disease of canids and bears with symptoms of hepatitis and jaundice. Rubeshka, synonym of Kosovorotka. Rubeshkas, plural of rubeshka. Rubes, crystalline quartz colored red by hematite. Rudases, plural of rubes. Rubati, plural of rubato. Rubato, a tempo in which strict timing is relaxed, the music being played near, but not on, the beat. Rubatos, plural of rubato. Rubatosis, the unsettling awareness of one's own heartbeat. Rubaba, that can be rubbed, suitable for rubbing. Rubabu, alternative form of rubabu. Rubbit, alternative form of rubbish. Rodages, plural of rubbage. Rub, simple past and past participle of rub. Rub it along, simple past and past participle of rub along. Rub away, simple past and past participle of rub away. Rub down, simple past and past participle of rub down. Rubbed elbows, simple past and past participle of rub elbows. Rub in, simple past and past participle of rub in. Rub it in, simple past and past participle of rub it in. Rub off, simple past and past participle of rub off. Rub off on, simple past and past participle of rub off on. Rub one off, simple past and past participle of rub one off. Rubbed one out, simple past and past participle of rub one out. Rubbed one's face with a brass candlestick, simple past and past participle of rub one's face with a brass candlestick. Rubbed one's hands, simple past and past participle of rub one's hands. Rubbed one's hands together, simple past and past participle of rub one's hands together. Rubbed oneself off, simple past and past participle of rub oneself off. Rubbed out, simple past and past participle of rub out. Rubbed salt in someone's wounds, simple past and past participle of rub salt in someone's wounds. Rubbed salt in the wound, simple past and past participle of rub salt in the wound. Rub shoulders, simple past and past participle of rub shoulders. Rubbed someone the wrong way, simple past and past participle of rub someone the wrong way. Rubbed someone's face in, simple past and past participle of rub someone's face in. Rub someone's nose in, Simple past and past participle of rub someone's nose in. Rubbed the fear of God into. Simple past and past participle of rub the fear of God into. Rub up. Simple past and past participle of rub up. Rubbed up against. Simple past and past participle of rub up against. Rubbed up on. Simple past and past participle of rub up on. Rubbed up the wrong way. Simple past and past participle of rub up the wrong way. Rubbed work. Work in stone smooth by rubbing with gritstone or similar. Rubbed works. Plural of rubbed work. Rubby. Of or relating to the crops or harvest of the crops. Sown after the rains and reaped in the following spring or early summer. Rudder. Pliable material derived from the sap of the rubber tree, a hydrocarbon biopolymer of isoprene. Rubber baby buddy bumper. A contraceptive diaphragm. Rubber baby buddy bumpers. Plural of rubber baby buggy bumper. Rubber ball blast grenade. A type of non-lethal crowd suppression grenade that spews out semi-hard plastic-coated steel balls similar to rubber bullets when it blasts apart. Rubber ball blast grenades. Plural of rubber ball blast grenade. Rubber band. An elastic band made of rubber. Rubber band airplane. A type of toy constructed of light wood, a plastic propeller, and a rubber band propelled by repeatedly winding the propeller backwards and then releasing it into the air. Rubber band airplanes. Plural of rubber band airplane. Rubber banded. Simple past and past participle of rubber band. Rubber banding. Present participle and gerund of rubber band. Rubber bands. Plural of rubber band. Rubber boa. A snake of species Charina body, found in the western United States. Rubber boas. Plural of rubber boa. Rubber bridge. The original form of contract bridge, so called because bonuses are awarded for scoring sufficient points to win games and thereby a rubber, which is the best of 3 games. Compare to duplicate bridge. Rubber bullet. A large ballistic projectile made of or coated with rubber that has a propellant charge, typically used for riot control. Rubber bullets. Plural of rubber bullet. Rubber cement. An adhesive made from elastic polymers, typically latex mixed in a solvent to keep them fluid enough to be used. Rubber cements. Plural of rubber cement. Rubber check. A check that is rejected by the bank against which it is drawn for insufficient funds. Rubber checks. Plural of rubber check. Rubber check. Alternative form of rubber check. Rubber checks. Plural of rubber check. Rubber chicken. A hollow, bright yellow toy or prop depicting a plucked chicken that emits a squeak when squeezed. Rubber chickens. Plural of rubber chicken. Rubber duck. A toy made from rubber or rubber-like plastic, shaped like a duck, usually a floating bathtub toy. Rubber duck debugging. The practice in which a programmer attempts to solve a bug by explaining their code to an inanimate object, such as a rubber duck. Rubber ducked. Rubber ducky. A rubber duck bath toy. Rubber duckies. Plural of rubber ducky. Rubber ducking. Rubber duck debugging. Rubber ducks. Plural of rubber duck. Rubber ducky. A rubber duck bath toy. Rubber eel. A species of aquatic Caecilian, Typhlonyx found in Colombia, Venezuela, and possibly Trinidad and Tobago. Rubber eels. Plural of rubber eel. Rubber gauge. A device for measuring the amount of India rubber needed to make a given article. Rubber gauges. Plural of rubber gauge. Rubber heels. Police officers tasked with investigating corruption within the police force. Rubber hose. A classic animated cartoon style which was first introduced in the early 20th century. Rubber Johnnies. Plural of rubber Johnny. Rubber Johnny. A condom. Rubber jungle. In a commercial passenger airliner, the dense, forest-like profusion of suspended tubes, straps, bags, and masks which results when large numbers of oxygen masks are deployed. Rubber jungles. Plural of rubber jungle. Rubber match. A sporting event at the end of a series in which the opponents are tied in terms of events won and lost. Rubber matches. Plural of rubber match. Rubber panties. Rubber pants, plastic pants, or, more strictly, rubber pants that resemble panties. Rubber pants. Plastic pants. Rubber plant. Ficus elastica, a tropical tree used as a houseplant native to Asia. Rubber plants. Plural of rubber plant. Rubber policeman. A flexible rubber scraper attached to a glass rod used in chemistry laboratories for amalgamating and transferring solid residues in gravimetric analysis. Rubber policeman. Plural of rubber policeman. Rubber ring. A ring or tube made of rubber, in particular a circular air-filled tube used as an aid to swimming. Rubber rings. Plural of rubber ring. Rubber room. A cell lined with cushions used for confinement of a mentally disturbed person. Rubber rooms. Plural of rubber room. Rubber saw. A circular rotatory knife for cutting India rubber. Rubber saws. Plural of rubber saw. Rubber shoes. Sneakers, trainers. Rubber stamp. Of a person, organization, or process making decisions or approving matters routinely or without real power. Rubber stamp politics. A form of politics where persons rarely or never disagree with more powerful organizations. Rubber stamped. Simple past and past participle of rubber stamp. Rubber stamping. Present participle and gerund of rubber stamp. Rubber stamps. Plural of rubber stamp. Rubber tapper. Someone who collects latex from a rubber tree. Rubber tappers. Plural of rubber tapper. Rubber tree. A tropical South American tree, Hevea brasiliensis, the principal source of natural rubber. Rubber trees. Plural of rubber tree. Rubber up. To put on a condom. Rubber vine. Cryptostegia grandiflora, a woody perennial vine native to southwest Madagascar. Rubber vines. Plural of rubber vine. Rubber band. To join with rubber bands. Rubber band. Simple past and past participle of rubber band. Rubber banding. Present participle and gerund of rubber band. Rubber bands. Plural of rubber band. Rubber duck. Alternative form of rubber duck. Rubber duck. Alternative form of rubber duct. Rubber ducking. Alternative form of rubber ducking. Rubber ducks. Third person singular simple present indicative of rubber duck. Rubber hose. An early American animation style with the use of simple flowing curves for characters' limbs. Rubber hose cryptanalysis. The extraction of cryptographic secrets by coercion or torture. Rubbernecker. Alternative form of rubbernecker. Rubberneckers. Plural of rubbernecker. Rubber stamp. Alternative spelling of rubber stamp. Rubber stamped. Simple past and past participle of rubber stamp. Rubber stamping. Present participle and gerund of rubber stamp. Rubber stamps. Third person singular simple present indicative of rubber stamp. Rubber band. Alternative form of rubber band. Rubber band. Simple past and past participle of rubber band. Rubber banding. A technique in which one point or object moves while attached to another point or object, as when dragging out a new shape in a drawing program. Rubber bands. Third person singular simple present indicative of rubber band. Rubber duck. Alternative form of rubber duck. Rubber duck. Simple past and past participle of rubber duck. Rubber ducking. Alternative form of rubber ducking. Rubber ducks. Third person singular simple present indicative of rubber duck. Rubber. Treated or coated with rubber. Rubbered up. Simple past and past participle of rubber up. Rudderer. A rubbernecker, a nosy observer. Rudderers. Plural of rubberer. Rubberful. Enough to fill a rubber any sense. Rubberfuls. Plural of rubberful. Rubberhead. An employee of a theme park or similar attraction who wears a full-body costume. Rubberheads. Plural of rubberhead. Oh, yeah. Comparative form of rubbery, more rubbery. Oh, yes? Superlative form of rubbery, most rubbery. Rubberily. In a rubbery manner. Rubberness. Quality of being very. Rubbery. Present participle and gerund of rubber. Rubbering up. Present participle and gerund of rubber up. Rubberization. Alternative form of rubberization. Rubberize. Alternative spelling of rubberize. Rubberized. Simple past and past participle of rubberize. Rubberizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of rubberize. Rubberish. Rubbery. Rubberizing. Present participle and gerund of rubberize. Rubberism. Fetishism for rubber or rubberware. Rubberist. Someone with a fetish for rubber or rubberware. Rubberists. Plural of rubberists. Rubberization. Act or process of rubberizing. Rubberize. To coat with rubber or a similar material. Rubberized. Simple past and past participle of rubberize. Rubberizer. One who or that which rubberizes. Rubberizers. Plural of rubberizer. Rubberizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of rubberize. Rubberizing. Present participle and gerund of rubberize. Rubberless. Whatever the material. Rubber-like. Having the characteristics of rubber. Rubberneck. Someone who engages in rubbernecking or turning and staring. Rubbernecked. Simple past and past participle of rubberneck. Rubbernecker. A person who rubbernecks, someone who cranes their neck as though it were made of rubber to see something such as a tourist attraction or to watch an event such as an accident, a rubberneck. Rubberneckers. Plural of rubbernecker. Rubbernecking. The act of slowing down whilst driving a vehicle in order to see the scene of an accident. Rubbernecks. Third person singular simple present indicative of rubberneck. Rubberoid. Made of rubber or of a material resembling rubber. Rubberous. Synonym of rubbery. Rudders, plural of rubber. Rubbers up. Third person singular simple present indicative of rubber up. Rubbersful, plural of rubberful. Rubberstap, alternative spelling of rubber stamp. Rubberstamped, simple past and past participle of rubber stamp. Rubber stamping, present participle and gerund of rubber stamp. Rubber stamps, third person singular simple present indicative of rubber stamp. Rubberware, fetishware made of rubber. Rubberwood, the wood of the purur rubber tree. Rubbery, of, relating to, or resembling rubber, especially in consistency. Ruddery figures, inaccurate or incomplete statistical data, especially economic, used to support misleading conclusions. Rubus, second person singular simple present indicative of rub. Ra, third person singular simple present indicative of rub. Rubbit, obsolete form of rubbish. Rubbages, plural of rubbage. Rabbis, plural of rubby. Rubbit, pronunciation spelling of rubbing. Rubbit, an impression of an embossed or incised surface made by placing a piece of paper over it and rubbing with graphite, crayon, or other coloring agent. Rubbing alcohol, synonym of surgical spirit. Rubbing alcohols, plural of rubbing alcohol. Rubbing along, present participle and gerund of rub along. Rubbing away, present participle and gerund of rub away. Rubbing down, present participle and gerund of rub down. Rubbing elbows, present participle and gerund of rub elbows. Rubbing in, present participle and gerund of rub in. Rubbing it in, present participle and gerund of rub it in. Rubbing machine, a machine used in bleaching linen. Rubbing machines, plural of rubbing machine. Rubbing off, present participle and gerund of rub off. Rubbing off on, present participle and gerund of rub off on. Rubbing oil, a type of petroleum oil of low viscosity used either with or without an abrasive to polish dried surfaces. Rubbing oils, plural of rubbing oil. Rubbing one off, present participle and gerund of rub one off. Rubbing one out, present participle and gerund of rub one out. Rubbing one's face with a brass candlestick, present participle of rub one's face with a brass candlestick. Rubbing one's hands, present participle and gerund of rub one's hands. Rubbing one's hands together, present participle and gerund of rub one's hands together. Rubbing oneself off, present participle and gerund of rub oneself off. Rubbing out, present participle and gerund of rub out. Rubbing posts, a post set up for cattle to rub themselves against. Rubbing posts, plural of rubbing posts. Rubbing salt in someone's wounds, present participle and gerund of rub salt in someone's wounds. Rubbing salt in a wound, present participle and gerund of rub salt in the wound. Rubbing shoulders, present participle and gerund of rub shoulders. Rubbing someone the wrong way, present participle of rub someone the wrong way. Rubbing someone's face in, present participle and gerund of rub someone's face in. Rubbing someone's nose in, present participle and gerund of rub someone's nose in. Rubbing stone, a gritstone for erasing the marks on a stone. Rubbing stones, plural of rubbing stone. Rubbing strip, A wooden or hard rubber strip running the part or whole length of a boat's hull to protect it when it locks, moored against other boats, pontoons or jetties. Rubbing strips, plural of rubbing strip. Rubbing the fear of God into, present participle, and gerund of rub the fear of God into. Rubbing off, present participle and gerund of rub up. Rubbing up against, present participle and gerund of rub up against. Rubbing up on, present participle and gerund of rub up on. Rubbing up the wrong way, present participle and gerund of rub up the wrong way. Rubbingly, so as to rub, with a rubbing action or motion. Rubbings, plural of rubbing. Rubbish, refuse, waste, garbage, junk, trash. Rubbish bag, a plastic bag produced for the disposal of household waste. Rubbish bags, plural of rubbish bag. Rubbish bin, garbage can, trash can. Rubbish bins, plural of rubbish bin. Rubbish dump, synonym of landfill. Rubbish dumps, plural of rubbish dump. Rubbish in, rubbish out, alternative form of garbage in, garbage out. Rubbish pulley. Shin block. Rubbish pulleys, plural of rubbish pulley. Rubbish, simple past and past participle of rubbish. Rubbisher, someone who criticizes, ridicules, or belittles. Rubbishers, plural of rubbisher. Rubbish, plural of rubbish. Rubbishous, superlative form of rubbish, most rubbish. Rubbishing, present participle and gerund of rubbish. Rubbishly, worthless. Rubbishy. Rubbishness, the quality of being gubbish or worthless. Rubbishy, strewn with litter. Oh, the broken remains of an object, usually rock or masonry. Rubble crab, a crab of the family Xanthidae. Rubble crabs, plural of rubble crab. Rubble drain, synonym of French drain. Rubble drains, plural of rubble drain. Rubble pile, an astronomical object that is not a monolith, but rather consists of numerous pieces of rock that have coalesced under the influence of gravity. Rubble piles, plural of rubble pile. Rebels, reduced to rubble. Rattles, plural of rubble. Rubblestone, rubble, a loose collection of broken stones. Rabblework, a form of masonry made of large stones loosely thrown together and then optionally grouted. Able, comparative form of rubbly, more rubbly. Avis, superlative form of rubbly, most rubbly. Rubbly, present participle and gerund of rubble. Rubbleization, the process of rubbleizing, turning into rubble. Rubbleize, to turn into rubble. Rubbleize, simple past and past participle of rubbleize. Rubbleizes, third person singular simple present indicative of rubbleize. Rubbleizing, present participle and gerund of rubbleize. Rubby, resembling rubble. Rubbo, a surname from Italian. Rubbor, a scraped percussion instrument used in Zydeco music, resembling a washboard but without a frame, generally hung around the neck. Rubbordess, alternative spelling of rubbordist. Rubbordists, plural of rubbordists. Rubboards, plural of rubboard. Rabos, plural of rubbo. Rabbit, rubbing alcohol. Rabbidat, a drunkard, especially one who drinks alcohol in non-beverage form, for example rubbing alcohol or canned heat. Rabbidabi, chum thrown into the water to attract sharks. Rabbidads, plural of rabbidab. Rabbidat, alternative form of rabbidab. Rabbidabs, plural of rabbidab. Rub down, a quick, energetic massage. Rub downs, plural of rub down. A diminutive of the male given name Reuben. Rube Goldberg, synonym of Rube Goldberg machine. Rube Goldberg machine, a comical, overcomplicated machine which performs a simple task. Rube Goldberg machines, plural of Rube Goldberg machine. Rube Goldbergen, alternative form of Rube Goldbergen. Rube Goldbergs, plural of Rube Goldberg. Rubinic, of or pertaining to rubinic acid or its derivatives. Rubinic acid. Irsamai. Rubeck, a surname from German. Rubex, plural of Rubeck. Rubediness, reddish. Rubido, a diffused redness of the skin, blushing or flushing. Ruby, alternative form of rubby. Rubefacients, redness. Rubefacient, making red. Rubefacients, plural of rubefacient. Rubefaction, reddening, the act or process of making red. Rubefactions, plural of rubefaction. Rubify, simple past and past participle of rubify. Rubifies, third person singular simple present indicative of rubify. Rubify, to make red. Rubifying, present participle and gerund of rubify. Ruba Goldbergen, achieving a simple objective by absurdly complicated means. Overcomplicated, elaborate, and impractical. Rubellet, a little ruby. Rubellets, plural of rubellet. Rube-like, resembling or characteristic of a rube unsophisticated person or yokel. Rubella, a mild disease caused by the rubella virus infecting the respiratory tract and characterized by a rash of pink dots, fever and swollen lymph nodes. Rubella-like, resembling or characteristic of rubella. Rubellite, a red to violet variety of tourmaline used as a gemstone. Rubellites, plural of rubellite. Ruba, a male given name from Hebrew, variant of Reuben. Rubendal, a surname from German. Rubendals, plural of Rubendal. Rubeness, of the figure of a woman, plump and sensuous. Rubenate, of or pertaining to the Rubenids, an Armenian dynasty who dominated parts of Cilicia and who established the Armenian kingdom of Cilicia. Rubenai, alternative form of Rubenid. Rubenides, plural of Rubenai. Rubenids, plural of Rubenid. Rubens, a surname. Rubens, too, a long tube with a series of small flames coming out the top, the heights of which show the waveform of the sound in the tube. Rubensian, of or relating to Peter Paul Rubens 1577-1640, influential artist of the Flemish Baroque tradition. Rubenstein, a surname from German. Rubinstein's Revenge, a pattern involving juggling 3 or more props whilst crossing and uncrossing one's arms, similar to Mills' Mess but with a more complicated exchange of the 2 middle props. Oh, males. Oh, relating to rubeola or measles. Oelis, plural of rubeola. Rubeosis iridis, a medical condition in which new, abnormal blood vessels are found on the surface of the iris in the eye. Relating to rubeosis. Ruberoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Rubert, a surname from Catalan. Ruberts, plural of Rubert. Ruberson, a surname. Rubery, a suburban area in the metropolitan borough of Birmingham, West Midlands and Bromsgrove District, Worcestershire, England. OS grid ref so 9977. Ruberific acid, synonym of ruberithinic acid. Ruberithin, misspelling of ruberithrin. Ruberithinic acid, an acid extracted from madder root, a yellow crystalline substance from which alizarin is obtained. Rubis, plural of rub. Rubisanili, any of a group of diterpenoid lactones present in isotin rubicins. Rubisanilides, plural of rubisanili. Rubescence, a reddening. Rubescences, plural of rubescence. Rubescensin, any of a group of diterpenoids present in Rhabdosia rubescens that show antitumor activity. Rubescensins, plural of rubescensin. Rubescent, turning red, reddening. Rubescently, in a rubescent manner. Rubi, alternative form of Ruby pronunciation guide for Chinese or Japanese characters. Udeus, of or pertaining to the large and diverse family of flowering plants known as Rubiaceae. Ruhese, a substance found in madder root and probably identical with ruberithinic acid. Rudheve, any of a group of hydroxylated anthraquinones, but especially 1,3-dihydroxy 2-methyl-9,10-anthracinidine. Rubiadins, plural of rubiadin. Odelis, a surname from Spanish. Rubien, one of several color-producing glycosides found in madder root. Rubianic acid, ruberithinic acid. Rubiano, a surname. Rubianos, plural of rubiano. Rubicin, colored mostly red, bay or black, with flecks of white or gray especially on the flanks. Rubisol, alternative form of rubicel. Rubicel, an orange-red spinel. Rubicels, plural of rubicel. Rubisols, plural of rubisol. Rubicene, a particular polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon. Ruicli, a triclinic pinacoidal colorless mineral containing aluminum, oxygen, potassium, rubidium, and silicon. Rubicoas, attached to brambles possibly as a parasite. Rubicin, a small river in northeastern Italy which flowed into the Adriatic Sea, marking the boundary between the Roman province of Gaul and the Roman heartland. Its crossing by Julius Caesar in 49 BC began a civil war. Rubicund, simple past and past participle of Rubicon. Rubiconing, present participle and gerund of Rubicon. Rubicans, plural of Rubicon. Rubicose, reddish, ruddy, inflamed. Rubicund, possessing a red complexion, ruddy. Rubicondides, plural of Rubicondidae. Rubicondity, the state or condition of being rubicund, ruddiness, redness. Rubigi. Any extinct therapsid of the subfamily Rubiginae. Rubigines, plural of rubigi. Rubidium, containing rubidium. Rubidic, relating to or containing rubidium. Rubidii, an alkaloid with rubidium as the anion. Rubidides, plural of rubidii. Rubidine, a nitrogenous base homologous with pyridine obtained from coal tar as an oily liquid, CHN. Rubidium, the chemical element symbol Rb with an atomic number of 37. It is a soft, highly reactive alkali metal. Rubidium chloride, an inorganic chloride salt of rubidium with a chemical formula RbCl. Rubidium nitrate, a white crystalline powder that is highly soluble in water with a formula RbNO3. Rubidium oxide, any oxide of rubidium, but especially the yellow solid Rb2O. It is a strong base, reacting strongly with water to form the hydroxide and with acids to form normal salts. Rubidium oxides, plural of rubidium oxide. Rubidium strontium, designating a method of geological dating based on the relative amounts in rock of rubidium-87 and its beta decay product, strontium-87. Rubidiums, plural of rubidium. Rubidomycin, alternative form of Dawn orubicin. Rudidus, a butterfly hybrid between the Viceroy Limnatus archipus and the red-spotted purple Limnatus Arthemis estianax. Rubigursus, plural of rubidus. Ruby, simple past and past participle of ruby. Rubis, plural of ruby. Urit, superlative form of ruby, most ruby. Rubive, reddening, making red. Rubification, the act of making red. Rubifications, plural of rubification. Rubify, simple past and past participle of rubify. Rubifies, third person singular simple present indicative of rubify. Rubiform, reddish. Rubify, to make red, to cause to redden. Rubifying, present participle and gerund of rubify. Rubiginos, having the appearance or color of iron rust, rust to looking. Rubidinous, alternative form of rubigen. Rubio, rust fungal disease of plants. Rubigervine, a toxic plant steroid derived from solanidinine. Rubi, a surname from Hungarian. Rubik cube, alternative form of Rubik's cube. Rubik cubes, plural of Rubik cube. Rubik's cube, alternative lettercase form of Rubik's cube. Rubik's cube, a mechanical puzzle in the shape of a cube, all sides able to be rotated, each side divided into 9 squares, the moving pieces allowing the cube to be rearranged. The goal is to get the colored squares aligned so that each side of the cube is the same color. Rubik's cuber, a player of Rubik's cube. Rubik's cubes, plural of Rubik's cube. Rubik's cubes, plural of Rubik's cube. Rubik's cubist, a player of Rubik's cube. Rubik's cubists, plural of Rubik's cubists. Rubik's revenge, a variety of Rubik's cube with 56 cubies arranged as a 4x4x4 cube. Rubik's revenges, plural of Rubik's revenge. Rubi, a male given name from Hebrew of rather rare usage, variant of rubin. Rubi, a reddish aniline dye. Rubinius, of a glassy semi-transparent crimson, like a ruby. Rubines, plural of rubine. Rubino, a surname from Italian. Rubinomics, the economic policies of U.S. President Bill Clinton, emphasizing the effect that balancing the government budget has on long-term interest rates. Rubino, plural of Rubino. Rubens, a surname. Rubinstein, a surname from German. Rubinstein syndrome, synonym of Rubinstein-Taybi syndrome. Rubinstein-Taybi syndrome, a condition characterized by short stature, learning difficulties, distinctive facial features, and broad thumbs and first toes. Rubinylation, modification by reaction with an RUB protein. Rubio, a surname from Spanish. Rubio is plural of Rubio. Rubit, ruby color. Rubipot, and then any of the family of cyclic peptides found in the matter Rubiapideva. Rubiertin, one of the red dye products extracted from madder root, probably identical with ruberethinic acid. Rubisco, alternative form of Rubisco. Rubisco, an enzyme ribulose 1,5-bisphosphate carboxylase oxygenase which catalyzes both the fixing of atmospheric carbon dioxide during photosynthesis and for a few chemioeutotrophic bacteria and the reverse process of photorespiration. Rubiscolin, any of a group of opioid peptides formed during digestion of the Rubisco protein from spinach leaves. Rubiscolins, plural of rubiscolin. Rubiscos, plural of rubisco. Rubish, like a rube. Rubitin, a particular drug designed to treat cancer. Rubivirus, any member of the genus Rubivirus, a rubella virus. Rubiviruses, plural of rubivirus. Rubik's cube, misspelling of Rubik's cube. Rubixanthin, a monocyclic xanthophyll pigment found in rose hips and elsewhere. Rubixanthone, a particular carotenoid. Ruby, a city in Luhansk Oblast in eastern Ukraine. Ruble, alternative form of ruble Russian currency. Ruble, a surname. Rubles, plural of ruble. Rubly, plural of rublies. Rublies, the currency of Latvia from 1919 to 1922 and from 1992 to 1993. Ruble, plural of rublies. Rubuff, the situation where something rubs off, either physically or figuratively. Rubas, plural of rubuff. Rubor, redness, one of the main signs of inflammation. Rubath, an assassination. Rubats, plural of rubat. Ruboxetine, misspelling of ruboxetine. Rubexastorin, a bisyndalylmalamide that inhibits protein kinase. Rapruv, resistant to damage caused by rubbing. Rubidirin, an enzymycin antibiotic present in some Streptomyces bacteria. Ruberol, relating to the red nucleus of the midbrain. Rubratoxin, any of a class of mycotoxins found in Penicillium rubrum. Rubratoxins, plural of rubratoxin. Rubridoxin, any of a class of iron sulfur proteins found in some bacteria. Rubridoxins, plural of rubridoxin. Rubra, a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon 5,6,11 12-tetraphenyl tetracene, used in chemiluminescence applications. Rubrans, plural of rubran. Rubran I. The butanolide 3s 5R5-9-enyl 3,2-R2,3-dihydroxypropyloxylent 2,1. Rubariferin, a non-heme iron protein involved in oxidative stress tolerance in anaerobic bacteria. Rubariferins, plural of rubariferin. Rubreblasts, a proliferblast. Rubreblasts, plural of rubriblasts. Rubric, a heading in a book highlighted in red. Rubrical, of pertaining to or in the nature of a rubric. Rubricality, the quality of being rubrical. Rubrically, according to a rubric, or religious directions. Rubrican, the member of a religious order who is responsible for seeing that the rubric directions for a religious service is followed. Rubricans, plural of rubrican. Rubricate, marked with red. Rubricated, simple past and past participle of rubricate. Rubricates, third person singular simple present indicative of rubricate. Rubricating, present participle and gerund of rubricate. Rubrication, a form of calligraphy in medieval manuscripts in which added text was colored in red. Rubrications, plural of rubrication. Rubricator, the person who wrote the red titles and headings in a manuscript. Rubricators, plural of rubricator. Rubrician, someone versed in or strictly adhering to the rubric or rubrics. Rubricians, plural of rubrician. Rubricism, a pedantic or scrupulous emphasis on following rubrics, that is, written directions and regulations in celebrating the liturgy. Rubrices, of or pertaining to rubricism. Rubricists, plural of rubricists. Rubricity, redness. Rubric, obsolete form of rubric. Rubricked, simple past and past participle of rubric. Rubricing, present participle and gerund of rubric. Rubrics, plural of rubric. Rubricose, marked with red. Rubrics, plural of rubric. Rubrification, rubrication. Rubri, a surname. Rubrites, plural of rubri. Rubrizier, a painter of ornamental letters in early manuscripts. Rubriers, plural of rubrisher. Rubricurcumin, a red dye formed by the reaction of curcumin with borates in the presence of oxalic acid. Rubrifuserin, the benzochromone 5,6-dihydroxy 8-methoxy 2-methylbenzo-G-chrome 4,1. Rubramycin, any of a class of natural products isolated from actinomycetes and having various antimicrobial and enzyme activity. Rubramycins, plural of rubramycin. Rubruliveri, relating to or connecting the inferior alveoli and the pavosylar nucleus. Rubrapunctamine, a red pigment that is the isoquinoline derivative 9-A-R3-hexanoyl 9-amethyl-6-eprop 1-enyl-7-H-furo-3 2G isoquinoline 2,9-dione. Rubrapunctatin, the pigment Re9-amethyl-3 1-oxahexyl-6 1-propenyl 2H-furo-3 2G2 benzopyrin 2,9,9-AH-thione present in monoscus. Rubraspinal, of or relating to the rubraspinal tract, part of the nervous system and a major motor control pathway in humans. Rubrasulfin, a toxic metabolite found in an number of fungi. Rubris. Red. Rubrosum. A kind of reddish yellow podzolic soil. Rubrosums. Plural of rubrosum. Plural of rub. Plural of rub. Rubs along. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub along. Rubs away. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub away. Rubs down. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub down. Rubs elbows. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub elbows. Rub in. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub in. Rubs it in. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub it in. Rubs of the green. Plural of rub of the green. Rub off. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub off. Rubs off on. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub off on. Rubs one off. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub one off. Rubs one out. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub one out. Rubs one's face with a brass candlestick. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub one's face with a brass candlestick. Rubs one's hands. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub one's hands. Rubs one's hands together. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub one's hands together. Rubs oneself off. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub oneself off. Rubs out. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub out. Rubs salt in someone's wounds. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub salt in someone's wounds. Rubs salt in the wound. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub salt in the wound. Rubs shoulders. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub shoulders. Rub someone the wrong way. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub someone the wrong way. Rub someone's face in. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub someone's face in. Rub someone's nose in. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub someone's nose in. Rubs the fear of God into. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub the fear of God into. Rabat. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub up. Rubs up against. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub up against. Rubs upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub up on. Rubs up the wrong way. Third person singular simple present indicative of rub up the wrong way. Rubster. Synonym of tribade. Rubsters. Plural of rubster. Rubstone. A whetstone stone for scouring or rubbing. Rubstones. Plural of rubstone. Rubeolavirus. Any member of the genus Rubeolavirus of infectious viruses, including the mumps virus and parainfluenza types 2, 4A, and 4B. Rubeolaviruses. Plural of rubeolavirus. Rubus. Any of the genus Rubus of flowering plants, including the raspberry and blackberry. Rubuses. Plural of rubus. Ruby. A female given name from English. Ruby anniversaries. Plural of ruby anniversary. Ruby anniversary. The 40th anniversary of some event, particularly a wedding. Ruby blend. A clear red variety of zinc sulfide. Ruby blends, plural of ruby blend. Ruby chocolate, a form of chocolate that is pink in color and has a slightly sour taste. Ruby Jubilee, the ruby anniversary of a coronation, the 40th anniversary of a monarch's rule. Ruby Jubilees, plural of ruby jubilee. Ruby Murray, a meal of curry. Ruby Murrays, plural of ruby Murray. Ruby Port, a kind of fortified wine, the cheapest and most extensively produced type of port, with a rich claret color. Ruby Ports, plural of ruby port. Ruby Red, having the red color of a ruby. Ruby Shark, synonym of rainbow shark. Ruby Sharks, plural of ruby shark. Ruby Silver, synonym of pyrargyrite. Ruby Slippers, a valuable feature of software, etc., overlooked by the user. Ruby Spinel, a type of red-colored spinel that is used as a gem. Ruby Spinels, plural of ruby spinel. Ruby Tiger, Phrymatopia filiginosa, a moth of the family Erebidae found in Europe. Ruby Tigers, plural of ruby tiger. Ruby Wedding, the ruby anniversary of a wedding, the 40th anniversary of a marriage. Ruby Weddings, plural of ruby wedding. Ruby Red, alternative form of ruby red. Ruby-throated hummingbird, a species of hummingbird, Archolochus colubris. Ruby-throated hummingbirds, plural of ruby-throated hummingbird. Rubaiyat, a political scandal in which Silvio Berlusconi was investigated and convicted for having sex with an underage prostitute Karma El Maraug, stage name Ruby Rubikiwari, and for abuse of office relating to her release from detention. Ui, present participle and gerund of Ruby. Ares, a user of the Ruby programming language. Ares, plural of rubius. Rubulate, to cause or to undergo rubulation. Rubulated, simple past and past participle of rubulate. Rubulation, reaction with the protein RUB related to ubiquitin. Ruby-like, resembling or characteristic of a ruby. Rubispa, any of several damselflies of the genus Hederina. Rubispots, plural of rubispa. Rubitel, a European wasp Chrysis ignita, with a bright red underside of the abdomen. Rubitels, plural of rubitel. Rubivrot, any of several species of birds, the males having a brilliant patch of metallic red on the throat. Rubivrots, plural of ruby throat. Rubiware, articles made from ruby. Rubywood, red sandalwood, Pterocarpus santalinus. Initialism of Royal Ulster Constabulary, now known as the Peace and alternative form of rock. Rucapair, a drug being developed as a cancer treatment. Ruti, a surname. Rutius, plural of ruchi. Ruservi, of or pertaining to the deer of the genus Ruservis. Rudsh, a surname. Rutshaba, a subgiant, visible as a third magnitude eclipsing binary blue-white star marking the knee of the figure in the northern constellation of Cassiopeia, a part of the constellation's prominent W asterism. Rudge, a strip of fabric which has been fluted or pleated. Rutched, with tight elastic folds. Rutches, plural of rutch. Rutcha, an area of Glasgow, Scotland. Rutching, Rud. Rutchings, plural of rutching. Rutschneck, alternative form of Rushnick. Rutschnecki, plural of Rutschnick. Rutschnecks, plural of Rutschnick. Rusinol, a particular resorcinolic lipid. Rusinski, a surname. Rusinskis, plural of Rusinski. Ruck, a surname from German. Ruck Rover, a position in Australian rules football. One of 3 followers, formerly is secondary rutman, now an athletic player generally taller than a rover. Ruck Rovers, plural of Ruck Rover. Ruck up, to form untidy creases or folds in an article of clothing. Ruck, a surname from Czech. Ruck, simple past and past participle of ruck. Rucked up, creased or folded upwards. Rucka, a surname from German. Ruckles, plural of ruckel. Rubber, a surname. Rebbe, a surname from Polish. Rucke, present participle and gerund of ruck. Rucking up, present participle and gerund of ruck up. Ruckies, plural of rucky. Rucka, a surname. Ruckolt, simple past and past participle of ruckle. Ruckles, plural of ruckle. Rackwood, a surname. Rocklagite, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral silver white mineral containing bismuth, lead, and tellurium. Ruckle, present participle and gerund of ruckle. Ruckle, Ingli or bumpy. Rucktemen, a surname. Rucktemens, plural of ruckman. Ruckman, plural of ruckman. Ruck, plural of ruck. Rucks up, third person singular simple present indicative of ruck up. Ruttack, dated form of rucksack. Ruttack, a bag carried on the back or shoulder, supported by straps. Ruckackus, plural of rucksack. Ruckackus, plural of rucksack. Ruckstoa, a surname. Ruckus, a raucous disturbance and slash or commotion. Raucous juice, strong homemade liquor, moonshine. Ruckus room, a recreation room. Ruckus rooms, plural of ruckus room. Ruckuses, plural of ruckus. Ruckusse, characteristically resembling or making a ruckus, loud, boisterous. Ruckwoman, a female ruck, a woman who contests rucks. Ruckwomen, plural of ruckwoman. Rupwer, the unfilled play of a ruck. Rucoa, rocket, arugula plant, Eruca sativa. Rupelli, synonym of arugula. Ruckfern, a municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. Plural of RUC. Rus, plural of ruck. Rutation, a verb. Rutations, plural of ructation. Ruction, a noisy quarrel or fight. Ructions, plural of ruction. Ructus, noisily quarreling, liable to ruction. Rucae, alternative form of rucrian. Rut, engineering, euphemistic synonym of rapid unplanned disassembly, an unexpected explosion or breakup. Rudd, a surname. Rudd syndrome, a poorly characterized disorder, probably of X-linked recessive inheritance, with major manifestations including congenital ichthyosis, hypogonadism, small stature, mental retardation, and epilepsy. Ruda, the name of numerous villages in the Ukraine, including Rudava, a female given name from Persian. Rudacious, Savedi. Rudas, bold, masculine, coarse. Rodbaxton, a village and community in mid-Pembrokeshire, Wales, OS Grid Ref SM 9620. Roddak, a surname from Swedish. Rudbeckia, any member of the genus Rudbeckia of coneflowers. Rudbeckias, plural of Rudbeckia. Rud, a surname transferred from the nickname. Rud's mice, plural of Rud's mouse. Rud's mouse, a rodent of the species Uranimes ruddi. Rudde, simple past and past participle of Rud. Rudel, a surname. Ruddels, plural of Ruddel. Rudder, an underwater vane used to steer a vessel. The rudder is controlled by means of a wheel, tiller, or other apparatus. Modern vessels can be controlled even with a joystick or an autopilot. Rudder authority, the degree of control that the rudder can exert over the yawing motion of an aircraft, related to rudder design and airspeed. Rudder roll, a type of aerial maneuver resembling the barrel roll but differs in that the application of backstick pressure is usually very high and that aileron input is held neutral throughout the maneuver. Rudder rolls, plural of rudder roll. Rudder stock, alternative form of rudder stock. Rudder stocks, plural of rudder stock. Rudder, having a rudder or rudders. Rudderfish, any of various not closely related fish that have the habit of following ships. Rudderfish, plural of rudderfish. Rudderhead, the upper part of the rudder stock to which a tiller is attached. Rudderheads, plural of rudderhead. Rudder hole, the hole in the deck through which the rudder post passes. Rudder holes, plural of rudder hole. Rudderless, without a rudder. Rudderlessly, in a rudderless way. Rudderlessness, the quality of being rudderless, absence of direction or control. Rudder-like, resembling or characteristic of a rudder. Rudder, a type of control surface usually found on flying aircraft, consisting of two pairs of panels, one mounted near each wing on the wing's trailing edge, with one lying on top of the other sandwich style. To roll the aircraft, both panels on one wing deflect downwards, increasing the lift of that wing, and both panels on the up wing deflect upwards, decreasing the lift of that wing, while to yaw the aircraft. The panels on one wing split apart from each other. The upper panel deflects upwards, and the lower panel deflects downwards, increasing the drag on that wing. Rudderends, plural of rudderend. Rudder post, the rudder stock. Rudder posts, plural of rudder post. Rudders, plural of rudder. Rudder stock, the axle connected to the rudder. Rudder stocks, plural of rudder stock. Ruddervator, a hinge control surface combining the functions of rudder and elevator. Ruddervators, plural of ruddervator. Ruthi, a female given name from Marathi. Ruddick, a surname. Ruddicks, plural of ruddick. Ruddy, simple past and past participle of ruddy. Comparative form of ruddy, more ruddy. Ruddes, plural of ruddy. Eyes, superlative form of ruddy, most ruddy. Ruddily, in a ruddy way, with red color. Ruddiness, the papadiuingodi. Ruddinesses, plural of ruddiness. Redding, present participle and gerund of Rudd. Ruddington, a large village and civil parish in Rushcliffe Borough, Nottinghamshire. England OS Grid Ref SK 5732. Ruddle, a surname. Ruddles, simple past and past participle of Ruddle. Ruddleman, someone who deals in ruddle red ochre, usually itinerant and red stained. Ruddleman, plural of ruddleman. Ruddles, plural of ruddle. Ruddle, present participle and gerund of ruddle. Ruddock, a surname. Ruddocks, plural of ruddock. Ruds, plural of rud. Ruddy, a surname. Ruddy diver, synonym of ruddy duck. Ruddy divers, plural of ruddy diver. Ruddy duck, Oxyorhizome sensus, a small stiftle duck, the male of which has a rust-colored body. Ruddy ducks, plural of ruddy duck. Ruddy ground dove, a South American ground dove, of species Columbina talpicoti. Ruddy ground doves, plural of ruddy ground dove. Ruddy Nora, synonym of bloody Nora slightly milder than it. Ruddy shelduck, a migratory duck, Tadorna ferruginea. Ruddy shelducks, plural of ruddy shelduck. Ruddy turnstone, a stout short-billed wading bird in the wader family of Scolopacidae, Arenaria interpres. Ruddy turnstones, plural of ruddy turnstone. Ruddy-tailed flycatcher, a bird of the species Pteronotrechus erythrurus. Present participle and gerund of ruddy. Somewhat ruddy in color. Rude, lacking in refinement or civility, bad-mannered, discourteous. Rude awakening, an unexpected discovery of an undesirable fact, especially one shattering high hopes or signifying the end of a comfortable situation. Rude awakenings, plural of rude awakening. Rude boy, alternative spelling of Rudy boy. Rude boys, plural of rude boy. Rude boy, a male juvenile delinquent originally in Jamaica in the 1960s. Rude boys, plural of rude boy. Rudefem, a radical feminist who is blunt, confrontational, and sometimes abusive in their approach. Rudefems, plural of rudefem. Rudefo, exhibiting, expressing, or full of rudeness, rude. Rudine, a surname from Arabic. Udawe, comparative form of rudely, more rudely. Rudele, one who is rude. Rudelings, plural of rudeling. Rude, in a rude manner. Rude, a surname. Rudent, simple past and past participle of rudin. Rudeness, the papividu. Rudenesses, plural of rudeness. Rudening, present participle and gerund of rudin. Rudencoit, a monoclinic white mineral containing aluminum, barium, calcium, chlorine, hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, and strontium. Rudens, plural of rudin. Rudented, adorned with rudenture. Rudenture. Cabling. Rudentures, plural of rudenture. Ruder. Imperative form of rude, more rude. Ruderal. Any plant growing in rubbish or very poor soil. Ruderalize. To become ruderal. Ruderalize. Simple past and past participle of ruderalize. Ruderalization. The growth of ruderal plants on disturbed land. Ruderally. In a ruderal manner. Ruderals. Plural of ruderal. Ruderation. The act of paving with small stones and mortar. Ruderies. Plural of rudery. Ruderman. A surname. Rudermans. Plural of ruderman. Ruderous. Abounding in rubble or rubbish. Ruders. A surname. Rudery. Crudeness. The use of crude language. Rudespes. Plural of rudespy. Rudespy. A rude person. Rudespes. Plural of rudespy. Rudesheim am Rhein. A town on the Rhine in Hesse, Germany. Rudesheimer. A white wine from Rudesheim on the Rhine, opposite Bingen. Rusar. Characterized or marked by rudeness. Rudesse. Superlative form of rude, most rude. Radard. A surname. Rad. A surname transferred from the given name. Rajas. Plural of Raj. Radgach. A village and civil parish in Horsham District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ0A33. Ruddy. A village and civil parish near Northwich in Cheshire West and Chester District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6772. Rudy. Acronym of revision using distal inflow as surgical treatment for dialysis-associated Steele syndrome. Rudi. A diminutive of the male given name Rudolf, from German. Rudech. A surname. Rudix. Plural of Rudik. Rudi. A surname from German. Rades. Plural of Rudi. Rudiger syndrome. A congenital disorder characterized by the association of severe growth retardation with abnormalities of the extremities, urogenital abnormalities, and facial abnormalities. Rudiment. A fundamental principle or skill, especially in a field of learning. Rudimental. Rudimentary. Rudimentally. In a rudimental way, involving only the rudiments or basics of something. Rudimentaries. Plural of rudimentary. Rudimentarily. In a rudimentary fashion. Rudimentariness. The quality of rudimentary. Rudimentary. Of or relating to one or more rudiments. Rudimentation. The process of an organ being reduced to a rudimentary form. Rudimentations. Plural of rudimentation. Rudimented. Simple past and past participle of rudiment. Rudimenting. Present participle and gerund of rudiment. Rudiments. Plural of rudiment. Ruda. A surname. Rudens. Plural of rudin. Rudish. Somewhat rude. Rudicell. A surname. Rudicells. Plural of rudicell. Rudess. Any of many box, tube, or ring-shaped marine heterodont bivalves from the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. Rudeste. Any member of the Rudistidae. Rudesteds. Plural of rudested. Rudest. Plural of rudis. Rudai. Sapphire. Rudites. Plural of rudite. Rudities. Plural of rudity. Rudity, rudeness, ignorance. Rudiviral, relating to rotaviruses. Rotavirus, any virus of the genus Rotavirus. Rotaviruses, plural of rotavirus. Rudgun, a surname. Rudkins, plural of Rudkin. Rudki, a city in Lviv Oblast, Ukraine. Rudland, a surname. Rudler, a surname. Rudlers, plural of Rudler. Rudley, a surname. Rudaman, a surname. Rudmans, plural of Rudman. Runas, obsolete form of Rudmas. Rudneck, a surname. Rudnecki, a surname. Rudneckis, plural of Rudnicki. Rudnecks, plural of Rudnick. Rudnik, a district of Vorkuta, Russia. Rudnecks, plural of Rudnick. Rudok, alternative form of Rutog. Rudolf, a male given name from Czech or German, equivalent to English Rudolf. Rudolfi, alternative spelling of Rudolfine. Rudolf, a male given name from the Germanic languages. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, a legendary reindeer with a nose that glows red, the subject of a comic Christmas song, often added among Santa Claus's reindeer as the leading one. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, alternative letter case form of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeers, plural of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeers, plural of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Rudolphine, pertaining to Rudolph Roman II, Holy Roman Emperor 1552–1612. Rudolphine tables, the first set of astronomical tables that allowed one to calculate the position of the planets even in the far future. Rudasol, synonym of antisol. Rudasals, plural of rudasol. Rura, a Rigvedic deity associated with wind or storm and a hunt. Rudrakha, the dried seed of a large evergreen broadleaf tree, Elaeocarpus gannitris, which is traditionally used as prayer beads in Hinduism. Rudrakshas, plural of Rudraksha. Rudram, a surname. Rudrams, plural of Rudram. Rudry, a small village and community served by Dreithin, Waterloo and Rudry Community Council in Caerphilly Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SD 1986. Rud, plural of RUD. Ruds, plural of Rud. Rudster, a post in a cowshed for tethering cattle. Rudsters, plural of Rudster. Rudstone, a calcareous rock consisting of coarse limestones supported by grains larger than 2 millimeters. Rudstones, plural of Rudstone. Ruddy, a diminutive of the male given name Rudolph. Rudar, a lakeside village in Horton Parish, Staffordshire Moorlands District, Staffordshire, England OS Grid Ref SJ 9558. Ruddies, plural of Ruddy. Rudzinski, a surname. Rudzinskis, plural of Rudzinski. A surname. Ruanemone, Thalictrum thalictroids, native to woodlands in eastern North America. Ruanemones, plural of Ruanemone. Rue the day, to seriously regret one's actions. Rhubargon, a bad barding. Rhubardins, plural of rhubargon. a surname from German. Roots, plural of Ru. Rupert, a surname. Ruperts, plural of Rupert. Rugrafs, a surname. Root, simple past and past participle of Ru. Ru the day, simple past and past participle of Ru the day. Ruda, a surname. Rudas, plural of Ruda. Ruth, a surname from German. Ruths, plural of Ruv. Rueful, causing, feeling, or expressing regret or sorrow, especially in a wry or humorous way. Rueful, obsolete form of rueful. Ruefully, in a rueful manner, causing, feeling, or expressing regret or sorrow. Ruefulness, the property of evil. Ruefulnesses, plural of ruefulness. Ruger, a surname from German. Rugers, plural of Ruger. Ruth, a surname from German. Rudis, plural of Rug. Rudsayer, a surname from German. Rudsiders, plural of Rugsager. Ru, a surname. Ruho, a surname. Ruhals, plural of Ruhol. Ruas, plural of Ru. Ruve, alternative form of Ruefang. Rui, present participle and gerund of Ru. Ruisui, alternative form of Ruzui. Hello, a surname. Yule bone, a piece of ivory, generally from a marine mammal. Yule bones, plural of Yule bone. Wales, a surname. Ruis, not rueful, not causing or experiencing sorrow or compassion. Rulike, resembling or characteristic of the plant called rue. Ewan, a surname from French. Eos, plural of Eul. Eola, any member of the genus Eulia of flowering plants. Eolas, plural of Eulia. Eos, plural of Eul. Ru, plural of Ru. Ruse the day. Third person singular simple present indicative of rue the day. Rousseau, rueful. Rooter, a surname. Rooters, plural of rooter. Rufalin, Rohibmal. Ref. Initialism of Rugby Union Football Club. Ruvener, a surname. Ruveners, plural of Rufener. Rufescence, the quality of being rufescent, reddishness. Rufescent, becoming reddish, tinged with red. A circular frill or ruffle on a garment, especially a starched, fluted frill at the neck in Elizabethan and Jacobean England 1560s 1620s. Ruffable, able to be roughed. Rave, archaic spelling of roughage. Ravages, plural of roughage. Ravelo, a surname from Italian. Ruffalos, plural of Ruffalo. Gymnocephalus cernua, a small Eurasian freshwater fish. Ravec, a commune in Charente department, Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France. Rut, simple past and past participle of rough. Ruffed grouse, an American game bird, Bonacis umbellus. The male makes drumming sounds with its wings. Ruffed grouses. Plural of ruffed grouse. Ruffed lemur. Any of several nocturnal lemurs of the genus Verscha from Madagascar that have white ruffs around the face. Ruffed lemurs. Plural of ruffed lemur. Rethal. A surname. Ruffamans. Alternative spelling of Ruffmans. Rather. One who roughs. Ruffers. Plural of rougher. Us. Plural of rough. Roughes. Superlative form of rough. Most rough. Ruffian. A scoundrel, rascal, or unprincipled, deceitful, brutal, and unreliable person. Ruffianad. Collectively, ruffians, a group of ruffians. Ruffiandom. The state or condition of a ruffian. Ruffiand. Simple past and past participle of ruffian. Ruffianhood. The state or condition of a ruffian. Ruffianing. Present participle and gerund of ruffian. Ruffianish. Having the qualities or manners of a ruffian. Ruffianism. The behavior of a ruffian. Ruffians collectively. Ruffianisms. Plural of ruffianism. Ruffianize. To act like a ruffian. Ruffianize. Simple past and past participle of ruffianize. Ruffianizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of ruffianize. Ruffianizing. Present participle and gerund of ruffianize. Ruffian-like. Like a ruffian. Ruffian-like. Like or having the qualities of a ruffian. Affiano. A ruffian. Affianos. Plural of ruffiano. Ruffianas. Like a ruffian. Ruffians. Plural of ruffian. Ave. A village in Savoy Department, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, France. Ruffe. A surname. Ruffe. A surname. Ruffings. Plural of roughing. Rowini. A surname from Italian. Ruffina's corpuscle. The synaptic ending of the sensory nervous system which are encapsulated and respond to stretch and torque. These responses are propagated back to dorsal root ganglia in the form of an action potential. Ruffina's corpuscles. Plural of Ruffina's corpuscle. Ruffino. A surname. Ruffinos. Plural of Ruffino. Ruffins. Plural of ruffin. Ruffle. Any gathered or curled strip of fabric added as trim or decoration. Ruffle a few feathers. Alternative form of ruffle some feathers. Ruffle any feathers. Alternative form of ruffle some feathers, used in negative polarity contexts. Ruffle feathers. Alternative form of ruffle some feathers. Ruffle some feathers. To cause a disturbance, to arouse resentment, anger, or concern. Ruffle someone's feathers. To unease, cause discomfort to someone. Ruffle up. To disturb the smoothness of. Ruffleable. Able to be ruffled. Ruffled. Simple past and past participle of ruffle. Ruffled a few feathers. Simple past and past participle of ruffle a few feathers. Ruffled any feathers. Simple past and past participle of ruffle any feathers. Ruffled feathers. Simple past and past participle of ruffle feathers. Ruffled some feathers. Simple past and past participle of ruffle some feathers. Ruffled someone's feathers. simple past and past participle of ruffle someone's feathers. Ruffled up, simple past and past participle of ruffle up. Ruffleless, having no ruffle. Rufflement, the act of ruffling. Rufflements, plural of rufflement. Ruffler, ruffian, bully, villain, especially a 16th, 17th century vagabond operating under the guise of a maimed soldier or sailor. Rufflers, plural of ruffler. Ruffles, plural of ruffle. Ruffles a few feathers. Third person singular simple present indicative of ruffle a few feathers. Ruffles any feathers. Third person singular simple present indicative of ruffle any feathers. Ruffles feathers. Third person singular simple present indicative of ruffle feathers. Ruffles some feathers. Third person singular simple present indicative of ruffle some feathers. Ruffles someone's feathers. Third person singular simple present indicative of ruffle someone's feathers. Ruffles up. Third person singular simple present indicative of ruffle up. Ruffless, without a ruff. Outfit, comparative form of roughly, more roughly. Outfit, superlative form of roughly, most roughly. Ruffly, resembling or characteristic of a ruff. Ruffliness, the quality of being ruffly. Ruffly, the action of the verb ruffle. Ruffling a few feathers, present participle and gerund of ruffle a few feathers. Ruffling any feathers, present participle of ruffle any feathers. Ruffling feathers, present participle of ruffle feathers. Ruffling some feathers, present participle and gerund of ruffle some feathers. Ruffling someone's feathers, present participle of ruffle someone's feathers. Ruffling up, present participle and gerund of ruffle up. Rufflings, plural of ruffling. Ruffly, having many ruffles. Rufflands, woods, hedges or bushes. Roughneck, alternative form of roughneck rowdy person. Roughnecks, plural of roughneck. Ruffler, a surname. Rufflers, plural of ruffner. Row, a surname. Ruffalo, a surname from Italian. Ruffalos, plural of ruffalo. Ruffer, a place name. Ruffords, plural of ruffer. Rufford, a village in Ruffworth with Knapton Parish, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 5251. Ruffworth with Knapton, a civil parish in the Unitary Authority of York District, North Yorkshire, England, which includes these two villages. Methus, plural of ruffo. Russ, plural of rough. Reddit, a town in Victoria, Australia. Roofie, alternative spelling of roofie. Rot eyes, plural of roofie. Rufa-gallic acid, an acid obtained from gallic acid as a brown or red crystalline substance related to rufiapine and anthracene. Rufiji, a river rising in Tanzania and flowing into the Indian Ocean. Rufinam, a barangay of Ormoc, late Philippines. Rufinamai, a triazole derivative used as an anticonvulsant. Rufino, a surname. Rufinos, plural of Rufino. Ruave, a yellowish-red crystalline substance related to anthracene and obtained from obianic acid. Rufist, a city in western Senegal. Rufia, The official currency of Maldives, equal to 100 lari. Rufias, plural of Rufia. Rofloxacin. The antibiotic 7-fluoro-6,4-methylpiperazine 1-il-10-oxo-4-thea 1-azatriciclo 7.3.1.05 13-trideca 5-13-6-8-11-tetrene 11-carboxylic acid. Rufo. A surname from Italian or Spanish. Rufo. Reddish. Rufobrunneus. Of a dark reddish-brown color. Rufochromomycin. Synonym of streptonegrin. Rufo ferruginous. Of a rusty red color. Rufofalvus. Of a reddish tawny color. Rufofuscus. Reddish round. Rufa. A phenyl derivative of anthracene which on oxidation produces a red dyestuff related to anthraquinone. Rufopicus. Rufus and Picius. Rufus. Plural of Rufo. Rufosity. Synonym of rufusness. Rufus. Of a reddish color. Rufus bush chat. Circatrichus galactotes, a species of bird, also called Rufus-tailed scrub robin, Rufus scrub robin, Rufus bush robin, Rufus warbler. Rufus bush chats, plural of Rufus bush chat. Rufus bush robin. Circatrichus galactotes, a species of bird, also called Rufus-tailed scrub robin, Rufus scrub robin, Rufus warbler, Rufus bush chat. Rufus bush robins, plural of Rufus bush robin. Rufus grasswren. Amatornis whitei, a species of Australian grasswren. Rufus grasswrens, plural of Rufus grasswren. Rufus hummingbird. Selesphorus rufus, a small hummingbird with a straight, slender bill. Rufus hummingbirds, plural of Rufus hummingbird. Rufus owl, a species of strigid owl, Ninox rufa, of New Guinea and North Australia. Rufus owls, plural of Rufus owl. Rufus scrub robin. Circatrichus galactotes, a species of bird, also called Rufus-tailed scrub robin. Rufus bush robin, Rufus warbler, Rufus bush chat. Rufus scrub robins, plural of Rufus scrub robin. Rufus warbler. Circatrichus galactotes, a species of bird, also called Rufus-tailed scrub robin, Rufus scrub robin, Rufus bush robin, Rufus bush chat. Rufus warblers, plural of Rufus warbler. Rufus-backed antiviro, a tropical bird whose natural habitat is located on Brazilian montans, Dicynthus xanthopterus. Rufus-backed antiviros, plural of Rufus-backed antiviro. Rufus-backed fantail, Ripidura rufidorsa, a species of ripiduridae bird. Rufus-backed fantails, plural of Rufus-backed fantail. Rufus-bellied kookaburra, a kookaburra of species Dacylogaudicho of lowland New Guinea. Rufus-bellied kookaburras, plural of Rufus-bellied kookaburra. Rufus-bellied tit, Melaniparus rufiventris, is a small bird of the tit family Paridae. Rufus-bellied tits, plural of Rufus-bellied tit. Rufus-breasted sparrowhawk, any of the species Accipitor rufiventris of southern and eastern Africa. Rufus-breasted sparrowhawks, plural of Rufus-breasted sparrowhawk. Rufus-capped antract, a passerine bird of the antbird family, Thamnophilus ruficapillus. Rufus-capped antrax, plural of Rufus-capped antract. Rufus-chested sparrowhawk. Any of species of southern and eastern Africa. Rufous-chested sparrowhawks, plural of rufous-chested sparrowhawk. Rufous-collared sparrow, Zonotrichia capensis, an American sparrow found in Latin America. Rufous-collared sparrows, plural of rufous-collared sparrow. Rufous ground beater, Merops americanus, a species of beater endemic to the Philippines. Rufous ground beaters, plural of rufous ground beater. Rufous ground sparrow, Ammophila ruficeps, a species of New World sparrow. Rufous ground sparrows, plural of rufous ground sparrow. Rufous-naped bellbird, any of species Olivias rufinacea of bellbirds. Rufous-naped bellbirds, plural of rufous-naped bellbird. Rufous-naped tit, Paraparus rufinichalis, a small bird of the tit family parody. Rufous-naped tits, plural of rufous-naped tit. Rufous-tailed hawk, Buteo ventralis, a species of bird of prey in the Accipitridae family found in southern Argentina and Chile. Rufous-tailed hawks, plural of rufous-tailed hawk. Rufous-tailed rock thrush, common rock thrush. Rufous-tailed rock thrushes, plural of rufous-tailed rock thrush. Rufous-tailed scrub robin, Circatrichus galactotes, a species of bird, also called rufous scrub robin, rufous bush robin, rufous warbler, rufous bush chat. Rufous-tailed scrub robins, plural of rufous-tailed scrub robin. Rufous-vented ground cuckoo, Neomorphus jeffroyi, a large terrestrial species of cuckoo in the Cucullidae family. Rufous-vented ground cuckoos, plural ground cuckoo, Neomorphus jeffroyi, a large terrestrial species of cuckoo in the Cucullidae family. Rufous-vented ground cuckoos, plural of rufous-vented ground cuckoo. Rufous-vented tit, Paraparus rubitiventris, a small bird of the tit family parody. Rufous-vented tits, plural of rufous-vented tit. Rufous-winged antrike, a passerine bird of the antbird family, Thamophilus torquatus. Rufous-winged antrikes, plural of rufous-winged antrike. Rufouses, plural of rufous. Rufousness, the quality of being rufous or eddish. Ruth, melching. Ruther, a loose-fitting hood for birds, used in falconry. Rufters, plural of rufter. Rueful, obsolete spelling of rueful. Rufus, somewhat rufus. Rufus, a minor city in Sherman County, Oregon, United States. Short form of rubban. Rug hooking, an art and a craft where a rug is made by pulling loops of yarn or fabric through a stiff woven base such as burlap, linen, or rugwort. Rug hookings, plural of rug hooking. Rug joint, synonym of carpet joint. Rug joints, plural of rug joint. Rug monkey, a toddler, a young child. Rug monkeys, plural of rug monkey. Rug muncher, someone who performs cunnilingus. Rug munchers, plural of rug muncher. Rug pilot, an arrow. Rug pilots, plural of rug pilot. Rug pull, alternative form of rug pull. Rug pulled, simple past and past participle of rug pull. Rug pulling, present participle and gerund of rug pull. Rug pulls, plural of rug pull. Rug ranking, the practice of setting a secretary's pay in proportion to the status of the person the secretary works for. Rugrat, alternative form of rugrat. Rugrats, plural of rug rat. Rug rider. An arrow. Rug riders, plural of rug rider. Rug up, to put a rug on a horse. Rug cutter, one who partakes in rug cutting, a vigorous dancer, especially in early 20th century styles. Rug cutters, plural of rug cutter. Rug cutting, vigorous dancing, especially in early 20th century styles, the act of one who cuts a rug. Rug-headed, having shaggy hair, shock-headed. Rug muncher, alternative form of rug muncher. Rug munchers, plural of rug muncher. Rubbed bull, a sudden revelation that completely contradicts the assumptions one has been led to believe. Rubbed bulls, plural of rubbed pull. Ruda, a fold, crease, or wrinkle. Rugard, a surname from Danish. Rudy, plural of ruga. Rugo, folded. Rugelach, alternative spelling of rugelach. Rugelach, plural of rugelach. Rudes, having alternate ridges and depressions, wrinkled. Ruded, alternative form of rugate. Rubban, a pupil or alumnus of rugby school. Rudmans, plural of rubban. Rubbian, alternative form of rubban. Rubbians, plural of rubbian. Rugby, simple past and past participle of rugby. Rudis, plural of rugby. Rudder, a painful burn or redness of skin, especially on knees, elbows, and hands from repetitive friction against a rug or similar surface. Rug-burned, having rug burns. Rug-burning, present participle and gerund of rug-burn. Rug-burns, plural of rug-burn. Rugby, a form of football in which players can hold or kick an ovoid ball. Rugby football. The ball cannot be handled forwards and points are scored by touching the ball to the ground in the area past the opponent's territory or by kicking the ball between goalposts and over a crossbar. Rugby ball, a spheroidal ball designed for the sport of rugby. Rugby balls, plural of rugby ball. Rugby boot, a shoe with rounded studs, used to play sports on soft ground. Rugby boots, plural of rugby boot. Rugby boy, a miner typically male who is addicted to the inhalation of rubber cement. Rugby boys, plural of rugby boy. Rugby football, the sport of rugby, either rugby league or rugby union. Rugby footballs, plural of rugby football. Rugby league, a version of rugby football, played between two teams of 13. Rugby player, a person who plays rugby, especially professionally. Rugby players, plural of rugby player. Rugby sevens, a form of rugby union played on a full-size pitch but with only 7 players per side. Rugby shirt, a shirt of the kind worn by rugby players, usually short-sleeved and with a button opening at the neck like a polo shirt, but with a stiffer collar. Rugby shirts, plural of rugby shirt. Rugby tackle, an instance of knocking someone or something over using one's arms and upper body. Rugby tackled, simple past and past participle of rugby tackle. Rugby tackles, plural of rugby tackle. Rugby tackling, present participle and gerund of rugby tackle. Rugby union, a form of rugby football, historically amateur, having 15 players per side. Points are scored for a try, penalty, drop kick, or conversion. Rugby-like. Alternative form of rugby-like. Again. Alternative form of rugband. Advance. Plural of rugbyan. Hurry. Present participle and gerund of rugby. Aves. Rugby player. Avest. Plural of rugbyist. Rugby-like. Similar to or reminiscent of rugby. Rugban. Archaic form of rugban. Rud. A surname. Rujilach. A type of Jewish pastry which may be filled with various fruit, nuts, chocolate, etc. Rujilach. Plural of Rudilach. Rujeli. A town and civil parish with a town council in Cannock Chase District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 0417. Ruja. An island of the state of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, located in the Baltic Sea, the largest island of Germany. Rujanian. Rujan from or pertaining to Rujan Ruja. Ruder. An American surname. Ruders. Plural of Ruger. Ruges. Plural of Rouge.